Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Lucario Deku fell for May? Part 2. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Lucario Deku by Dogday 2006. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. The moment was frozen in time. Stain lunged, his crimson scarf flaring behind him like a streak of rage, katana slicing through the smoky air. But Izuku was gone, already above him. Her legs coiled in midair, muscles taut as she twisted with practiced power, slamming the base of her bone rush down where his skull had just been. The ground cracked beneath her. He rebounded, pushing off the wall with impossible grace, whipping a dagger forward in a blur. Izuku's paw-like hand caught it mid-flight with a snap of her wrist. With a flick, she sent it flying back toward his feet, embedding in the cracked pavement like a warning. Stain's crimson eyes narrowed. He was fast, unhumanly so, but she wasn't just fast. She saw everything. Her aura sense flared with each breath. The twitch in his shoulder. The tension in his heel. Every intention before it bloomed into action. He attacked again, and she danced. Izuku ducked beneath the swing of his blade, spun low, and brought her staff sweeping around in a move that would have snapped his legs had he not vaulted backward. As he came down, her body was already there, rising into a palm strike to his gut that forced the air from his lungs. He staggered. Izuku didn't let up. She spun her bone rush into a flurry of jabs, too fast for even the eye to follow. Every strike aimed not to kill, but to prove one thing. You are not the apex predator here. Stain tried a feint, pretending to stumble, then went for a slice with his hidden tanto. Izuku didn't flinch. She sidestepped, grabbed his wrist, and with a precise flick of aura-enhanced force, disarmed him. The blade spun harmlessly into the alley's shadows. Panting, blood at the corner of his mouth, Stain leapt onto the wall like a panther, pushing off again at full speed, this time with his katana overhead. But Izuku was no longer in front of him. Her fist drove into his side from the right, sending him crashing into the brick wall like a missile. Dust and debris scattered as he collapsed to one knee. He coughed, eyes wide. What are you? Izuku's helmet glinted under the fire-lit sky. Her glowing blue aura radiated with control and power. She didn't answer. She didn't need to. But then, a flick of his wrist. A small blade, coated in his quirk's binding agent, flew, not at her. At Iida. Izuku turned. Too far, too late. Until a wave of fire blasted through the alley. Clang. The knife spun away, melted midair by the sudden burst of heat. A new figure stepped into the light, boots crunching on scorched stone. Todoroki Shoto, eyes calm, face unreadable, steam rising from his palm. I thought you might need backup, he said coldly. Izuku's eyes didn't move from Stain. Her aura pulsed like a drumbeat. The battle wasn't over. The heat hadn't faded. Todoroki stood calmly, steam rising from his left side, eyes locked on Stain. His expression was still and unreadable, but his body was tense, coiled, ready for battle. The alley burned with the scent of scorched stone, blood, and ash. Izuku gave him a quick nod. No words exchanged. They didn't need to. Stain slowly rose from the cracked brick, wiping the blood from his chin. So, it's two now, he rasped. I don't mind. More fake heroes to cull. You talk a lot, Izuku said coldly, taking a guarded stance with her bone rush. Todoroki stepped forward, forming jagged lines of ice underfoot. You're not even worth speaking to. Stain snarled, and moved. A blur. He bolted between them, blade flashing for Todoroki. But Izuku was already intercepting, sliding in and clashing her staff against the katana. Sparks flew as Todoroki countered the second swing with a wave of ice. Stain danced through the chaos, a beast of motion, flipping off walls, striking low, slicing high. But this time, it wasn't one opponent. It was two. Izuku caught his blade between two aura-formed bones and twisted it from his hands with force. Todoroki immediately froze the sword midair and shattered it with a fiery pulse. Stain hissed but didn't retreat. He had another. He lunged at Izuku with a concealed dagger. But she ducked low, swept his legs, and Todoroki immediately followed up with a blast of fire that Stain barely avoided by rolling backward. They were sinking. Fast. Stain panted now. You're not like the others. I'm not a hero, Izuku said flatly. But I protect people better than any you've killed. You have a warped sense of justice. Stain snarled. You kill to prove a point, Todoroki snapped, stepping beside Izuku. That makes you weak. Stain dashed in again, this time reckless. Izuku blocked. Todoroki attacked. Ice and flame slammed into Stain's path. Izuku's aura bones twisted around her arms like shields as she closed the gap, pummeling his defenses. Every time Stain tried to retreat, Todoroki cut him off. The rhythm was brutal, unrelenting. Strike, dodge, counter, freeze, burn, bash. Stain was fast, deadly even, but they were faster together. Izuku never let him land a hit. She moved like she was born for battle. Her aura flared brighter, sensing every flick of muscle in his legs, every beat of fury in his heart. Then, he made a mistake. He threw a knife. Not at Iida this time, but at Todoroki's blind spot. Izuku moved. Her bone rush struck the knife midair and shattered it into metal shards before they hit him. Thanks, Todoroki muttered. Focus. They pressed in. Izuku leapt into the air, spinning with her staff like a wheel of light, slamming it down on Stain's blade, crack, breaking it in half. Todoroki, following her movement, launched a burst of fire behind her, catching Stain directly in the chest. The villain was blown backward into the alley wall with a sharp grunt, coughing up blood. His mask cracked, one eye swollen. He staggered to his feet and froze, not from a quirk, but from the pressure. Izuku was walking forward, alone now. Todoroki stepped back, sensing her intent. Her aura surged, thick and cold and suffocating. It wasn't a hero's presence. It was death itself. You don't get to kill anymore, she said, voice heavy. She twisted her bone rush behind her back like a scythe. Stain's legs gave out. He collapsed to his knees. And as he struggled to breathe through the overwhelming weight of her presence, he finally whispered. What are you? Izuku crouched beside him. Someone who doesn't need approval to protect others. Darkness swallowed Stain's vision. He passed out. The battle had ended. The hero killer had fallen. But the fires of Hosu still raged. Ash rained down on the ruined city like cursed snow. Sirens wailed in the distance, and pro-heroes were finally arriving to clean up the mess that 3 unlicensed students, and 1 vigilante, had handled on their own. Stain lay unconscious, crumpled under a collapsed pipe after his final attempt to stab Tenya Iida was thwarted. The blow hadn't come from a hero. It came from fire. Controlled, focused fire. Todoroki, still panting from the final attack, stood protectively in front of Iida. That was reckless, he muttered, keeping an eye on the downed villain. But you're alive. Iida, still weakened from Stain's quirk, simply looked ahead, breathing hard. She saved me, again. But Lucario, Izuku, was already gone. Her silhouette had vanished into the flames, a whisper in the wind. She never lingered. The next hour was chaos. Emergency responders evacuated civilians, pro-heroes gave interviews, and Iida and Todoroki were taken to the nearest police precinct. When asked what had happened, they both gave the same answer. A vigilante known as Lucario saved us. That led to another problem. Chief Saragame leaned back in his chair, his arms crossed and his eyes narrowed. You're both unlicensed, he growled, the gravel in his voice barely restrained. You engaged with a wanted villain. If this gets out, there will be consequences. For both of you. For you, eh? Todoroki didn't blink. We didn't have a choice. Iida was going to die. And it was Lucario who saved him, Iida added. If anyone deserves credit, it's her. The chief rubbed his temple. No, that's not how this works. The law can't accept a vigilante taking down someone as notorious as the hero killer. Then what? Todoroki asked, already knowing the answer. We're giving the credit to Endeavor, Chief Saragame said flatly. He was in Hosu. We'll say he handled it. That keeps things clean. Iida clenched his fists, his voice low. That's not right. No, it's not. The chief met his eyes. But it's necessary. High above the ruins of the city, Izuku crouched atop a broken antenna, watching the last of the flames die down. Her cloak fluttered in the wind. The bone staff in her hand dimmed to nothing, vanishing into particles of aura. Her earpiece buzzed. Zuku, Mei, I'm fine, she whispered, staring at the hospital lights in the distance. No, you're not, I can hear it in your voice. Izuku said nothing. You saved lives, Mei continued, voice quieter. Again, Izuku let her eyes close. And still, I disappear. A pause. Then Mei's soft voice. You don't have to disappear from me. For the first time in hours, Izuku smiled. At UA, Nezu sat alone in his dark office, a steaming cup of green tea in his paw. Before him played grainy security footage. Even with broken angles and static, one thing was clear. Lucario. Blue energy. Aura manipulation. Bone weaponry. Unbelievable speed. He paused the footage just as Izuku struck Stain's sword midair with Bone Rush, knocking it from his hands like a god of justice. Nezu set down his tea and opened a file. Lucario, he said softly, you were born in the dark, but you protect like you walk in the light. He made a note at the top of the file. Keep watching. Keep protecting. There is no one like her. The sun blazed down on UA's training yard, a stark contrast to the tension in the air. Keep moving, Iida. Izuku's sharp voice rang out across the field. Class 1A was panting, drenched in sweat. Today's training was brutal. Izuku's drills left no room for weakness. But Iida, he was in a league of punishment all on his own. Strapped to his arms, legs, and torso were multiple weights, each 5 pounds. A total of 60 pounds weighed him down, and Izuku wasn't letting up. Pick up your pace. You're falling behind again, she shouted. Yes, ma'am. Iida grunted, sprinting laps while struggling to stay upright. His calves trembled with each step, but he refused to slow down. He couldn't afford to, not after what he did. The rest of the class could only stare. Dude, Kaminari whispered, watching Iida suffer. What the hell did he do to deserve that? Did he break a law or something? Shiro muttered. Maybe he insulted her or something. Mina whispered, eyes wide. That's got to be it. Bakugo scoffed from the side, barely glancing their way. Idiots. It's not about that. Kirishima, wiping sweat from his brow, looked over. Then what's it about? Bakugo didn't answer. He just looked at Iida, and then at Izuku. She stood there, arms crossed, her eyes focused like a hawk. No emotion, no softness, just discipline. Something happened, Bakugo muttered. That's all. Uraraka whispered to Tsuyu as they worked through their own circuit training. She's really laying into Iida. But she's never this strict unless it's deserved. Ribbit. Yeah, but it's weird. He hasn't said a word about it. Not even when he was limping this morning. Do you think she's mad at him? Uraraka asked. No, Tsuyu replied, watching Izuku's gaze. She's training him, hard, but not out of anger. Iida kept running. His lungs burned, his legs screamed, but his heart, that hurt more than all of it. He remembered the alley, the knife, the look on Lucario's, no, Izuku's, face when she smashed her bone weapon into the concrete next to him and told him she'd triple his training. Not to punish, but because she understood, and because she didn't want to lose anyone else. As the session came to an end, the class collapsed onto the grass. Izuku stood silently over Iida, who dropped to one knee, trembling but still holding posture. She looked him in the eye. Tomorrow. Same time. More weights. Yes, ma'am, he breathed out, still not falling over. She finally nodded, then turned away from him and addressed the class. Everyone did better today, she said simply. Some of you still depend too much on your quirks. We're not training powers. We're training heroes. And heroes are more than quirks. The students nodded, still unsure how to process everything. Izuku paused for a moment before heading back toward the support building. She gave Bakugo a slight glance, one he returned with an unreadable expression. And as she left, Kaminari whispered, whatever Iida did, I hope I never do it. The soft hum of the private jet's engines vibrated through the walls like a heartbeat, steady and serene. The clouds drifted lazily past the window, brilliant white pillows beneath the brilliant blue sky. At the back of the aircraft, near the emergency exit, Izuku Aizawa, more famously known in the shadows as the Vigilante, Lucario, sat with her arms crossed and her long jackal-like ears twitching slightly with every subtle shift of cabin pressure. Her Egyptian-style vigilante suit hugged her frame perfectly, blue and gold, sleek yet battle-worn in spots, each mark on the armor telling its own story. Her helmet lay beside her, its golden trim catching the rays of sunlight that filtered in. Across from her, slumped awkwardly in his chair with his mouth slightly open and snoring faintly, was All Might, reduced to his skeletal form, skinny arms crossed over a loosened tie. Izuku narrowed her eyes. Snore. She gritted her teeth, lifted a paw, and pinched his ribs with an audible snap of pressure. Gah! All Might flailed upright, nearly coughing from the jolt. What happened? Are we crashing? Villains. No. Izuku deadpanned, her arms folding again. You were snoring. Loudly. All Might clutched his side and scowled at her. You could have nudged me gently, you know. I almost spat out my spleen. You're lucky I didn't aura sphere your lungs, she replied dryly. I've been patient enough. All Might sighed and sat up, glancing toward the front of the cabin. Still in the air, not for long. Just beyond the window, a vast shadow was growing on the horizon. Izuku leaned forward slightly. The floating city loomed closer, a massive, circular construct gleaming like a polished silver mirror on the surface of the ocean. Altheris City, home to over 10,000 of the world's most advanced minds, hovered above the sea like something out of a sci-fi film. It was a sanctuary of knowledge, innovation, and safety. You're smiling, All Might said, catching her expression. I'm not, Izuku said too quickly, but a trace of warmth remained on her muzzle. You are. I didn't think the infamous Lucario could even feel joy. Izuku snorted. Maybe because I finally get to be somewhere peaceful. No villains. No police. No posters with my face and a bounty. All Might nodded thoughtfully, but his gaze lingered on her. There was something gentler in her posture. Lighter. Maybe not happiness, but hope. Then, she muttered, do I even belong here? All Might turned his head toward her. Why would you ask that? I'm a vigilante, a walking international incident. What if someone here recognizes me? What if they try to? They won't, he cut in gently. This city has its own concerns. Their attention is global. They don't bother with Japan's most wanted list. And even if they did, they'd see what I see. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Which is? A hero. His voice was quiet, but firm. Maybe not licensed. Maybe not recognized. But more honest and brave than most wearing the title. Her eyes dropped for a moment. Thanks, I guess. The intercom buzzed overhead, interrupting the moment. We are now beginning our descent toward Altheris City. Please fasten seatbelts. We will be landing on the primary platform in 5 minutes. Outside, the city gleamed like a jewel upon the sea. From above, the transparent glass dome walls refracted the sunlight like a prism. Towers and parks filled the center, with laboratories built along concentric rings that circled outward. All Might stood quickly, groaning slightly. Damn it, I forgot I can't walk around like this. Because you look like a soggy noodle. No, he barked, because I'm still a symbol. They expect this, he said, puffing steam from his shoulders as he transformed into his iconic muscle form. The business suit tore apart instantly, revealing his hero costume underneath. Izuku stared. You brought your costume under a suit. I come prepared. You look like you're about to cosplay yourself. Laugh it up, Fuzzy, he said, adjusting his cape. Let's focus. The plane began banking left toward the glowing circular runway. Izuku stood and slipped on her helmet, the gold and blue faceplate hiding her slight smirk. Her ears perked through the openings. She flexed her fingers, adjusting the cuffs of her suit. For the first time in a long while, she wasn't afraid of being seen. The hatch hissed open, ramp extending outward with a clunk onto the primary landing bridge. The air carried the clean scent of filtered sea breeze and ozone. Izuku stepped into the light of Altheris City. The future awaited. The sky beneath us. The moment Izuku stepped off the plane ramp, a soft mechanical chime echoed from below. A glowing walkway, sleek, black glass lined with golden threads of light, whirred gently beneath her feet. It was a moving platform, elegantly transporting passengers across the pristine welcome deck. Each step they took activated soft pulses of light beneath them, like ripples in calm water. She walked beside All Might, the two of them a strange pair, a bright, towering symbol of justice and a cloaked, jackal-headed vigilante who moved like a living weapon. Hey, All Might said casually, stretching a bit. Wanna answer some trivia questions while we cruise along? No, Izuku replied flatly, already pulling her helmet back over her head. All Might blinked. Just a few. You know, for fun. No, she repeated with slightly more bite. A familiar smirk touched the edge of his lips. Stiff as ever. Ahead of them stood a massive security gate, 2 tall columns of clear crystal connected by a soft energy field. Dozens of citizens were already passing through, though none of them paid much attention to the odd-looking duo. A robot hovered at the side, scanning everyone who stepped through. As Izuku stepped up, she instinctively tensed. The scanner passed over her body with a pulse of blue light, and a screen above flashed. "Welcome, Izuku Aizawa." She froze. Her claws curled slightly. Her real name. Not Lucario. Not the vigilante. Not the shadow from Japan's alleyways. Just Izuku. She looked up at the text, then quickly away, letting out a slow breath. It was just a registration. She was here as a guest, not a target. Still, seeing that name in lights made her skin crawl. Not because she was ashamed, but because it reminded her how easy it would be for someone to connect the dots. She moved on quickly, not saying a word. All Might didn't push. The energy barrier shimmered as she stepped through it. No alarms. No alerts. Just a soft voice welcoming her into the city. Then, the doors opened, and Izuku stopped in her tracks. Her crimson eyes widened inside her helmet. No way. All Might chuckled beside her. Now this is a proper entrance. Before them, the city came to life in vibrant color. A massive courtyard stretched out in every direction, dotted with trees trimmed into spiraling shapes and shimmering fountains that defied gravity. Giant archways bearing the word, "Welcome," curved above pink stone walkways. Buildings towered on all sides, glowing in blue, green, and gold, each one shaped like something out of a dream. Roads floated midair. Platforms carried people between towers. Kids with wings chased bubbles through the air while an old man floated with his cane. Then came the water display. From the center fountain, streams of water suddenly burst upward, twisting and swirling through the air in synchronized rhythm. A giant spiral formed midair, spinning faster and faster before snapping into an elegant formation of letters. Innovation, peace, freedom. Izuku could only stare. This was what she dreamed of as a child. A place where quirks weren't weapons. Where no one judged you for being different. Where the world used quirks for beauty, not just war. All Might nudged her shoulder. Surprised. "I thought this place was still in testing," she said quietly. "That it wasn't real." "Oh, it's real," he said with pride. "And unlike Japan, Altheris lets citizens use their quirks freely. No suppression laws. As long as you don't hurt anyone, you can do whatever you want." Izuku snapped her head toward him. "You're serious?" He nodded. "Different legal system. Different mindset. People here grow up learning to control their quirks, not hide them." Her mind reeled. So all of these people have probably never even heard of Lucario the Vigilante. All Might finished for her. Izuku's breath hitched. For a moment, the world felt too big. Too bright. She wasn't used to being seen. Not like this. Not without fear. Children ran past her feet, laughing. One boy with antlers waved at her. A girl nearby blew bubbles of fire that floated without burning anything. A man painted glowing symbols on the wall with light from his fingertips. This city wasn't hiding quirks. It was celebrating them. All Might stepped forward toward the expo's front arch. "Come on. Let's get you inside before you overheat from emotion." Izuku finally stepped forward, still absorbing the sight. Her eyes drifted to the massive welcome plaza ahead, filled with technology booths, labs, and arcades. A high-tech expo of endless knowledge. And she was standing in the middle of it. For the first time in years, she didn't feel like a mistake. Floating shadows. All Might checked his phone with a furrowed brow as he and Izuku stood on a clean, glass-like platform that hummed beneath their feet. Around them, the futuristic city buzzed with gentle mechanical life, filled with fountains of colored mist and buildings that shimmered like silver ice. "We should check into the hotel before we do anything else," All Might mumbled, tapping his screen. Before he could finish, a woman approached them, giving a formal bow. "Welcome to the Aeropolis Innovation Expo," she greeted. Her eyes widened as she looked up. "Wait. You're..." The recognition spread like fire. Murmurs turned to gasps, then cheers. "It's All Might." Within seconds, a tidal wave of citizens rushed their way. Children with glowing drone cameras, reporters with notepads, and excited onlookers all pushed forward. Izuku's instincts screamed. With an annoyed grunt, she summoned a bone staff and slammed it into the platform, leaping onto it to elevate herself above the crowd. "All Might, you good down there?" she called out dryly. He waved with his usual grin. "All part of the job." 30 minutes turned into an hour. By the time they escaped, All Might's face was covered in kiss marks, and his jacket was half unzipped. I didn't think it would take that long," he said between pants, sitting beside Izuku on a bench in the plaza's quieter corner. "You said we were late?" Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow under her helmet. All Might wiped his cheek. Yeah, I was planning to drop in on an old pal of mine, David Shield. You'd like him. Great guy, smart as hell, helped design half the gear I used in my prime." He stood again. "You up for coming with me?" Izuku crossed her arms, thinking for a moment. Sure, why not? Suddenly, her long ears twitched. A strange spring noise echoed from behind them. Her senses honed in on a blur of red and white. A teenage girl shot through the air, on a pogo stick. "Uncle Might!" the girl shouted mid-flight. All Might blinked just in time to catch her with a surprised laugh. Melissa, landing in his arms, the girl grinned with pride. 17 and still awesome. You look exactly the same. Izuku stepped back, confused but curious. This was not David Shield. Yet her aura, it shimmered strangely. Izuku's eyes narrowed beneath her helmet. She saw something odd in that energy, structured, mathematical almost. But she said nothing. "Melissa," All Might said warmly, "you've grown so much. I almost didn't recognize you. You're still the same goof," she joked. Izuku tilted her head. "She your friend?" All Might chuckled. "More like a niece. Her father and I go way back." "I figured. But you said we were going to see a scientist," Melissa cut in. "My dad, David Shield. He's in the lab. He doesn't know you're here. He's working on something really important." "Important," All Might echoed. "Confidential," she replied with a playful grin. As the two continued talking, Izuku found herself quietly ignored. She crossed her arms and tapped her foot impatiently. Just as she was about to turn away, All Might glanced at her. "Oh, Melissa, this is Lucario, a pro-hero friend of mine." Izuku gave a small bow. "Izuku Aizawa, but just call me Lucario." Melissa's eyes widened. "Whoa, you're a pro. That outfit's amazing." She stepped forward, examining Izuku's costume. No visible armor, no exposed tech, no reinforced padding. Her gaze drifted to the faint aura still clinging to the bone staff. "You don't use any support gear?" she asked, fascinated. "I don't need it. My quirk is called aura," Izuku explained. "It comes from inside. I can see it, feel it, and shape it into weapons. Mostly bone staffs." Melissa reached out, but hesitated. "It feels alive, because it is." All Might cleared his throat loudly. Melissa snapped back. Sorry. I get caught up in cool tech. Or, non-tech, I guess." She spun her pogo stick once and pointed toward the tower beyond the plaza. "If we hurry, we can surprise my dad in the lab." "Come on." With that, she bounced away, her spring stick thudding rhythmically against the clean tiles. Izuku sighed. "She's energetic." All Might gave a hearty laugh. "Let's go." They jogged after her, weaving through the silver-blue plaza, heading toward the lab complex that loomed ahead, its windows pulsing with hidden invention. Unknowingly to everyone, a group stands at the entrance and they aren't nice. "We infiltrated the expo without any problems. So, when do the goods arrive?" A unknown man says, on the phone. 3 p.m. You'll find them at gate 66. A man on the other end of the phone say. Old friends, new revelations. In a quiet, sun-drenched lab tucked deep within the floating city, David Shield stood hunched over a screen, quietly reviewing data that danced across his tablet. A small, satisfied smile tugged at his lips. His fingers moved fast, almost too fast for the eye to follow, adjusting small figures, correcting equations, refining a blueprint that had taken him nearly a decade to perfect. "Sir," came a voice behind him. It was calm, polite. Sam, his assistant, stepped into view, carrying a clipboard. "All the equipment's been stored and logged. The room's prepped for tomorrow's demo." "Thanks, Sam," David said without turning. You're a lifesaver. Sam offered a light chuckle. Don't mention it. But sir, maybe you should take a break today. Why not go grab some lunch with Melissa? David paused, glancing up. She's at the academy. Sam shook his head. I exposed today. The academy gave everyone the day off. David blinked. That can't be right. She told me she was doing independent research. As if on cue, a soft voice called from the hallway beyond the open door, echoing gently into the room. That's because I'm your daughter and I know exactly what excuse you'd buy. Melissa Shield stood just outside the room, hands on her hips and smiling with mischief. David's eyes widened in surprise. Melissa, Sam greeted her warmly. Right back at you, Sam, she said, walking in and giving the assistant a quick pat on the arm. Thanks for looking after my dad. He's been doing nothing but drowning in work lately. David gave a sheepish chuckle. That's not. Okay, maybe that's fair. What are you up to? I brought a surprise, she said, standing proudly. Since you finished the first phase of your research, I invited someone special to celebrate. David raised a brow. Who exactly did you? The door flung wide open. A thunderous voice boomed from the hallway. I am here. David blinked twice, then froze. That voice, that energy, that ridiculous entrance. Yagi, he breathed. All Might stepped into the room in his muscular form, arms wide open in a dramatic pose, a grin plastered across his face. Surprise, old friend. David stood in stunned silence as the memories came rushing back. Late-night engineering sessions, heroic field tests, invention failures that led to triumphs. He staggered forward with a breathless laugh. You're really here. Sam blinked. Wait. That's really him. The All Might. Come here, you old nerd, All Might said, pulling David into a tight hug. Melissa, off to the side, laughed softly. Totally surprised, huh? David, still in awe, nodded. Completely. How long has it been? Far too long, All Might said, slapping him on the back. But we've got a lot to catch up on, and you've got Melissa to thank for this reunion. David looked at his daughter with genuine appreciation. Thank you, sweetheart. Then All Might stepped aside with a gesture. And this is someone else you should meet. Izuku stood there, silent and stunned for a moment. Her cloak had been pulled back, helmet tucked under one arm. The shine of her polished armor glinted faintly in the lab light. Her mouth was slightly agape. Standing in front of her was David Shield, one of the greatest scientific minds in the world. The man who once created the most advanced hero support gear in existence. She tried to say something, but her voice caught. She coughed once and composed herself. It's an honor to meet you, sir. David raised a brow, then gave a surprised smile. You're the Lucario I've heard about, huh? The vigilante with aura-based abilities. Izuku's eyes snapped toward All Might. Slowly, she turned her head to face him, narrowing her eyes with a quiet fury that made the symbol of peace immediately raise his hands in defense. I didn't tell him. I swear, I didn't even know he knew about you. Izuku sighed and rubbed her forehead. Please keep this conversation off the record, Dr. Shield. I'm not exactly welcomed by the system. David gave her a curious look. If All Might trusts you enough to bring you here, that's good enough for me. Melissa, standing quietly nearby, raised a brow. So you're infamous. Izuku shrugged, muttering, depends who you ask. But her aura flared for just a moment, something Melissa didn't miss. Her eyes scanned Izuku's outfit, noting the complete lack of mechanical gear or weapons. Yet she could feel the energy rolling off her. What's your quirk? Melissa asked. I can sense something odd. It's called aura, Izuku replied simply. I can read energy, sense emotions, and shape that energy into things, mainly bone staffs. Melissa looked impressed. You don't wear support gear. Nope, don't need it. All Might cleared his throat again, drawing attention. Well, enough standing around. Melissa, why don't you show our guest around? Dave and I need to chat privately. Of course. Melissa grinned. Lucario, follow me. Izuku waved goodbye and followed her out the door, cape swishing behind her. Once they were gone, David glanced at Sam. Go take your break. We'll be fine here. With a nod, Sam stepped out, leaving the two old friends alone. The moment the door shut, All Might gave a heavy exhale as smoke curled from his shoulders. His muscular form flickered, then collapsed in on itself, revealing his true, gaunt appearance. David's eyes widened. That bad? All Might looked down at his trembling hand. Worse than the last update I gave you by email. I can barely hold this form for more than an hour now. David crossed his arms. And yet you're still out playing the hero. All Might smirked. Some things don't change. A hero's day. The floating city sparkled like a dream. Izuku stood in awe beside Melissa as they stepped through the open plaza, surrounded by towering, multicolored buildings that shimmered in the sun. Water fountains danced to music, flashing lights bounced from mirror-like surfaces, and holographic signs lit the air with cheerful greetings. Izuku's mouth was slightly open. Her violet eyes scanned the area behind the visor of her Lucario helmet. This place is real, she muttered. Melissa grinned. Pretty cool, right? It's easy to forget this entire place is man-made. Izuku nodded slowly, her voice soft. I always thought cities like this only existed in concept art or sci-fi movies. But this is real. Melissa chuckled, placing her hands behind her back. It's got pretty much everything you'd find in a regular city. Shops, cafes, residential towers, maintenance zones. The only major difference is, well, we're not allowed to go to the back sections. Izuku tilted her head. Why not? Melissa pointed toward a distant, hazy section of the city bordered by what looked like an iridescent dome wall. That's where the top secret labs are, places where scientists and their families live. Everything back there is under heavy restriction. Even I'm not allowed without clearance. Izuku frowned slightly and closed her eyes. She reached out with her aura, hoping to sense through the barrier. A pulse of energy rippled from her body, subtle to others, but sharp and defined to her. The moment her aura hit the shimmering barrier, it recoiled. I can't see through it, she muttered, impressed and annoyed. It's repelling my aura. Yeah, Melissa said. That wall's made from reflective and deflective materials developed here. Meant to block not only quirks, but also scanning tech and even electromagnetic fields. Pretty overkill, huh? Before Izuku could respond, the ground trembled. Thoom. A deep, rhythmic thudding echoed across the plaza. Izuku's ears twitched under her helmet. Her eyes widened as a massive figure stomped into view from around a distant corner. Towering over the crowd was a monstrous humanoid covered in thick, scaly armor. With each step, the ground quivered slightly. It's him. Someone behind Izuku whispered excitedly. No way, I've only seen him on TV. Another voice chimed. That's the monster hero, Gorzillo. Izuku turned, watching as Gorzillo gave a wide, toothy grin and raised his thick, clawed hand in greeting. A camera drone floated nearby, capturing every second. Children screamed with joy. Some ran up to the designated perimeter around the massive hero, holding signs or notebooks to get autographs. Melissa leaned in. Gorzillo was probably flown in by one of the bigger sponsors. They like showing off heroes and testing new support gear during the expo. It's like a walking advertisement mixed with a signing event. Izuku raised an eyebrow beneath her helmet. Does he really need support gear? Melissa laughed. You'd be surprised. Even the toughest pro heroes rely on tech sometimes. Especially when they're asked to perform in situations outside their normal routine. Think underwater, vacuum environments, or even space missions. The plaza was now filled with excited murmurs and scattered clusters of fans. The event was in full swing. Izuku gave a small smile and nodded, though she found herself lowering her gaze slightly. Her hand moved to the ring on her finger. Her thumb gently brushed across the smooth metal. She sighed. I wish May could have come. Melissa glanced at the ring and let out a gleeful squeal. Wait, hold up. She stepped closer and lifted Izuku's hand gently, examining the ring with wide, sparkling eyes. Is this what I think it is? Are you married? Izuku hesitated, cheeks reddening slightly beneath the helmet. Why yeah, kind of early, I know, but I couldn't wait. I love her too much to not ask. Melissa stared at her, shocked. You're married? Like, married, at your age? Izuku rubbed the back of her head. That doesn't make it any less true. Melissa broke into a bright grin. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. You proposed. That's adorable. She lowered her voice. And, wait, does that mean your partner's a girl? Izuku nodded. Yep, I'm a lesbian. Melissa gave her a thumbs up and an honest smile. That's awesome. Love is love, and honestly, you seem way more mature than half the pros I've met. Izuku laughed softly. Thanks. Melissa pointed ahead. A bunch of pro heroes are gathering at the VIP pavilion later tonight. There's going to be a major party. You might actually get an invite. Izuku tilted her head, unsure. Would someone like me really fit in at a party like that? Melissa shrugged. Maybe not, but sometimes shaking the status quo is exactly what the hero society needs. The two continued walking through the plaza as Melissa's eyes lit up again. She pointed to a massive glass structure up ahead, 5 stories tall, with an interior filled with bright spotlights and rotating platforms. This, she said proudly, is where the real tech magic happens. They entered the building, greeted by a rush of cool air and the hum of polished machinery. Inside, support items lined the walkways, hundreds of them. Suits, vehicles, reinforced tools, armed guards, scanners, and more. Izuku's jaw nearly dropped. Melissa guided her through each section with practiced ease. This is the multi-purpose Beagle. She pointed to a sleek jet mounted to a suspended arm above them. It's a prototype air-sea hybrid. Can fly like a jet, but also dive into the ocean like a submersible. A nearby display flickered to life, showing simulations of the Beagle slicing through clouds, then diving beneath the waves. This way, Melissa led her to a colossal fish tank-like pillar filled with crystal-clear water. Suspended in the center was a high-tech diving suit slowly descending with blinking lights. This is rated to go 7,000 meters deep, Melissa explained. Dad designed it for disaster zones and deep-sea rescue missions. Izuku stared up at it in wonder. That's incredible. Melissa leaned on the railing. Most of the gear here was designed using parts or blueprints my dad patented over the years. Some of it's even used by pro heroes across different countries. Izuku nodded, watching the suit turn slightly in the tank. You've got a lot of pride in his work. Melissa's smile turned wistful. I really do. Everything here represents the future of heroes. And my dad's dedicated his whole life to making it happen. Izuku smiled, then quietly said, he's someone worth looking up to. Just as Melissa was about to respond, Izuku suddenly froze. She sensed a familiar aura, light and bubbly but currently laced with nervousness. Her head turned slowly, and she locked eyes with a very startled Ochako Uraraka. Uraraka froze like a deer in headlights. Hi. Izuku crossed her arms. Why are you here? I got an invitation. I swear. Uraraka stammered, waving a small expo badge around frantically. 2 more figures walked up. Momo Yaoyorozu and Kyoka Jiro, looking equally nervous. We're not skipping training or anything. Momo said quickly. We were invited by a tech sponsor. Jiro glanced at Izuku's helmet and gulped. Please don't report us. There was a tense silence. Then Izuku let out a short, quiet chuckle. All 3 girls stared at her, confused. I'm not mad, she said. Everyone deserves a break, even before summer. Melissa tilted her head. Wait, you're their teacher. Technically, Izuku replied. I'm their personal trainer. Melissa blinked, then looked at the girls. Oh wow, that makes sense now. I didn't recognize you with the helmet, Uraraka admitted. Sorry. Izuku sighed. That's the point. Melissa smiled. Well then, if everyone's got a bit of time, how about we grab a treat? There's this amazing mochi cart in the plaza courtyard. Jiro looked shocked. You're inviting us? Izuku, Momo whispered, as if trying to confirm whether they heard right. Izuku shrugged. We're off duty for now. Let's not waste the moment. The 3 girls eagerly nodded. Melissa waved for everyone to follow her as she led the way back into the plaza. Behind them, Gorzilla was taking photos with laughing children, the holograms above flashing expo banners, and the scent of fried food and sugar wafted through the air. Izuku walked silently behind them, watching her students talk and laugh in a world so different from their usual stress and danger. For once, the vigilante known as Lucario didn't feel out of place. A small waterfront cafe sat tucked into a quiet corner of the plaza, its open-air tables shaded by white canopies fluttering in the gentle breeze. A wooden dock extended into the turquoise sea beyond, dotted with small boats and floating platforms. Inside, 5 girls gathered around a circular table, soft chatter mixing with the distant hum of engines and the occasional squawk of a seagull overhead. Izuku Aizawa lounged at one end of the table, half hidden beneath her Lucario helmet, sipping a cool fruit smoothie. Beside her sat Melissa Shield, bubbling with energy as she waved a menu in her hand. Across from them were Ochako Uraraka, Kyoka Juro, and Momo Yaoyorozu, still clad in their expo badges but noticeably more relaxed than when they'd first arrived. Okay, Melissa began, pushing her goggles up into her hair. Tell me about your internships. I'm dying to hear what you all did while I was off being a, well, daughter. Uraraka smiled nervously. Oh, mine was mostly normal training, drills, base patrol, quirk control exercises. A few small call-outs with the local hero teams, but nothing too wild. Juro nodded. I actually got to help out in one hostage situation. I was part of the extraction team. I guided the hostages out. I didn't fight, but it felt good to help them. Melissa's eyes widened. That's incredible. You saved lives. Momo shifted in her seat. I wasn't quite as impressive. I was, in a commercial for Hero Hair Shampoo, she admitted, voice trailing off. Melissa tilted her head, puzzled. A shampoo ad, she laughed. That sounds glamorous. Before Momo could respond, Melissa turned to Izuku. And what about you? You must have done some amazing hero work. Izuku set her smoothie down, folding her arms. I do a lot of things, she said carefully. Mostly hostage rescues, Black Ops style. Not much else to say. Juro and Uraraka exchanged confused glances. Momo merely shrugged. The concept of Black Ops hostage rescue hovering is an impressive but vague feat. Suddenly, the calm was shattered by a pair of mischievous whoops. Zing! In a blur, Izuku appeared directly between two servers carrying trays of pastries, only the servers weren't expecting her. The boys' trays clattered as their stomachs collided with her fists in two perfectly placed gut punches. Don't you dare peek at these girls, Izuku warned in a low growl, voice muffled by her helmet. Anyone caught sneaking glances gets 10 times your normal training load. Two young men in crisp white shirts and black aprons, faces flushed with pain, fell backward into a chair. They glared up at Izuku, wide-eyed and chastened. Melissa covered her mouth to stifle laughter. Wow, she means business. Before anyone could recover, a blur of blue and white streaked into view. Hey, what's going on here? Why are Kaminari and Mineta? Tenya Iida skidded to a halt, hands outstretched, gaze darting between the two hapless servers and Izuku. He was wearing his internship gauntlets, the bulky wrist-mounted weights she'd insisted he keep on, and seemed breathless from running. These two are slacking off, Izuku said, pointing to the culprits. And if they don't want to starve because I poke them again, they'll get back to work. Kaminari Kaneiri pushed Minoru Mineta up in his seat. We're working, teacher. We're learning the art of hospitality. Mineta whimpered. Yeah, and making money, and maybe meeting cute girls. I mean, hero fans. Izuku shot him a venomous glare and reached out to pinch his shoulder before he could continue. I don't care what you get. Strap those weights on and consider your shifts doubled for the next week. She released her grip, and the boys collapsed in groaning silence. Uraraka, Momo, and Juro stared, mouths agape. Melissa tilted her head. You two are waiters. Kaminari blinked. Restaurants needed help. We applied. We get to explore the city on break, earn cash. Mineta added, and possibly, meet some fans. Izuku rolled her eyes. Stop talking and finish your shift when you clock back in. Before another word could be said, Iida, still panting, cleared his throat. Teacher, why are Kaminari and Mineta slacking? They won't earn their pay if they don't work hard. His voice was loud, precise, intent on order. All 5 girls, Izuku included, jumped in surprise. Uraraka put a hand over her mouth. Iida, what are you doing here? Iida panted and adjusted his gauntlets. I was patrolling nearby with Manuel's team. I saw them both on the job. Figured they needed correction. He nodded firmly. I will help enforce discipline. Melissa burst out laughing. You're letting him do that. He's the unpaid intern. Izuku sighed. He's not off duty. He'll keep the weights on for a week. Iida nodded solemnly, unlocking the 20-pound plates from his wrists. He set them back on with a soft clink. Yes, teacher. Melissa turned back to the girls. So, what did he do to deserve this? She asked curiously. Juro shrugged. He looked, but to be fair, everyone stared at Gorzillo. Izuku let out a small growl. Maybe, but that doesn't give them a free pass. She then faced the three girls. How did you even get here? Momo answered hesitantly. My father's a major shareholder in one of the sponsoring companies. He got me a guest pass. Jiro chimed in. And Momo had extra invites, so I and Ochako joined her. She flushed. It wasn't a game of chance. More like rock paper scissors to see who joined. A flashback flickered in Jiro's mind. Flashback. Momo, Jiro, and Uraraka stood around a small table in the school courtyard. Each held a piece of paper with yes or no. Rock, paper, scissors. Momo cried. Uraraka's hand formed paper. Jiro's formed scissors. Momo's formed rock. I win. You two are coming with me. Uraraka pouted. But I have training. Momo grinned, waving the invites. You still can. Tonight. We'll all train tomorrow. End flashback. Back in the cafe, Uraraka nodded. We'll look around together once the expo opens fully tomorrow. Melissa clasped her hands with delight. Perfect. Then tonight's party and tomorrow's tours, count me in. Izuku watched the three exchange excited smiles. At this, she nodded. All right, treat yourselves. You've earned it. Melissa led the group back to the restaurant's counter, where an assortment of colorful pastries and exotic fruit smoothies awaited. The air filled with laughter and chatter once more, as the girls finally relaxed on their well-deserved day off. Suddenly, a distant boom rattled the air. The cafe's lights flickered and several patrons gasped as the ground trembled. The girls and Izuku froze. Melissa's eyes widened. That sounded like an explosion. Izuku's crimson eyes narrowed beneath her mask. She stood, cloak swirling, paws clenched. Stay here, she ordered quietly. I'll go check it out. Before anyone could stop her, she vaulted over the railing and sprinted toward the sound. The girls exchanged worried glances. Uraraka stood up. We should go with her. Momo nodded. We can help if it's another villain. Jiro adjusted her earpiece. And maybe signal for backup. Melissa held up her phone. I'll alert the expo security. They'll know what to do. Together, the five dashed from the restaurant and into the heart of the floating city, following the echo of distant chaos. Villain Course Surprise. The crowd was still bustling with energy when Izuku arrived at one of the many expo stands overlooking the I-Expo's famous villain attack course, a sprawling test arena designed to simulate large-scale villain assaults using automated mechs and terrain hazards. Smoke curled from the top of a rock formation where the course had just concluded. Above the course, on a large floating screen, a commentator's voice boomed, "Clearance time, 33 seconds. That puts our contestant in 8th place overall." As the smoke cleared, Kirishima stood tall in the arena, his hardened skin gleaming in the sunlight. He flexed his arms proudly, chest heaving with pride. From the upper platform, Izuku, clad in her vigilante armor, crossed her arms and smirked behind her helmet's visor. He's improving, she muttered. Melissa and the girls caught up, slightly winded. That's one of your students? Melissa asked, curious. Izuku nodded. Yeah, 33 seconds isn't bad. He's getting stronger. Down below, the announcer returned. Next up, Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku's crimson visor narrowed slightly. Bakugo stormed onto the field like a thundercloud, sparks from his palms hissing. The villain course reset behind him with mechanical clanks. 3, 2, 1, go. In a blur, Bakugo launched skyward in an explosion-fueled arc. Blasts rang out like fireworks as he spiraled midair, detonating bots with pinpoint strikes. Within 15 seconds, the field was a graveyard of sparking robot parts. 15 seconds. A new first place. The announcer called. Kirishima met him with an enthusiastic slap on the back. Man, you crushed it. Shut it. Bakugo grunted, but a flicker of pride crossed his face. Kirishima then glanced up and spotted a figure watching them. Ms. Lucario's here. Bakugo stiffened. Up in the balcony, Izuku's gaze bore into him like a blade. No words were spoken, but her expression said it all. Don't get cocky. His smirk faded instantly. Momo stepped up beside Kirishima. You two got into I-Expo too. Bakugo got invited since he took first at the sports festival, Kirishima replied. I just came along. Izuku listened from above. Her smirk returned slightly. Kirishima turned back toward the course. You think they'd let us try it? Then Izuku leapt off the ledge. Gasps filled the area as she landed gracefully in the arena. The commentator blinked. Vigilante Lucario, you're entering the course. Yes, Izuku said coolly. The crowd stirred in excitement. The bots reset again. Izuku summoned 2 glowing blue aura bones, a rare display. She's using 2, Kirishima whispered. That's serious mode, Momo muttered. Melissa frowned. Is that unusual? She only does that when she's trying to end a fight before it begins, Jiro added. 3, 2, 1, go. Izuku hurled both aura bones into the air. They shattered mid-flight. The fragments blurred, blue streaks of light that zigzagged through the arena faster than the eye could follow. Every robot fell before they could even move. Smoke hissed from shattered cores. The commentator stared at the stopwatch, dumbfounded. 3 seconds. Dead silence. Then, 3 seconds. A new world record. The audience went wild. Even pro heroes nearby began pushing through the crowd to see what just happened. Bakugo stared at the scoreboard in disbelief. Lucario 3.00 seconds. Moments later, Todoroki entered the field. 14 seconds, the announcer read after his icy blitz. The crowd cheered again. Melissa clapped. They're all incredible. The other girls, Jiro, Uraraka, and Momo, blushed lightly. Izuku nodded, quietly proud. Suddenly, Bakugo launched across the course again, landing in front of Todoroki. You think you can beat me? Todoroki sighed. I'm not trying to. Izuku was on them in an instant. Wham! A gut punch sent Bakugo staggering back. Stop causing a scene, she said flatly. Melissa giggled. Your class is energetic. Izuku nodded. And exhausting. But they'll make it. Somewhere in the maze of back alleys on the floating island, away from the vibrant glow of the expo and its cheerful visitors, darkness reigned. A man in a trench coat crouched beside a tied-up figure. A local delivery technician gagged and stripped of his ID. The man held a burner phone to his ear, his voice low and rough. I picked up the goods just like planned. A distorted voice answered, good. Get them to the rendezvous point. Quietly. No mistakes. The man smirked. Everything's smooth. No one's even noticed. Then the voice on the other end spoke again, firmer. All Might is on the island. The man froze. What? Say that again. You heard me. He landed this morning. Keep your head down and follow the timeline. If he catches wind of this, we abort. The line went dead. TCH, the man muttered, stashing the phone. Damn symbol of peace always sticking his nose in at the worst time. He rose to his feet and walked to a nearby steel door, wrenching it open to reveal a repurposed shipping room. Inside, the air buzzed with electricity and tension. Rows of stolen tech were being dissected by masked grunts wearing customized black armor and red visors. Each piece was sorted by category: weapons, surveillance, suppression tools. Boss, one of them called out, we just finished sorting the batch from the northern quarter. Some of this is military grade. Doesn't matter what it is, the man said coldly. Just mark it for extraction. We're moving everything out before sunrise. Expo goes public tomorrow, and we'll be ghosts before anyone knows what's missing. One grunt hesitated. What if All Might finds us? The boss turned, glaring. Then I make sure he doesn't. He looked toward a side door, the flickering light barely illuminating a reinforced crate marked classified. It was time to move to Phase 2. Meanwhile, under the brilliant skies of the expo grounds, things couldn't be more different. Tourists wandered cheerfully, colorful banners danced in the wind, and upbeat music played over speakers. Izuku Aizawa, known to many as the vigilante Lucario, stood silently beside Melissa Shield and her classmates. She didn't smile much, but her expression had softened with the energy of the city. Still, something gnawed at her. Her aura sense twitched. A tremor in the wind. A shift in pressure. Something was coming. Melissa noticed her pause. You okay? Izuku didn't look away. Yeah, just keeping alert. Melissa tilted her head. You think something's wrong. Izuku's eyes drifted toward the high towers in the distance. Call it instinct. The celebration continued around them, unaware. But Lucario stayed ready, a symbol under pressure. Inside one of the high-tech research labs of Island, the air was sterile, the hum of equipment the only sound echoing in the pristine, brightly lit room. All Might, in his weakened form, rested inside a transparent scanning capsule. The capsule clicked and hissed as lines of light swept across his body, analyzing, diagnosing, revealing what no one else could see. Standing at the console, David Shield's confident expression gradually faded into one of horror and disbelief as line after line of data scrolled across the screen. The numbers didn't make sense, not just a drop, but a plummet in quirk activity. The levels were dangerously low. With a shaky hand, he clicked a few keys, recalibrating the results and rerunning the scan, but it was no mistake. The readings were identical. The capsule hissed open as the scan completed. All Might slowly stepped out, coughing lightly, wiping a bit of blood from the corner of his mouth. Dave turned toward him, his fists clenched, anger mixing with dread. All Might, Dave began, his voice tight, what the hell happened to you? All Might tried to play it off, offering a strained smile. Don't worry about it too much. Years of hero work wear on you. Time takes its toll on all of us. Don't give me that, Dave snapped, slamming a hand on the control panel. Your quirk activity is practically vanishing. I understand the injury from All for One was catastrophic, but these numbers, Toshinori, they're worse than anything I've ever seen. You're bleeding out your power. There was a heavy pause. All Might sighed. Deep down, he knew Dave deserved to know the truth about One for All. But if he told him, if he brought Dave and Melissa into that world of Succession, the League of Villains, and the weight of All for One, it would put them in danger. The truth is, All Might started, but then shook his head. The truth is, being a hero for decades isn't without consequences. My body just can't take it anymore. Dave narrowed his eyes but didn't push further, though the tension in his body made it clear he didn't believe the full story. So what now? He muttered. Japan's crime rate is only at 6% because of you. You're the pillar that keeps the country standing. The US has over 20%. Some nations don't even have a system anymore. You're the reason people still believe in heroes. All Might chuckled softly, though there was a sharpness to it. The world doesn't end with me, Dave. Dave turned away, trying to process it all. Part of me wishes you never left America. We could have used you more than you know. All Might stepped forward and rested a hand on Dave's shoulder. But I had to go where I was needed. And even now, I can still be All Might for a few hours a day. I'm not done yet. Dave shook his head. And what happens if another monster like All for One shows up and you're not there? All Might looked at him, calm and resolute. Then I pray that the next generation is ready. Because no matter what, I don't plan to step down until I know the future is in good hands. Dave lowered his head, absorbing the weight of those words. Meanwhile, down the hall, Izuku sat quietly on a bench near the edge of the lab's outer corridor. Her Lucario-styled helmet rested beside her. In her gloved hand, she turned over a small cloth-wrapped item. She slowly unwrapped it. Inside was a single strand of bright golden hair. Her gaze softened as her crimson eyes locked onto it. She held it gently, almost reverently, her heart conflicted. So much had changed. So much was still uncertain. From the corridor came the sound of laughter, Melissa's voice, cheerful and warm, echoing against the walls as she ran by. Izuku smiled faintly, wrapping the hair back in the cloth. She slid it carefully into a hidden slot inside her helmet's interior. There it locked into place, hidden, but not forgotten. She stood, her long cape shifting behind her. The weight of the future still pressed on her shoulders, but she wasn't alone. With quiet steps, she jogged down the corridor to catch up with Melissa and the others, a gentle wind trailing her as the scene faded to black. Previews end, night's beginning. The soft orange of the setting sun washed over the floating city's skyline, casting long shadows across the plaza and bathing the sea below in shimmering gold. Over the loudspeakers, the island's automated announcer echoed across every street and alley. The iExpo preview will be closing at 6 p.m. Thank you for coming. Enjoy your night. Kaminari and Mineta, both utterly drained, collapsed against the glass doors of a nearby restaurant just as they slid closed behind the last exiting customers. Their heads thumped against the glass in unison. Man, Kaminari groaned, his head rolling to the side. The expo isn't even open to the public yet. Mineta exhaled with a pitiful whine. Are we even gonna get rest before the party? Both boys looked like they were barely held together by sweat and determination. Their matching uniforms, slightly scorched and sauce-stained, told the story of hard-earned survival among crowded food booths, demanding tourists, and minor villain simulations. Then, thud, a tall shadow loomed over them. I'm actually surprised you idiots survived this long, Izuku said coolly, her Lucario-shaped helmet glinting in the fading sunlight. She grabbed both by the scruff of their uniforms and, with no effort, hoisted them off the ground, one over each shoulder like sacks of potatoes. Wait, Izuku, hey, what gives? Kaminari whined. Mineta flailed. We weren't even slacking that hard today. Izuku smirked beneath her helmet. You've earned something rare, a break. She set them down gently into a pair of cushioned chairs next to a large LED fountain. Both boys blinked up in confusion, still dazed. What kind of break? Kaminari asked warily. Just then, Iida stepped forward, marching with purpose and seriousness. He reached into the inner pocket of his pristine blazer and held out 2 elegant black and gold cards. They shimmered under the light as he spoke. You're invited. Expo reception. 7 p.m. sharp. Both boys' jaws dropped. A party. With us. Mineta gasped. Is this real life? Kaminari said in awe. Behind Iida, Jiro, arms crossed, leaned against a lamppost. Don't get too excited. Melissa only gave you those because she felt bad for you. And, Uraraka added with a bright smile, Ms. Lucario did too. Melissa smiled as she approached. Well, I thought they could use a little fun. You've worked hard, haven't you? Miss Melissa. Kaminari's eyes filled with dramatic gratitude. You're a saint. Mineta nodded quickly. An angel in human form. Iida adjusted his glasses. All jokes aside, there will be many pro heroes attending tonight's party. That includes international representatives. It is imperative that we, all of us, do not tarnish UA's reputation. He swept his hand out toward the central tower where the event would be held. We'll reconvene in Lobby 7, at 6:30 p.m. sharp. Formal attire required. Don't you dare be late. As he turned to leave, he paused in front of Izuku. Ms. Lucario, Iida said, voice a little gentler, will you be alright? With the pro-hero gathering, I know, your situation is a bit complicated. Izuku's expression softened behind her mask. Don't worry, Iida, I've got it handled. Iida nodded once, seriously. Then I look forward to seeing you there. He gave a short bow and disappeared into the crowd with mechanical urgency. Izuku watched him go with a smirk. He's getting more disciplined by the day. But just as she turned to follow the others and head back toward the hotel, she heard a familiar voice. Ms. Lucario. Wait. Melissa trotted up behind her, slightly out of breath. Izuku stopped, curious. Something wrong? Melissa smiled and shook her head. Not wrong, no, but, before you get ready for tonight, I wanted to show you something. Just you and me. I promise it'll only take a few minutes. Izuku tilted her head, tail flicking slightly in intrigue. What kind of something? Melissa gave her a sly grin. You'll see. Storm before the spotlight. Bakugo and Kirishima. Hotel room, late afternoon. Why the hell would I go to a party? Bakugo grumbled. Sprawled across the ridiculously frilly hotel bed, its pink and purple floral comforter clashing with the scowl on his face. It'll just be a bunch of old geezers I don't know, giving speeches like they're still relevant. Sounds like a waste of time. Kirishima chuckled as he tugged off the upper part of his hero costume. But dude, they've got gourmet food. And it's all you can eat. Bakugo cracked open one eye, unamused. Not worth it. I figured you'd be like this. Kirishima smirked, reaching into the closet. So I brought you something fancy to wear. He held up 2 suits. One was sharp and sleek, gray with subtle embroidery on the cuffs. The other was a bold red and navy suit patterned with elegant flowers along the sides. Bakugo sat up slowly, fury brewing. You've gotta be kidding me, you spiky-haired idiot. Come on, man, Kirishima grinned. You can't show up in your hero costume. We gotta represent UA. Bakugo growled but didn't toss the suits aside, yet. Elsewhere, David Shield's laboratory. All Might, in his skeletal form, coughed into his hand as he prepared to leave. Right, then, I'll see you tonight. With a puff of smoke, he returned to his muscular hero form. Looking forward to partying with you, he boomed cheerfully, striking his iconic pose before walking to the door. Dave hesitated, watching him. Toshinori. Wait, All Might paused. Dave shook his head. No, never mind. See you tonight. All Might gave him his classic wide grin and shut the door. Left alone, David leaned against the lab table, staring at a photograph. A younger All Might, bright-eyed and hopeful, grinning beside a teenage Dave. The memory pulled him into the past. Flashback. Years ago, screams echoed in a burning laboratory. A young David Shield gasped for air, the flames closing in. Suddenly, the wall exploded inward. Through the smoke emerged a towering figure, not yet in full hero gear, just a student in a shredded shirt. All Might burst through, fire behind him, carrying Dave and 3 scientists in his arms. Outside, civilians and responders cheered. Dave, still shaken, reached out. David Shield. The hero smiled. Toshinori Yagi. Just a student trying to be a hero. Dave laughed, especially when All Might's shirt finally gave out and fell off, leaving him bare-chested in front of the crowd. Time skip. Dave stood beside All Might as he admired his first real hero costume in a mirror. Top-quality materials, Dave said proudly. You won't rip through this one so easily. Skip again. All Might held up part of a collapsed building, gritting his teeth as citizens crawled out safely. Dave watched from the sidelines in awe. Then in a moving car, All Might leapt from the hood, obliterating villains with single punches. The last image. The two of them watching the sunset over the ocean from a pier. I want to see a world where people can smile without fear, All Might had said then. I want to be the symbol of peace. Back in the present, Dave chuckled softly, eyes misty. Underground cargo hold. Nightfall. 5 guards groaned, tied together on the floor of a dark facility. One of the villain henchmen pressed a finger to his earpiece. We found 5 guards. They're restrained. Keep him bound, a voice ordered through the line. Don't kill him. Begin infiltration. Yes, sir. The grunt pocketed his device and turned to his team. A steel gate groaned open behind him. Shadowy figures filed out, masked, armed, and ready. Their leader clipped a metallic mask over his face. Now the fun begins. Downtown I-Expo, Izuku and Melissa. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden light washed over the streets of I-Expo. Izuku walked beside Melissa, eyes half-lidded but alert. They passed through a crowded avenue when Izuku's ear twitched. Something was wrong. Her aura sense twitched like a nerve exposed to the cold, but no clear threat, no visible presence. She paused, turning slightly. Something wrong? Melissa asked, noticing the look. Izuku scanned the skyline with narrowed eyes. The moment passed. No, Izuku said, just a weird breeze. Melissa tilted her head, unconvinced. But she didn't press. Come on, let's get changed for the reception. As they walked off, the camera panned skyward, where the moon glinted off a cargo airship coasting toward the tower in silence. The full gauntlet. The clean halls of the I-Academy campus gleamed under the ambient overhead lights as Izuku and Melissa walked together in silence, the faint sound of their footsteps the only noise around them. This is where I spend most of my time when I'm not helping my dad or running tests, Melissa said with a sheepish smile, leading Izuku through a set of reinforced glass doors. My own personal lab. It's not much, but it's home. Izuku stepped inside and paused. The room was simple, but incredibly advanced. Sleek steel counters lined the walls. Monitors displayed formulas and diagrams in real time, and several projects lay mid-assembly on various tables. Izuku's sharp eyes caught the trophies placed proudly on a shelf above the main console, each one awarded for innovation, science, or development. You really made this space your own, Izuku said, genuinely impressed. Melissa laughed nervously, rubbing the back of her head. Yeah, well, it's a lot of pressure, you know. Lately, my grades haven't been great, so I've been pushing myself harder. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Why, are you trying to become a pro hero or something? I thought you didn't have a quirk. That caught Melissa off guard. Her eyes widened slightly before she looked away. How did you know that? Izuku tilted her head, then tapped 2 fingers over her chest. Your aura. It feels Different, lighter, like a piece is missing. It's subtle, but once you've trained for it, you notice. Melissa seemed stunned for a moment. But then her lips curved into a smile. That's incredible. You can sense that. No wonder All Might spoke so highly of you. Izuku didn't respond, merely watched Melissa as she walked over to one of the tables and pulled out a small box from underneath. You're right, I don't have a quirk. But that doesn't mean I can't help people. Melissa opened the box, revealing a sleek red and silver device with circular compartments and adjustable padding. I've always wanted to make a difference. Just like my dad. That's why I created this. She held it up. Izuku leaned closer, sensing a strange but familiar pulse within it, like a tuning fork vibrating along her aura. What is that? Melissa grinned. I call it the full gauntlet. It's designed to channel and reinforce a specific energy signature, in your case, aura. It can handle the strain of sudden boosts in output, and amplify control through feedback resonance. In short, it'll let me hit harder without breaking my body, Izuku finished, her eyes lighting up. Exactly. Melissa stepped closer and gently clasped the device around Izuku's wrist. It hummed softly, molding to fit her arm snugly. Click the button on the back. Izuku obeyed. With a brief hiss of compressed air, the full gauntlet transformed. The pieces unfolded and shifted, locking into place over her hand and forearm like a battle glove. Immediately, she felt a rush through her bones. Her aura flowed smoother, faster, and stronger than ever. This is amazing. Melissa smiled brightly. I noticed during the Villain Course event. You're powerful, but you weren't using your full potential. I figured, maybe this would help push you further. Izuku looked down at the gauntlet, then back at Melissa. This is too valuable. I can't just take it. This belongs to you. It belongs to the future, Melissa said firmly. You're going to be something greater than just a vigilante someday. I believe in that, so take it, please. There was silence. Then Izuku slowly nodded and extended her arm. The two shook hands again, but this time, it meant something deeper. Just then, Izuku's helmet beeped. She tapped the side of it. A voice, loud and panicked, came through. Where are you? Iida shouted over the comms. You're late. It's way past the time you said you'd meet us in Lobby 7. Ms. Lucario, please respond. Izuku sighed and cut the line with a flick of her finger. Trouble? Melissa asked. Just a class representative having a meltdown, Izuku smirked. She turned toward the window. You're not going out the door. Faster this way. And with that, she leapt, out of the open window, across the evening skyline. Her silhouette sailed over the buildings of Island, backlit by the descending sun. Wind roared past her helmet. Her new gauntlet gleamed in the light. And for the first time in a while, she smiled. The warm lights of Island's Expo shimmered against the glossy marble floor as Melissa stepped out of the elevator. In front of her, Iida stood upright in a sharp blue suit and tie, Todoroki beside him in a slate gray ensemble. Kaminari and Mineta were hunched nearby in waiter uniforms, clearly exhausted. Melissa tilted her head. Shouldn't there be more of you? Iida replied, arms crossed. They're not here yet. Honestly, it's improper for them to be late to such a formal event. Just then, the elevator chimed again. The doors parted, revealing Uraraka in a soft pink and white dress, slightly out of breath. Sorry I'm late, she said. Behind her stepped Momo in an elegant green gown and Jiro in a stylish mix of pink and navy, her red gloves and cropped black jacket giving her a rocker flair. Jiro muttered, I've never worn anything this fancy before. Melissa's eyes sparkled. You all look amazing. Uraraka smiled before glancing around. Wait, where's Ms. Lucario? Melissa rubbed the back of her head. She's currently with the pro heroes. That answer sent a wave of unease through the class. None of them liked the idea of Izuku alone in a room full of pro heroes, especially with how poorly some treated her. Elsewhere in a security room, an ominous glow from monitors lit a masked henchman's face as he typed furiously into a terminal. He muttered into a radio. We've breached the outer firewall. Beginning override of internal systems now. Back at the pro hero reception, Izuku sat at a table, helmet off, quietly eating fruit. Several pro heroes nearby whispered, not bothering to hide their stares. Isn't that the vigilante from Japan? What's she doing here? She's got a nice body though. A loud smack echoed. The hero who made the comment flinched, clutching the back of his head. He turned to see no one behind him. When he looked back, Izuku was gone. Then, the MC's voice echoed across the grand room. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to iExpo's opening night reception. We hope you're enjoying yourselves. Now, can we get a round of applause for Japan's #1 hero, All Might? Would you be willing to come say a few words? All Might blinked. Huh, a speech. Dave sighed, chuckling. Told you they'd rope you into something. You owe me one, All Might whispered, adjusting his tie and stepping forward. As he did, Izuku leaned in and whispered something barely audible. I feel something's wrong. Keep your guard up. He nodded slightly, face turning serious. Meanwhile, Iida struggled to contact others. They're not answering. Neither Bakugo nor Kirishima are picking up. Elsewhere, Bakugo and Kirishima wandered a maze of mirrored halls. Hey, idiot, are you sure we're going the right way? Bakugo growled. Pretty sure, Kirishima answered, sheepishly rubbing his neck. I left my phone in the room. You what? Back at the party, All Might stepped onto the stage. Thank you for inviting me. It's truly a pleasure to be here. Though, formal speeches really aren't my thing. Suddenly, beep beep beep. A blaring alarm drowned the room in red. This is an announcement from the I-Island security system. A report has been received about an explosive device discovered on iExpo grounds. Across the island, panic began to spread. Sato and Shiro, eating elsewhere, glanced at each other. A bomb? Sato asked. You serious? Said Shiro. All residents and tourists must return to their lodgings. Anyone on the streets after 10 minutes will be in violation of the law. In a hotel room, Tsuyu, Mina, and Hagakure stared at the screen. I hope nobody's hurt, Mina murmured. We'll be safe if we follow orders, Tsuyu reassured. Shoji and Tokiyami, walking a nearby street, turned as buildings sealed with loud clanks. Back at the iExpo hall, large shutters slammed over every window. Suddenly, heavily armed henchmen burst into the room with weapons aimed. Gasps echoed. A tall man strode confidently through the entrance, metallic mask glinting in the light. Just in case any of you haven't figured it out yet, your security is under our control now. He gestured. FWOOSH, clank. Hidden turrets emerged from the ground and fired glowing restraints at the pro-heroes, pinning them to walls and floors with shocking speed. The emergency restraining devices, someone shouted. All Might made a move, but, bang, a bullet whizzed just past him, embedding into the stage floor. Don't even try, said the man coldly, stepping into the spotlight. I'll make sure the security bots think the civilians are the threats. I'll kill everyone in this room. Silence. The villain now fully revealed himself, Wolfram. You'll all do what I say, he growled, raising his weapon. Just like he did, he kicked All Might to the floor in front of the horrified guests. All Might stayed down, not because he was weak, but because Dave's subtle shake of the head told him to wait. Just then, All Might glanced upward. An open-air vent, and inside, he saw a glimmer of movement. A pair of glowing blue eyes. Izuku Aizawa, a.k.a. Lucario, crawled through the vents silently. Her face was focused. Her mind was racing. I need to get help. I can't beat them alone. Not yet, but she would find a way. Inside the stairwell, tension hangs in the air as the group stands halfway up the emergency stairwell. We've received All Might's orders loud and clear, Iida says, arms crossed. He's our teacher. I suggest we follow his instructions and escape this place. Otherwise, we'd be going against his will. Momo nods, though her expression is heavy. I'm afraid I have to agree with what Iida is saying. We're still only students. We can't fight these villains without a proper hero license. Suddenly, the stairwell door creaks open behind them. A figure steps in, brushing dust off her fur and cloak. That's why I'm going to give you permission. Everyone spins around. Lucario. Kaminari blurts. But you're just a vigilante. Before he can finish, Lucario casually pinches his ear between two claws, smirking. I may be a vigilante, but I'm still your teacher. Now stand up. Iida sighs reluctantly. Technically, you are our superior in this situation. Todoroki speaks up. Are you sure we're strong enough, Ms. Lucario? Lucario walks over and places her paw gently on his shoulder. I don't say this often, but you're all already twice as strong as when you first took your quirk assessment. You've grown. A lot. The group looks at each other, surprised but encouraged. Our main goal, Lucario continues, voice firm, is to free All Might, with 0 casualties. Kaminari raises a hand. That's easy to say, but you know it won't be that simple, Ms. Lucario. Lucario gives a small nod. Which is why you should think of this as a hostage rescue drill. Just a little more complicated. Melissa steps forward, eyes lit with determination. I know where the security system is. It's on the top floor of this tower. If the criminals hacked it, then they probably disabled the authentication locks and passwords. We should be able to manually reset the system. But we'll have to stay off their radar until we get there. Lucario turns to her and gives a nod of respect. Thank you. That means it is possible to save this island. So, we avoid fighting as much as possible and get the place back to normal, Todoroki says. That could actually work. Not bad. Kaminari grins. What do you think, Ms. Lucario? You're right on the mark, Lucario replies. Momo chimes in. Then we move quickly and quietly. If we get the security system back online, All Might and the other heroes will be released. They'll jump into action and handle the villains. I know it. Uraraka clenches her fists. I want to help, too. I'm in. I'll go with you, Todoroki adds, his tone solid. Juro nods. Me too. Iida hesitates. The moment I think we've gone too far, it's over. If that's something you can agree to, I'll join you. Lucario places a paw on Iida's shoulder. I trust you to help lead us. Together, Momo and Kaminari step forward as well. We're with you. Lucario turns to Melissa. You can wait here while we... No. Melissa cuts in. I'm going too. Lucario studies her with serious eyes. Are you sure? Melissa crosses her arms. Do any of you know how to change the security system's override settings? The group goes quiet. Lucario gives a quiet chuckle. All right, you win. But stay close to me, got it? Melissa nods with a determined smile. Back at the ballroom, All Might, still restrained, coughs harshly. His breath is shallow, but he looks up, his eyes catching a flicker of movement in the shadows above. He sees Lucario, just for a moment. Even with that helmet, her eyes, don't tell me. His heart clenches. Please, run. Take the others and get out of here. But Lucario silently shakes her head. Her gaze alone speaks. We're not leaving. Not until everyone is free. Then she's gone again, vanishing out of sight. All Might exhales slowly. I knew she wouldn't follow the rules. But, she's a vigilante. What am I going to do with her, even as my future successor? He closes his eyes. I'll just have to keep this form up, and have faith. Faith that they can get us out of this. In the main security room, Sam and Dave were led in by a gruff security guard. Inside, a henchman with a sword-like arm leaned against a wall, sharpening his blade. Here's the smart guy, the guard muttered. Good. Hurry up and unlock the vault, grunted another villain working at the computer terminal. You're not the boss here, Swordkill said coldly, though he flicked his blade hand toward Dave's neck. Well, move quickly if you wanna keep that head of yours. I'll begin, Dave said, trying to hide the tremor in his voice as he approached the terminal. Sam swallowed hard, staying close behind him. Take 'em both to the vault, Swordkill ordered. 2 more henchmen grabbed them and escorted them away. Meanwhile, the students sprinted up the emergency stairwell, boots and shoes echoing against metal steps. Iida called out, we're on the 30th floor. Lucario glanced at Melissa. How high does it go? These walls make it impossible to sense anything with aura. 200 floors, Melissa panted. What? Mineta wheezed. That's way too many stairs. But it's still better than running into villains, Momo pointed out. By the time they reached the 50th floor, Uraraka paused. Want me to use my quirk on you? I'll be fine, Melissa replied, slipping off her heels. But thanks anyway. Save your strength. I'm right behind you. Suddenly, on the 70th floor, the stairway ended in a thick steel wall. This route's blocked, Iida said. Should we break through? Todoroki offered. No, it'll set off an alarm. If it's blocking my aura, then it's reinforced, Lucario added, narrowing her eyes. Then, How about this door? Mineta asked, reaching for a nearby lever. Wait. Don't. Lucario and Melissa shouted, but it was too late. Back in the control room, an alert blinked across the monitors. A door on one of the upper levels just opened, the hacker reported. Swordkill spun. What? I thought you said all levels were clear. The camera feed displayed the group running through a hallway. Elsewhere, Wolfram received the report through his earpiece. Trap them on the 80th floor. I don't care what it takes. Don't let those kids or that vigilante escape. The group pushed forward. Is there another way up? Lucario asked. There should be another emergency stairwell at the end of this corridor, Melissa said. But then, metal gates slammed down at both ends. They're locking us in, Kaminari shouted. Lucario's eyes darted to a door. She grabbed Mineta by the ear. Todoroki, now, I'm on it. Todoroki launched a wave of ice to wedge one gate open. Iida sprinted forward and kicked the door Lucario had spotted. This way, quickly, Iida shouted. The group surged through, Mineta flopping to the ground in pain as Lucario released his ear. What is this place? Jiro asked, glancing at the rows of leafy greenery and lights. It's a plant factory, Melissa answered. They research how quirks affect plant life here. Jiro suddenly stopped. The elevator's coming up. Don't tell me the villain's found, Mineta began. Lucario shot him a glare that shut him up instantly. We'll hide and let them pass, Lucario said, crouching down into a meditative pose amidst the bushes, tuning into the auras around them. I wonder if we could take the elevator after they leave, Kaminari whispered. No, only authorized users can access the controls, Melissa explained. It's reinforced like a bomb shelter. We can't break in. Even if you did, the elevator's tied to the security system, Lucario added quietly. They'd shut it off. The elevator dinged. The doors opened. Two henchmen stepped out. He said the kids came through here, one said, scanning the rows of vegetation. There's too many hiding spots, the other muttered. They're after us, Uraraka whispered, covering her mouth. We see you kids, one of the henchmen called out, stepping closer. Lucario's paw tightened around her bone staff, but then, what did you say, ya bastard? The voice was unmistakable. Katsuki Bakugo strode into view, followed by a grinning Kirishima. What are you two doing here? One of the henchmen barked. Hey, man, leave this to me, Kirishima said, holding up his hands. We just got lost looking for the party. Think you could point us in the right direction? Lucario palmed her helmet. Idiots. The villain scowled. Don't lie to me or you'll regret it. His glove split open, and a water blast shot toward them. But ice erupted from the floor, freezing the wave midair. Looks like we're fighting, Bakugo growled, cracking his knuckles. TCH, this looks like. He turned to see Todoroki standing behind the wall of ice, arms extended. The three of us can hold them here, Todoroki said, already forming more ice beneath the group. You all get to the top floor. Now. The others nodded and climbed onto the rising ice platform. Wait, you guys are here too? Kirishima asked as he joined Todoroki and Bakugo. What the heck's going on? You didn't hear the emergency alert. Todoroki replied. Some villains have taken over the tower. That's what this is about. Bakugo snapped. I'll explain later, Todoroki said as the others ascended out of view. Just then, a wall exploded. Two villains stepped through the smoke and rubble. What's with this guy's quirk? Bakugo muttered, watching one of them reshape his arm into a jagged blade of liquid steel. Kirishima hardened his arms. Stay sharp. Todoroki's expression remained cold and focused. We hold them here, no matter what. The two henchmen smashed through Todoroki's ice wall with brute force, their heavy boots crunching across shattered frost. Kirishima stepped forward, hardening his arms into blade-like edges. What's with these guys' quirks? Bakugo growled, annoyed. Stay on your guard, Todoroki said firmly. Shut up, I know that. Bakugo snapped back, teeth bared. So, you wanna pick a fight? Henchman 1 snarled, his body suddenly morphing, mutating into a hulking purple beast of muscle and claws. Let's see how tough you really are. Without hesitation, Todoroki launched a wall of ice, sharp and fast. But the brute plowed through it with one devastating swing of his fists, smashing the shards as he barreled toward them. The students scattered. Bakugo rocketed upward, flipping midair before blasting a massive explosion right into the villain's face. Smoke billowed, but the hulking figure burst from the haze, unscathed, and lunged at Bakugo. Bakugo! Kirishima yelled. He dove in, shoving Bakugo out of the way just in time. The monster's punch struck Kirishima square in the chest, sending him flying through the air until he crashed hard into the side of a building, cracking concrete on impact. Kirishima! Bakugo shouted, eyes wide in fury. Move! Todoroki warned. Bakugo just barely dodged a sudden ranged blast from Henchman 2 that shattered the base of a nearby tree. Todoroki retaliated instantly, firing a concentrated wave of ice. H2 hurled his attack, shattering the freezing barrage. Now standing back to back, Todoroki and Bakugo glared down the two villains. You boys know how to fight, don't you? Henchman 2 grinned. Where you come from? Henchman 1 asked, cracking his knuckles. Right, like we'd tell a couple weak-ass villains, Bakugo snapped. Why would we tell you anything? Todoroki added coolly, ice forming along his palm again. Elsewhere, Lucario and the group sprinted through another corridor, until Iida crashed into a solid metal gate, denting it slightly with his shoulder. This way's blocked as well, he said, catching his breath. Great, so what now? Mineta groaned. We're like helpless mice stuck in a fancy cage. We need a plan, Kaminari muttered. Lucario's ears perked. Her sharp gaze zeroed in on a small air duct high up on the wall. Melissa, where does that vent lead? She asked, pointing. Melissa followed her finger. I think it runs under the maintenance room. Ha, then there's probably an emergency ladder in there, right? Iida asked. Well, yeah, Melissa replied, but it's manual. Someone would have to be inside to lower it. Is this really the end of the line? Uraraka whispered. No, Momo said firmly. There's still a possibility. She formed a sticky charge in her hand, tossed it at the vent panel, and blew it open. Smoke hissed. If someone climbs through and reaches the outer wall, they can enter the maintenance room from there, Momo explained. There has to be another vent that leads inside, Uraraka exclaimed. There must be. If they can reach it, they can open the ladder for us, Melissa added excitedly. But who's small enough to fit in the duct and climb the outside wall? Lucario asked aloud, grinning slyly. All eyes turned to Mineta. No, absolutely not. I can't. He panicked, shaking. Lucario stepped forward, casting a shadow over him. If you don't, I'll double the weight vest you wear during training, she said flatly. Do you understand, Minoru Mineta? Mineta fell to his knees with a defeated whimper. Outside the tower, Mineta scaled the wall with his sticky hair balls, teeth gritted, muttering complaints the whole way. He reached the exterior vent, yanked it open, and squeezed through, tumbling into the maintenance room with a thud. Moments later, the emergency ladder dropped with a metallic clang. The group climbed up one by one. You were incredible, Mineta. Melissa beamed. Exactly what I'd expect from a student hero. Lucario offered a thumbs up, smirking. Mineta teared up. I don't know if I should be proud or terrified. In the security room, the tension was building. Boss, those are no ordinary kids in the tower, the hacker henchman reported over the earpiece, eyes locked on the flickering monitors. They're students from UA High's hero course, and with them is the vigilante Lucario. She's the side teacher, extremely powerful. They're all well trained. Wolfram leaned back in his chair, fingers drumming against the tabletop. The brats are probably trying to restore the security system. Be on alert. You sent out the drones on the 80th floor, right? Yes, sir. Then raise any barriers from floors 100 to 130 and let them pass freely. Just do what I say. With Izuku and the group. Seems like we've gotten pretty lucky, Kaminari said, panting as his boots pounded the polished floor. The path's been clear since we passed the 100th floor. Yeah. You think we lost them, maybe? Uraraka asked hopefully, keeping pace beside him. I doubt it, Jiro said, catching up, her expression flat. It's quite possible they're leading us somewhere, Momo murmured, her tone edged with caution. Likely, Iida agreed, keeping his arms pumping in precise rhythm. Even if that's the case, we've almost made it to the top floor, Izuku's voice cut through the chatter, her tone commanding. We're close to this being over, so keep your guards up. Yes, ma'am, the group chorused. On the 130th floor, they skidded to a stop. Beyond the window lining the hall, a swarm of sentry robots stood in rigid formation, their optical sensors glowing red. So many sentries, Uraraka muttered. They aren't just blocking us in anymore, Iida said, peering at the mechanical wall of enemies. Izuku narrowed her eyes. No, they're actually trying to capture us now. Makes sense. They know they're facing trained hero students, and a vigilante. If that's true, Momo said, pulling a large insulated blanket from her back, no reason not to show them what we can do. You're right, we'll commence with Plan A. Iida turned to Kaminari. Ready, you got it, I won't let you guys down. Kaminari cracked a grin, only to freeze when Izuku stepped up beside him, her eye gleaming an ominous red. Kaminari, if you mess this up, I will work you to the bone. Why yes ma'am, he squeaked. Plan A in motion. Iida gripped Kaminari's wrists, one engine flaring to life. In a burst of speed, he spun the electric hero into the air over the formation. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. Kaminari roared, sending arcs of lightning cascading through the air. The sentries reacted instantly, plating snapping shut like armored shells. The electricity danced uselessly over their shields. It's not working, Izuku shouted from beneath the insulated blanket. Fine, how about 2 million volts? Kaminari gritted his teeth and surged more power. Don't. Jiro started, but the blast was already unleashed. The detonation of energy briefly blinded the hall, and when the light faded, Kaminari stood swaying, his mind fried. You'll turn stupid, Jiro finished dryly. I won't blame him for trying, Izuku said, but at least he stopped them for. A sharp whir cut her off. The sentries unfolded, firing restraining cables into Kaminari's arms and legs, dragging him toward them. Kaminari. Jiro's voice cracked. They're too strong. Mineta yelped as the line of machines advanced. Plan B. Right then. Plan B. Iida barked. Momo hurled a canister to the ground, the burst of smoke obscuring the advancing drones. We can jam their communications with these. Uraraka, Jiro, and Melissa lobbed more canisters. Mineta. Now, Izuku ordered. Grimacing, Mineta began flinging his sticky spheres, trapping several of the disoriented machines in gooey tethers. But others simply vaulted over, pressing forward. Lucario enters the fray. Go, Ms. Lucario, Iida called. Izuku's gauntlet flared to life, aura energy spiking into overdrive. In a single blur of motion, she vanished from sight. Blinding speed and precision tore through the sentries. One by one, their frames crumpled before they even registered the hits. Iida pulled Kaminari clear as Izuku dismantled the last robot, the air still vibrating from her movements. Jiro, do they have backup? Iida asked. Yeah, she said, earphone jack pressed to the ground. Coming from the left. Then we move opposite. Iida adjusted Kaminari over his shoulder. Izuku dropped in beside Uraraka. Ms. Lucario, what's with that glove? It's amazing. It works perfectly, Melissa. Thanks. Izuku's voice softened briefly. Melissa smiled, but her eyes stayed sharp. They all knew this fight wasn't over yet. With Wolfram. Boss, something's interfering with the drones, sensors. We've lost the kids, the hacker henchman reported into his earpiece. Lose the chatter, Wolfram said sharply, sitting forward in his chair. His eyes narrowed at the flickering monitors. We don't know if one of those brats has a quirk that can spy on us. Keep your heads down and your eyes open. With the group, I hear a lot of those security machines on the floor below us, Jiro said, earphone jacks pressed to the wall, her expression tense. Any sounds from above? Izuku asked. No, it should be clear, Jiro replied. Let's go, Iida ordered. They moved quickly, boots pounding the floor. On the 138th floor, the team sprinted down a long corridor, until a door beeped and slid open ahead. Several robots marched out, forming a wall of metal and sensors. A trap, Iida muttered. Let's break through, Iida. Izuku said, summoning twin bone staffs in a smooth, practiced motion. Wait, Melissa called out, eyes darting to the walls. We can't damage the servers, it could wreck the island's security system. Her warning came just as more robots dropped down from the balconies above, metal feet clanging against the floor. How many of these things are there? Mineta yelped, already backpedaling. We can handle them without damaging the servers, Momo said firmly, already creating equipment from her quirk. Ms. Lucario, go, take Melissa and find another route. Iida barked, setting Kaminari gently against the wall. Don't overwork yourself, Izuku warned, grabbing Melissa's wrist. Come on, Ochako, you should come with us too, Melissa urged. But the robots, Uraraka started. Do it, they may need you, Iida insisted. With a reluctant nod, Uraraka sprinted after Izuku and Melissa. The standoff. Torque over. Recipro burst. Iida roared, his engine screaming to life as he launched into the front line, boots smashing into the lead robots and sending them crashing into the walls. If you take over the gun, I'll make the ammo. Momo shouted, handing Jiro a cannon-like weapon as she continued creating gelatin rounds. Roger that, Jiro fired, splattering a robot in thick, gooey compound. Minetta's sticky balls followed, tangling another machine's legs. Jiro blasted again, Momo tossing her fresh creations into the chamber without missing a beat. But the rhythm didn't last. Iida's Recipro engine sputtered, the burst stalling as robots advanced toward him. Iida, Jiro shouted, looking to Momo. Ammo. Momo's hands trembled. That's my limit, she admitted, stumbling forward before Jiro caught her. My scalp's telling me it's time to surrender. Minetta muttered, blood dripping down his face. His skin was raw where his quirk had been overused. The robots pressed their advantage, restraint cables hissing through the air. In seconds, Jiro, Momo, Minetta, and Iida were bound and immobilized. In the security room, ha, that's what you get for thinking you could take us, Swordkill laughed into his earpiece. What about the other three who ran? We're tracking them now, the hacker henchman replied. Good, don't let that vigilante get anywhere near here, Swordkill said, biting his thumb in irritation. She's dangerous. Outside, near the top of the tower, a huge steel platform rattled faintly in the wind. Izuku stepped out onto it, her eyes scanning the structure. What is this? She asked. The wind-powered generator, Melissa replied. Then what are we doing here? Izuku's aura sense was already flaring, just in case. There are more robots in the tower, Melissa explained, pointing upward. Probably waiting for a chance to ambush us. But if we climb from out here, we can avoid them. See that catwalk up there? She gestured to a narrow metal bridge that connected to an emergency hatch near the top. That's our entry point. She glanced at Uraraka. Your quirk makes anything you touch weightless, right? This should be easy. Melissa's hands were trembling. Uraraka gave a confident nod. Leave it to me, Melissa. Hold on to Ms. Lucario. Izuku shifted her stance, lifting Melissa bridal style. Melissa's cheeks flushed, but before she could comment, Uraraka tapped them both, nullifying their weight. Izuku launched upward in a single powerful jump, gravity now working in reverse. The ambush. They were almost halfway when a door burst open. A wave of robots poured out toward Uraraka on the platform below. Uraraka, Izuku shouted, release your quirk and get out of there. Melissa yelled, if I do that, you won't make it to the top in time. Uraraka replied, standing her ground. Ochako. No, Melissa protested. Come on, faster, Izuku urged, pushing her legs to the limit. Before the robots could reach Uraraka, a thunderous blast tore through their ranks. Bakugo landed in the smoke, explosions already primed, causing Uraraka's cheeks to warm. Bakugo, Izuku called down, surprised. Ice streaked out, freezing several robots in place. Todoroki and Kirishima, Uraraka recognized them instantly as the two charged to her side. That was close. You all right? Todoroki asked. I used my quirk on Ms. Lucario and Melissa. They're almost there, Uraraka explained as Bakugo and Kirishima smashed through incoming waves. Good. Now help us take these things down, Todoroki ordered, sending out another burst of ice. Who died and made you boss? Bakugo barked, blowing apart another group. Ah, come on, man, you're a good team. Kirishima laughed, cutting through a bot with hardened fists. Dream on, Bakugo snarled, blasting another wave. Course correction. Up above, the generator's massive blades shifted in the wind. Izuku and Melissa veered off course. They're blowing away, Uraraka cried. Todoroki stripped off his jacket, sprinting toward the propellers. Bakugo, Aim the propeller toward Lucario, quick. I told you not to give me orders. Bakugo snapped, but still blasted himself toward one of the supports. His explosion ripped the pillar loose, angling the blade. Todoroki lit his left side, sending a controlled fireball toward the blade. It spun violently, creating a powerful gust that shoved Izuku and Melissa back on track. Flashback. Melissa's lab. This gauntlet is strong, Melissa had said proudly. It could withstand a large amount of energy like your aura, at least 3 times. Impact. This is it. No time to hold back. Hang on tight, Izuku shouted. Okay. Melissa braced herself. Aura surged into the gauntlet, glowing fiercely. As they hurtled toward the tower, Izuku twisted her hips and drove her fist forward. The punch shattered the wall in a controlled blast, creating a clean entry point. They got in the tower. Uraraka called out from below. She touched her fingers together, canceling the quirk's effect and letting the two drop safely to the floor inside. Izuku absorbed the landing, still holding Melissa to shield her from the impact. With Wolfram, send Sword Kill in and the others, Wolfram ordered, pushing past a henchman without breaking stride. Yes sir, the hacker henchman replied into the earpiece. Defend the control room until I get there, Wolfram said, walking toward the exit. Far away, All Might stood silently, fists tightening. Keep it up, All Might. Just a little while longer. Your students will prevail, you know they will. In his mind, he pictured Izuku standing at the head of Class 1A, aura glowing in defiance. You're my successor. Don't let these guys end you. With Izuku and Melissa slowly pushed herself upright, realizing with embarrassment that her chest had been pressed against Izuku's helmet. Ms. Lucario, are you okay? She asked. I think so. Izuku brushed her helmet clean just in time to hear rapid footsteps. She turned, only for Sword Kill to lunge from the shadows, blade first. Izuku yanked Melissa out of the way and caught Sword Kill's sword arm in a clash of sparks and steel against the glowing bone of her bone rush. You shouldn't have come here, Sword Kill snarled. Izuku didn't answer. She smacked him across the jaw with a powerful swing. Shut up, you're not supposed to be here either, she said coolly. Then she let loose, hammering blow after blow into his upper body, ending with a brutal jab of bone rush into his gut. The force launched Sword Kill into a nearby staircase, shattering its supports in a rain of concrete and dust. Let's go, then. We're almost to the top. Izuku extended her pawed hand to Melissa. Yeah, Melissa grabbed it, determination burning in her eyes. Further up, 2 gun-wielding henchmen tried to block their path, but Izuku spun her bone staff in a blur, deflecting every bullet before striking them down with quick, efficient smacks. Near the control room, they crept through a hallway, the hum of machinery and security alarms faint in the distance. Melissa, where's the control room located? Izuku whispered. In front of the central elevator, Melissa replied, stopping abruptly at a corner. Through the opening, they could see a figure inside a wide vault doorway. When the light caught his face, Melissa gasped. Papa. Izuku's eyes narrowed. She closed them, focusing her aura sense. It was him. David's aura, trembling like a leaf in a storm. He was terrified. Why is he up on the top floor, though? Melissa whispered. Maybe the villains brought him here. They might need something from him, Izuku murmured back. We have to help him, Melissa urged. Izuku nodded, and the two began to silently slip into the room. With David and Sam, David hunched over the glowing monitor, fingers flying over the keys until a soft ding echoed from the machine. His lips curled into a nervous smile. I've unlocked it. Block 1147, David announced. Wonderful, Sam said, already running up the stairs as a slot in the wall hissed open. From inside, he retrieved a suitcase and popped it open, revealing a strange head-shaped device, claw-like in form, but non-threatening in appearance. You did it, Professor. Look, everything is here. It's perfect. David's gaze locked on the device. Finally, I've gotten it back. All my research. They just took it away from me, but now it's mine. Just like we planned. And it looks like the villains are holding things down, Sam said with a satisfied grin. Thank you. I couldn't have done any of this without your help, Sam, David replied, jogging up the stairs toward him. The confrontation. Papa. The familiar voice froze them both. Melissa stood at the threshold beside Ms. Lucario, her eyes wide. Melissa, no, David said, his expression tightening. Ems, what are you doing here? And Lucario, Sam stammered. Melissa's voice trembled. What does he mean just like you planned it? Don't tell me you're behind this was all you. Just to steal something. No. It can't be true. Yes, it is, David said, his tone reluctant. Papa, how could you? Melissa's voice broke. Izuku's eyes narrowed, her focus never leaving the pair. The professor is only trying to get back what was stolen. This invention can amplify someone's quirk, Sam explained. Is that even possible? Izuku asked flatly. Yes, it's still being tested, but unlike with drugs, this device can magnify a quirk without harming the body or brain, Sam continued. Our sponsors confiscated the prototype and our data, then ordered us to abandon the project. Governments feared it would destabilize superhuman society, so they pressured your father to end it. That's why we did this. Flashback. I can get my research back. But how? David asked, brow furrowed. All we have to do is hire someone to steal it back for us, Sam replied. Don't be ridiculous. Wait, listen, not real criminals. People who will pretend to be villains, forcing us to break in. We'll tell them not to hurt anyone. Then we can keep working somewhere else. This is crazy, I know, but I've made preparations. We'll do it during the iExpo pre-opening, when all the key people are in one place. The actors make it look like a villain takeover, we pull the strings from behind. Back in the present, I don't understand. There's something I'm missing, right? You'd never do this, Melissa pleaded. I'm so sorry, David murmured. Izuku's glare hardened. This doesn't make sense. The papa I know wouldn't act like a villain. So why, then, I had to, for all might, David said. Izuku froze, the pieces clicking together. He knew about one for all weakening. You probably don't know, but his quirk is disappearing. If he uses this device, he'll be stronger than ever. He can keep saving people as the symbol of peace, David said urgently. This just makes me angry, Izuku said, touching her helmet where All Might's hair was hidden. All Might already accepted that someday he might retire, and One for All is in my helmet. Please, let me give this to him. There's no time to rebuild it. When he's better, I'll accept any punishment, David begged, taking the case from Sam. They risked their lives. Ms. Lucario and her students went through so much to save everyone. Do you know how dangerous this was? Melissa snapped. No, the villains are fake. It's supposed to be an act. David said, turning to Sam. The betrayal, of course it was a performance. But the real act was pretending we weren't criminals. Wolfram's voice cut through the room. He stood in the vault entrance. You're the boss, Izuku growled, summoning 2 bone rush staffs, but Wolfram simply touched the vault door. All around them, the metal railings began to writhe and shoot forward, coiling around Izuku like constricting serpents. She struggled, but the bindings left no openings. Oh no, Ms. Lucario! Melissa cried, rushing toward her. His quirk lets him manipulate metal. Is this what Egyptians saw when being wrapped? Izuku thought grimly in her metal tomb. You'd be smart not to resist. Sam, hand it over, Wolfram ordered. Sam snatched the case from David and started down the stairs. Right. Here you go. Sam, you were going to hand it over all along. David shouted. You tricked me, Professor. I've been your assistant for years, and you let them take our work. We could have had fame and fortune. I deserve more. Otherwise my career was a complete waste of time. Sam's voice cracked. Here's your payment, as promised, Wolfram said. He raised his gun and fired. In the vault. No. Why? This isn't part of the plan, Sam stammered, clutching his bleeding shoulder. Is it not? That's strange, because it was always part of mine. Wolfram leveled his gun again and fired. Professor. Why? Sam gasped as David stepped in front of the bullet, the shot tearing into his body. Papa, Melissa screamed, running forward. Stay back, David barked, just before Wolfram swung a massive steel hand and smacked Melissa aside. She hit the floor hard, sliding across the metal. Izuku roared from inside her bindings, the metal tomb groaning as her aura surged. Trying to play the hero after all this. Too late for that. Whatever your reasons, you dirtied your hands. Whether we're real villains or actors doesn't matter, you planned and committed a crime. You're no different from us now, Wolfram sneered. A respected scientist. No, you'll mass-produce this device for me, and I'll sell it. He chopped the back of David's neck, knocking him unconscious. Take him to the roof. No, please, no, give him back. Melissa sobbed weakly. That reminds me, easier if I erase the professor's achievements altogether. Wolfram raised his gun at her. Don't you dare hurt her. With a furious cry, Izuku ripped through her metal prison, aura flaring. She launched herself like a missile, fist cocked to strike. Wolfram conjured a steel wall just in time. Her punch cratered it, shockwaves rippling out, but the barrier held. Melissa, I'll handle them. Save everyone else. Izuku commanded, eyes burning. Melissa's lips trembled, but she nodded and bolted for the exit. Stop her. Don't let her escape, Wolfram barked. Right. The hacker henchman sprinted after her, only to freeze when Izuku dropped in front of him with predatory speed. You won't get past me, she growled. Steel pillars erupted from the ground, battering her toward the wall. Izuku gritted her teeth, arms crossed against the onslaught. Don't make threats you can't back up, kid. Wolfram spat. Everyone, Izuku thought, aura crackling as the pressure mounted. The security room. Everyone, Melissa echoed in her mind as she sprinted through the halls, her legs burning. She burst into the security room, fingers flying across the console. Come on, come on. The system whirred back to life. Lights blazed across the island. Island's security system is now operating in normal mode, the announcement rang. Across the island, robots collapsed mid-stride, power draining. What happened? Bakugo shouted, blasting a half-frozen bot. They just stopped, Uraraka said. They must have reached the top, Iida declared as the ropes restraining his group slackened, dropping them to the floor. Damn it, a henchman cursed, fumbling with his gun, only to be kicked across the room by a pro-hero. Did you pull it off, young heroes? All Might thought, eyes narrowing with pride before charging deeper into the tower. Back with Wolfram. TCH. She got control of the security system. Wolfram snarled, adjusting his grip on David's limp body. Is it here? He asked into his earpiece. Just landed, the hacker henchman reported. Then we're leaving, Wolfram ordered. Izuku. At last, Izuku burst free of the metal barrage, dropping to one knee, breath ragged. Her aura surged brighter than ever, burning off the debris clinging to her armor. I have to rescue him, she whispered. Otherwise, why am I even here? She clenched her fists, staggering forward. I may just be a vigilante, but I'll do what I can. For now, with a final breath, she stepped into the tunnel Wolfram had taken, eyes blazing, ready for the fight to come. With All Might charged down a dim hallway, cape whipping behind him as his phone vibrated in his pocket. He quickly snatched it out, pressing it to his ear. Melissa, what's happening? His deep voice thundered. With Melissa. On the other side, Melissa's panicked face hovered close to the security screen, her voice trembling but firm. Oh, thank goodness. Papa's been taken by the villains, Uncle Might. She cried, eyes darting between monitors. The image on-screen flickered, shifting from the stolen helicopter feed to Izuku's battered figure stalking forward, aura glowing ominously around her frame. Melissa's tone sharpened. And Ms. Lucario's gone after them. And she's not happy. With All Might's eyes narrowed, his jaw setting. Don't worry, I'm going to stop them, he promised, voice like stone. His fist clenched, the thought of his student, his successor, burning inside him like fire. On the roof, helicopter pad. The churning wind of helicopter blades whipped across the rooftop. Wolfram hauled the unconscious David Shield into the cabin, his henchmen scurrying around. Boss, what about everyone else? The pilot henchman shouted over the noise. We're going. Before the security systems fully back online, Wolfram barked, eyes sharp. Yes, sir, the men answered, rushing to secure the helicopter. David groaned weakly, his eyes half-lidded. Kill me, just do it, he whispered. Wolfram smirked darkly, pushing him into a seat. I'll add a few more sins to your heart first. Then I'll make your wish come true. But then, a wave of pressure slammed over the rooftop. It wasn't just killing intent. It was something deeper, heavier, like standing at the edge of a battlefield where gods fought. Wolfram's head snapped around, his stomach dropping as he saw them. Two glowing red eyes burning out of the shadows. Izuku stepped forward, aura flames licking off her body, paws radiating with searing blue and black energy. Her voice rang out, low and furious. You will give me back the professor, or you will lose your head. She summoned a glowing bone staff, its form crackling with aura. Wolfram spat, turning back toward the helicopter. Get this thing moving, now. I'll handle her. But by the time he faced forward again, Izuku was gone. Wah, he hissed, only to look up and see her falling from above, claws drawn back in a strike. His instincts roared, and he slammed a palm to the steel beneath him. With a groan, pillars of metal erupted upward like spears. Izuku hit the first pillar with a blazing punch, shattering it into fragments. Landing lightly, she sprinted down its length like it was a bridge. Another pillar shot toward her. She split her bone rush into two, spinning them, and sliced straight through the metal as sparks rained. She wasn't this powerful before, Wolfram thought, sweat prickling his brow. He raised his gun, aiming not at Izuku but at David. No, Izuku roared, hesitating for only a fraction of a second. That moment was all Wolfram needed. A pillar smashed into her side, another slammed her backward, and a third rose from below, crushing her between them. Ghhkk. Izuku coughed blood, before the last impact hurled her to the rooftop. Take off, Wolfram ordered, climbing aboard. Yet his hand shook slightly. That aura, she's stronger than before. The helicopter lifts. The rotors thundered, lifting the craft into the sky. David weakly raised his head, then froze. Something slammed into the side of the helicopter. Izuku, clinging to its frame with burning determination, eyes blazing, teeth bared. No, David whispered in disbelief. Down below, Melissa ran onto the rooftop, her eyes widening. Ms. Lucario, she screamed. Izuku reached out a paw. Grab my hand. Stop it. Let me go, Lucario, David said hoarsely. Melissa is down there. Izuku shouted back, aura flaring harder. Your daughter is waiting for you. David froze, Melissa's face flashing in his mind. You, act like a real hero, he muttered. Even though you're a vigilante. But, you're an idiot too. Bold words, Wolfram sneered, spinning and firing his gun. The bullet pinged off Izuku's helmet, sparking. The shock sent her tumbling. No, Melissa cried. Izuku fell, twisting through the air, aura sputtering. Her mind screamed, don't give up. Think, what do I do? What can I do? The ground rushed up, and she braced for impact. Uncle might. No, Melissa screamed. But before anyone could react, Izuku was already in the air, her gauntlet raised, aura flaring violently. You, her voice shook the air, making everyone freeze. F sharp cur. Her fist slammed into the massive block of metal, crushing all might. With a roar, the gauntlet shattered the chunk into fragments, shards flying in every direction. The two tumbled together as the debris rained down, Wolfram snarling as pieces slammed into him. That damn brat, Wolfram hissed, shielding himself. Dust settled. All Might, coughing, pushed a slab off his back before it could crush Izuku. Young Lucario, your body can't handle any more damage. Izuku groaned, forcing herself to stand. The left side of her helmet crumbled away, revealing blue fur and one glowing red eye beneath. Her ears twitched in the open air. Yeah, but I'm not letting you die, idiot. Izuku smirked weakly. All Might blinked, then chuckled even through the pain. You make a good point. And you are right, I was in quite the situation. Will you lend me a hand, young Izuku? Don't call me that, but yes, I will. She grasped his outstretched hand, and he carefully pulled her to her feet. All right, ready, young Izu. Wham! Izuku punched him in the leg. Don't. All Might winced but laughed harder. All right, ready. Izuku's aura surged, her gauntlet glowing with renewed energy. Let's go. All Might roared, both charging forward side by side. There's no way you can stop me. You're insignificant pests. You don't know when to lie down and be crushed. Wolfram bellowed, sending waves of metal crashing down. You're the one who doesn't know he's beat. Bakugo roared, blasting a massive explosion that tore through Wolfram's projectiles. Izuku and All Might ran through the falling rubble, dodging and weaving. More steel pillars shot down. I won't let you stop them. Todoroki yelled, freezing the pillars solid in an instant. This is over. Wolfram screamed, pulling in every ounce of metal he could. All Might barreled through, fists shattering obstacles. Izuku blurred forward, focusing her aura into her legs. The ground cracked and exploded behind her as she moved, a glowing streak beside him. They leapt together onto a rising pillar, sprinting across it, running side by side. Aura and power radiated from them both. Wolfram compressed all the metal into a single massive cube, its sheer size blotting out the sky. To overcome the crisis in front of you, All Might reeled his fist back. By giving everything you've got. Izuku charged her gauntlet, her aura blazing. And save people. All Might's eyes hardened. No matter the cost. Izuku growled. That's what makes someone. All Might's voice thundered. A hero. Izuku finished. I'll bring down this entire tower. Wolfram screamed, hurling the cube. Double Detroit. Air pressure swirled around their fists as the two shouted together. Smash. Their combined fists struck the cube. The shockwave lit up the tower, ripping the sky with light and wind. Wolfram pushed back with everything, veins bulging, but cracks spidered across the cube. All Might's costume tore at the seams, while Izuku's helmet finally shattered completely, revealing her fur, ears, and glowing eyes. RRRAAHHHHH. They screamed in unison. CRAAACK. The cube shattered into billions of fragments, blown apart by their combined strength. Below, David stirred awake, his blurred vision locking onto the two figures standing against the storm. Ms. Lucario, Uraraka cried. Stop him, All Might. Momo and Jiro shouted. Go, Lucario. Iida, Kirishima, and Mineta cheered. Destroy this bastard. Bakugo and Todoroki yelled together. Izuku poured every last drop of aura into the gauntlet, its glow almost blinding. Let's go, she whispered. Beyond. All Might roared. Plus Ultra. Side by side, their fists drove forward. Wolfram tried to wrap himself in armor, but the combined blow pierced straight through. The gauntlet shattered, Izuku's knuckles bleeding, but she kept pushing, until their fists buried deep into Wolfram's gut. The shockwave rattled the entire tower. The monstrous metal structure collapsed like dust in the wind. Silence fell. David blinked, his vision clearing. In front of him, Izuku stood, fist raised, smiling through blood and exhaustion, the exact same pose she had struck years ago when she saved him the first time. They did it, Iida whispered. They stopped him. They beat the villain and saved our lives. Mineta yelled, sparking cheers from everyone. Melissa sprinted across the rubble. Ms. Lucario. Melissa. Izuku coughed, staggering but upright. I'm so glad you're alive. She cried, hugging her. With All Might and David. Dave. All Might called, kneeling beside his old friend. David's eyes opened slowly, meeting the battered hero barely holding his form together. All Might, I came to save you, my friend. All Might's voice shook. Thank you, Papa, Melissa called, scrambling over rubble with Izuku beside her. All Might smiled faintly. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Melissa, and young Lucario. With Izuku and Melissa, he's okay. I can't believe it. I'm so grateful. Thanks to you guys, you saved the island. Melissa's voice trembled, wiping away tears. Izuku chuckled weakly. I can't deny I only made it this far because of your full gauntlet. Thank you, Melissa, but sorry about breaking it. She scratched her ear sheepishly. Melissa laughed through tears. Don't worry about it, Ms. Lucario. Melissa. Uraraka shouted from below, the group waving. Izuku grimaced. My helmet's gone. This is gonna be awkward. Melissa smirked. Yeah. Not every day people see the famous vigilante unmasked. With All Might and David. I've heard most of what happened from Melissa, All Might said, tying cloth over David's wound. It's true. I was terrified you'd lose your light. Terrified peace itself would fade with you. David's voice was weak but steady. My ideas, that device, they were just ways to keep things the same. To stop change. Even though the future was standing right in front of me, I couldn't see it. His eyes softened, glancing toward Izuku. Melissa, she wanted to be my successor, didn't she? And you have the infamous Lucario fighting by your side. She'll take your place one day too, won't she? All Might looked at Izuku, then back. She has the greatest potential I've ever seen. She could surpass me, David. David smiled faintly. I can see it too, Toshi. Hope. A light like yours. That girl has the heart of a hero. The battle was over. The island saved. But for Izuku, exhaustion hit the moment she stepped back into the familiar walls of the warehouse. Mei was waiting for her the second she came in, eyes wide, hands already reaching. Don't you dare move until I check every single wound, got it? Mei barked, dragging Izuku to the workbench. Izuku tried to laugh, but it came out more like a groan. Her armor was cracked, her fur showing through, and the remains of her broken helmet hung loosely in her hand. You really went all out, Mei muttered, hands glowing faintly with her tools as she adjusted wires and scanning lenses. I swear, one of these days you're going to come back with no head left to fix. Izuku tilted her head, eyes tired but mischievous. I trust you. You always fix me, Mei. That was all the warning Mei got before Izuku suddenly scooped her up, carrying her bridal style over to the bed in the corner. Wait. I said you're the one who needs rest. Mei squeaked, flailing. Nope, Izuku murmured, flopping down with Mei still in her arms. She buried her face against Mei's shoulder, snuggling so close Mei could feel the warmth of her fur through her jumpsuit. You don't leave my sight tonight. Doctor's orders. Mei's cheeks burned crimson. That's not how this works. You're supposed to stay still while I repair your armor and, hey. Quit kissing me. But Izuku ignored her protests, peppering her with soft, playful kisses along her cheek, her forehead, even the tip of her nose. Mei laughed despite herself, squirming. Why, you're impossible. Absolutely impossible. Maybe, Izuku whispered, eyes glowing faintly in the dim warehouse light, but you're stuck with me anyway. Mei sighed, finally giving in, wrapping her arms around the battered vigilante. Fine, but tomorrow I'm making you a helmet so strong even you can't break it. Izuku grinned, snuggling deeper against her. I'll probably break it anyway. Mei groaned. Why'd I even love you? Because I'm adorable, Izuku said without hesitation, punctuating it with another kiss, making Mei burst out laughing again. For the first time since the battle, the warehouse filled with warmth instead of worry. The morning sun filtered through the tall windows of Class 1A. The air was thick with unease. The students whispered among themselves, their voices low but restless. The past few days had been quiet, too quiet, without their combat instructor. Where do you think she's been? Kaminari asked, leaning back in his chair nervously. Jiro tapped her headphone jack against her desk. I don't know, but if you ask me, the room feels heavier, even without her here. Maybe she finally got caught, Mineta muttered, shaking. The pros were bound too. The doors slammed open with a thunderous crash. The conversation died instantly. Izuku walked in, helmet fixed back on, red eyes faintly glowing beneath it, her aura rolled off her like a tidal wave. Every footstep echoed, deliberate, heavy. The class froze. Ms. Lucario, Uraraka whispered, hands clasped tightly. Iida stood, posture straight as ever. You have returned. He stopped mid-sentence, swallowing as Izuku's gaze cut across the room like a blade. She said nothing at first, letting silence and pressure sink into their bones. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. Her presence feels different, heavier than before. Kirishima grinned, though sweat slid down his face. Man, she looks ready to kill. This is gonna be brutal. Bakugo leaned back in his chair with a smirk, unfazed. Took you long enough, nerd. Izuku finally spoke, voice sharp and commanding. You've had your little break while I was gone. That ends now. A shiver rippled through the class. Your final exams are coming. I don't care if you crawl, if you bleed, or if you beg to stop. You will push past your limits. Starting today. The silence cracked as Mineta squeaked. Starting today. But we're not ready. Izuku turned her head slightly, and that was enough to shut him up. She strode to the center of the room and snapped her fingers. 2 large support bots rolled in, carrying stacks of heavy iron weights and training belts. The thud of 135-pound plates hitting the ground made several students flinch. These, she said, pointing, are your new best friends. Each of you will wear a set of weighted bands that drag you down with 135 pounds. You will eat with them, run with them, breathe with them, until you no longer notice their weight. What? Kaminari yelped. We'll die. You'll get stronger, Izuku corrected coldly. Iida's eyes widened behind his glasses. That's nearly impossible for long durations. Izuku's aura pulsed. Impossible is the excuse of cowards. Heroes don't get excuses. Kirishima stepped forward, fists clenched, grin widening. Sounds hardcore. Let's do it. Good, Izuku said, because I'm not finished. She pointed to the empty sparring ring at the far side of the room. Mock battles. 2 on 2, 3 on 3. I'll choose the teams. Your weights stay on. And if I see any of you holding back. She let her sentence hang in the air, her voice dipped into a growl. I'll step in myself. You don't want that. A nervous sweat broke out across the class. Momo raised her hand, trying to keep her composure. Instructor Lucario, with respect, isn't this excessive? Izuku tilted her head, the broken half of her helmet shifting slightly. Excessive. Tell me, Yaoyorozu, do villains fight fair? Do they fight you when you're ready and comfortable? No, they'll crush you when you're weak, when you're tired, when you think you're safe. I'd rather break you now than have you broken in the field. The weight of her words silenced the class. Izuku clapped her hands once, the sound sharp. Strap in. Now. Reluctantly, the students buckled the belts and locked in the weighted plates. The moment the extra weight dropped onto their shoulders and legs, several of them buckled. Ah! What the hell is this? Mina groaned, falling to one knee. It's so heavy. Jiro hissed, already sweating. Iida forced himself upright, his engines sparking weakly. We can endure this. Bakugo stood easily, lips curling into a grin. Ha! Finally, something that's actually worth training with. Todoroki staggered slightly at first, then steadied himself with calm, practiced breathing. Not impossible, just difficult. Izuku crossed her arms, watching them struggle with no hint of sympathy. Good. Let the weight drag you down. Feel every step burn, because when it comes off, you'll move like lightning. The students looked to each other, grimacing but determined. Then she pointed at the sparring ring. Bakugo, Uraraka, you're first. Against Todoroki and Kirishima. Bakugo's grin widened savagely. Finally, Uraraka paled. Wait, what? Against those two? Izuku's response was cold, final. You'll fight whoever I tell you. Get in the ring. The four stepped into the circle, weights clanking with every move. Begin, Izuku ordered, no countdown, no warning. Bakugo blasted forward immediately, the weight dragging his explosions lower to the ground. Kirishima braced, hardening his arms to take the strike, sparks flying as the impact rattled the room. Uraraka floated nearby, trying to time her support. Todoroki raised a wall of ice but nearly buckled under the weight strapped to his legs. The clash was loud, brutal, and unrelenting. The class watched in stunned silence, realizing quickly that their instructor wasn't exaggerating, this was going to break them down. Izuku's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and unyielding. Stop thinking like students. Start thinking like heroes. This is only the beginning. The four in the ring pushed harder, the weights forcing every movement to be deliberate, every breath to burn. Bakugo shouted curses. Kirishima laughed through gritted teeth. Uraraka's determination sharpened, and Todoroki's calm was pushed to its limit. The rest of the class shifted nervously, knowing their turn was coming. Izuku stood at the center, helmet cracked, aura flaring like fire. To them, she looked less like an instructor and more like a storm given form. Her words from earlier echoed in their minds. You will thank me later, if you survive. And none of them doubted she meant it. For the next 4 days, UA became a battlefield of exhaustion. Every member of Class 1A was strapped into heavy training weights, thick iron bands that locked around their wrists, ankles, and even across their torso. The rule was absolute. The weights never came off. Not during classes, not during meals, not even on the way home. Principal Nezu had secured parental approval through ironclad agreements, and while some parents were reluctant, every signature came through in the end. The world was too dangerous now to allow softness. The first day was pure chaos. Students groaned, tripped, and dragged their bodies through the hallways. The normally confident Bakugo snarled and cursed at the drag of 135 pounds, while even Todoroki grimaced when forced to balance both ice and fire while weighted down. But no one struggled more with the shock of adjustment than the class themselves, when they realized Gale's requirements were on another level. Gale's weight. While the others staggered under 135 pounds, Gale's quirk-enhanced strength demanded far more. His harness gleamed with polished plates. 250 pounds clamped across his tall, pale frame. Holy crap! Mina gawked as he calmly walked into the training yard, the ground crunching under each step. You're carrying, like, 2 Kirishimas on your back. Kirishima rubbed the back of his neck, impressed. Manly. Jiro muttered under her breath, earbuds twitching. Seriously, how did we forget this guy existed in class until now? He's 6 feet tall and looks like he belongs in a gothic novel. Because he's creepy, Bakugo snapped, sparks popping from his hands. A pale bloodsucker that doesn't know how to make noise. TCH. But Gale just gave him a calm smile. If that's what helps you accept me, I don't mind, Bakugo. Call me whatever you need. Izuku's entrance. The yard fell quiet when the sound of boots hit the stone. Ms. Lucario, helmet back in place, aura faintly humming around her body, strode forward. The students straightened, though their bodies shook from the weights. Her presence always pressed on them like a second gravity, something heavier than the iron clamped on their limbs. This is your reality now, Izuku's voice rang from behind the helmet. Every step, every breath, every thought should be sharper than before. You think the world will go easy on you. You think villains will wait until you're rested and ready. She tilted her head, red eyes glinting beneath the visor. No. So you'll drag yourselves through hell now, so you survive later. Her words carried like a blade across their nerves. Daily training, morning, mock battles, partner versus partner, slugging it out while the weights dragged them to the dirt. Afternoon, obstacle courses across UA's grounds. Hurdles, walls, mud pits, nothing modified for their handicap. Evening, endless lifts, barbells stacked to 135 pounds for the class. 250 for Gale, forced up and down until muscles screamed. By the end of day 2, Uraraka could barely lift her arms. Kaminari swore his bones were cracking. Mineta sobbed openly until Momo dragged him back to his feet. But Gale, despite the sweat rolling down his pale skin, his movements were steady, patient. His regeneration kept him from breaking, but Izuku still pushed him harder than the rest. You're not normal, Gale, she told him coldly on day 3. So you won't get normal treatment. You'll work twice as hard to justify the gift you carry. Yes, Ms. Lucario. His tone wasn't defiant, just calm, loyal, accepting. The 4th day. By the 4th day, the class no longer shuffled like chained prisoners. They marched, spines straight, weights dragging behind like banners of discipline. Even Bakugo, though cursing every second, couldn't hide the sharpness in his movements. Todoroki's ice walls were sturdier. Jiro's hearing had sharpened through constant strain. And Gale, when he raised his barbell, 250 pounds balanced effortlessly in his grip, his red eyes glowed faintly under the sun. Not savage, not monstrous, just calm and determined. Mina whispered to Siro, okay, I take it back. He's not creepy. He's, like, insanely cool. Izuku stood at the front, arms crossed, watching her class with silent pride beneath the helmet. She wouldn't say it aloud, but every drop of sweat, every groan of pain, every ounce of defiance turned into effort, was proof. They were growing, and soon, they'd need it. The hum of fluorescent lights filled Nezu's office. Papers were stacked neatly across his desk, though a large section was reserved for one file in particular. On the cover, stamped in bold letters, Lucario. The door opened with a sharp knock. In walked Detective Tsukauchi, his trench coat swaying, with 2 uniformed officers trailing behind. He set his cap down, expression neutral, but his eyes betrayed fatigue. Another week, Nezu chirped, paws folded. Another report. The question of legality. Tsukauchi sat, pulling a thin folder from his briefcase. Let's not pretend, Nezu. She's still a vigilante. Yes, she's teaching here. Yes, she's helped in life or death situations, but by law. He let the silence finish the sentence. One of the younger officers muttered, "She should have been arrested months ago." Nezu's whiskers twitched, but his voice remained calm. And yet, arresting her would have cost more lives than it saved. You've seen the reports, Detective. Wolfram's defeat, the rescue at Island, her involvement in containing street-level villains. Even All Might himself recognizes her worth. Doesn't change the fact she's breaking the law, the officer pressed. Nor does it change the fact that she's saved more people than half the pro-hero roster combined, Nezu countered, sharp as a scalpel. Tsukauchi's dilemma. Tsukauchi exhaled, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Look, I know. Personally, I know she's trying. I know she's not the kind of vigilante who kills or terrorizes. But the higher-ups want updates. Weekly. They're waiting for her to slip. And has she? Nezu tilted his head. No, Tsukauchi admitted. Not once. Every report is spotless. No casualties, no unnecessary violence. She avoids media exposure when possible. Hell, some of my men admit she's more disciplined than the average licensed hero. The room fell silent. The officers shifted uneasily. The weights of trust. Nezu broke the silence with a faint smile. Tell me, Detective, do you believe she should be punished? Tsukauchi hesitated. The law says yes. His tone softened. My gut says no. Nezu's eyes gleamed. Then let us both hope the law learns to see beyond ink and paper. Heroes are not always written into existence. Sometimes, they carve their way into the world, weights and scars included. The closing note. Tsukauchi shut the folder with finality. Fine. My report will state the same as always. Lucario remains active but shows no threat to civilians. Vigilante activity continues to trend toward heroic outcomes. But Nezu, his eyes hardened. If she ever crosses the line, if blood's on her hands, I can't protect her. Nezu nodded, unbothered. Neither can I, but I believe she won't. The officers filed out, leaving Nezu alone. He glanced at the folder once more before closing it with his paw. Sleep well, Lucario. You'll need your strength. The world hasn't decided yet if you're its outlaw, or its greatest hope. The morning sun filtered into the UA training grounds, a tense silence hanging in the air as Class 1A stood in a straight line. Their muscles ached from 4 relentless days of dragging extra weights through every class, every hallway, even their own homes. Not one of them had escaped it. Izuku stood in front of them, arms crossed, her Anubis-like helmet gleaming faintly. Even now, after days of brutal training, the very sight of her was enough to make the class straighten their backs. Her voice cut through the quiet like a blade. Today, she said, you're free to take them off. For a moment, no one moved. The students blinked, exchanging glances, unsure if they had heard her correctly. Then, one by one, they began unclasping the weighted belts, arm cuffs, and ankle locks. With a dull thud, dozens of pounds hit the ground at once. And then the gasps began. My legs, Kaminari stammered, stomping his foot experimentally. They feel light. Zero threw a few punches into the air, his eyes wide. No way. I feel faster. Suyu crouched, leaping lightly into the air and sticking to a nearby wall. Ribbit. My body feels stronger. Even Todoroki flexed his arms slightly, expression flickering for the briefest moment in acknowledgement of the change. But the loudest reaction came from Gale. With a heavy crash, the 250-pound weights he had been carrying slammed onto the concrete. The pale, tall boy rolled his shoulders, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Finally, he said calmly, his deep voice steady. Feels like I've been dragging a mountain. Now I can actually move again. His crimson eyes glinted as he clenched a fist, the air shifting slightly with the sheer pressure of his grip. The rest of the class glanced at him nervously. Most had only just adapted to their own 135 pounds. Gale's endurance was something else entirely. Izuku let the chatter rise for a moment before slamming her heel against the ground, sending a faint boom across the field. Everyone froze. Yes, she said, voice cold but proud. You're lighter, stronger, faster. But don't get arrogant. She lifted her clawed hand and pointed it directly at them. What you feel now, that's only the beginning. Her red eyes glowed faintly from behind the helmet's shadow. Right now, you're maybe 10% of my strength. The class went silent. 10%. Mina yelped. After all that torture. Bakugo scowled but said nothing, though the vein throbbing in his forehead betrayed his frustration. Todoroki narrowed his eyes, analyzing her words with quiet seriousness. Gale, however, simply nodded, expression calm. Then that means there's still room to grow. That's fine by me. Izuku let his words hang in the air before she turned, cape swaying. You'll need every ounce of it for what's coming next. The final exam won't be easy. If you want to pass, you'll need to push past every limit you think you have. She started walking toward the gates of the training field, the echo of her boots sending shivers down the students' spines. Rest well, Class 1A, she said without looking back. Because starting today, the real test begins. The class stood frozen, the weight of her words settling heavier than any training gear had. The class of 1A stood lined up in front of a massive training facility. Their breaths fogged faintly in the morning air, tension thick as they stared at the row of pro heroes waiting for them. Eraserhead, Midnight, Present Mike, Power Loader, Ectoplasm, 13, Smintos, and Snipe. Aizawa's deadpan voice broke the silence. All right, I'm sure most of you gathered information about the final exam. Yeah, that's right, Kaminari said, grinning wide. We're fighting those big old robots. S'mores and fireworks, here we come. Mina cheered, bouncing excitedly. But then Aizawa's scarf shifted. Something small moved inside, before Nezu popped his head out, smiling with unsettling cheer. Actually, Nezu's voice was far too delighted. This year's tests will be completely different, for various reasons. The color drained from Kaminari and Mina's faces. Principal Nezu, Jiro, Shiro, and Ojiro said in unison. You're changing things, Yaoyorozu asked cautiously. Correct, Nezu beamed, holding his paws behind his back. The exams now have a new focus. There will be hero work, of course. But also teamwork, and combat against actual people. His eyes twinkled. So what does that mean for you? You students will be working together in pairs, and your opponents will be none other than our esteemed UA teachers. Isn't that fabulous? The silence was deafening. We're fighting the teachers? Uraraka finally asked, voice small. Even Gale, usually calm and collected, stiffened at the news, crimson eyes narrowing with rare unease. Additionally, Nezu continued with a sly grin, your partners and opponents have already been decided. They were selected by Lucario's discretion, based on fighting style, grades, and interpersonal relationships. He motioned to Aizawa. First match. Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, against me. Aizawa tugged at his scarf, eyes already narrowing like he was ready to fight them on the spot. The students gulped. Next, Gale will be paired with Bakugo. The vampire quirk user glanced at Bakugo, the two locking eyes. Neither said a word, but the tension between them was thick, electricity practically crackling in the air. And their opponent will be. Thunk. A glowing bone staff slammed into the ground, vibrating with raw aura. Every head snapped toward it as two figures dropped from the sky. One landed with flawless precision atop the staff, cape fluttering like a shadowy banner. The other crashed down beside her, heavier but just as imposing. Lucario crouched at the tip of the staff like a predator, red eyes glowing behind her helmet slits. All Might straightened beside her, arms crossed, his presence radiating overwhelming power. We are here to fight. All Might bellowed. Choose wisely. Izuku's distorted voice echoed through her helmet, her stance sharp and dangerous. The students froze in shock. We have to choose between All Might and Lucario. Bakugo and Gale said at the same time, voices shaken despite themselves. Lucario smirked, crimson eyes glinting. All Might smiled confidently at her side. The ground itself seemed to tremble under the weight of what awaited them. Cliffhanger. The night sky cover in stars, lights dime for the night, no villain awake. But a song plays in a warehouse in the outskirts of the city, the sound is a soft piano. As two silhouettes stand on the roof, a voice broke out softly, a blue-furred, red-eyed girl. Every inch the fire gets closer. It's in my blood, it's never over. Like a twisted tangled rope, can't let go. I feel my flesh, it's getting weaker. Every breath takes me deeper. It's not hard to lose control, no. I try to run but there's no hope. Temptation, I can't escape you. Desire, you're my forbidden fruit, forbidden fruit, as she holds out her hand. Another voice can be heard, a pink-haired girl with dreadlocks. I've had a taste, there's nothing sweeter. On my lips I've kissed the reaper. Is it worth losing my soul? No. We dance inside a burning room. There's no way out, there's no way through. I've reached the end of every road. As the girl takes the other's furry hand, they both start singing as they slow down dance. It's so much stronger than you know. Temptation, I can't escape you, escape you. Desire, you're my forbidden fruit, forbidden fruit. They start spinning holding each other's hand. Oh, you're my downfall, downfall. Downfall, oh, temptation, I can't escape you, escape you. Desire, you're my forbidden fruit, forbidden fruit. Their voice feel like they cut the skies, as they pull together, the faces inches from each other before putting their lips together in a tender kiss. The stars shine above them. The air was heavy, like storm clouds pressing down on the courtyard. Class 1A stood in stunned silence as two legends stood before them. On one side, the symbol of peace himself, All Might, his cape billowing dramatically as if it had its own fan crew. On the other, Lucario, helmet gleaming with its new, indestructible shine, aura crackling faintly around her like blue fire. Bakugo and Gale stood frozen, beads of sweat trickling down their temples. Even for someone as calm as Gale, the tension was unbearable. We're dead, Bakugo muttered, voice caught somewhere between a growl and a whimper. No, we just need to make the smart choice, Gale said, trying to keep his cool, though his pale face betrayed him. His vampire quirk made him naturally composed, but even he wasn't ready to fight a vigilante who once nearly broke Bakugo's ribs in training without even trying. Lucario tilted her head, glowing red eyes narrowing through the visor. Well, choose. Bakugo grit his teeth. His instinct screamed at him not to pick her. Not unless he wanted to get punted through 6 walls. TCH, we'll take, he snarled. All Might, Gale finished, his voice firmer, though he sounded like he was making his last will and testament. The rest of Class 1A gasped. Lucario and All Might froze, before looking at each other. And then, PFF'd. All Might cracked a grin. Lucario let out a sharp chuckle. Oh, you poor idiots. Nezu popped up from Aizawa's scarf like a demon-possessed stuffed animal. Actually, by choosing All Might, you've chosen to fight Lucario. The silence was deafening. What? Bakugo and Gale shouted in unison. Bakugo's face drained of blood so fast he looked paler than Gale. You've gotta be f***ing kidding me. Even Gale, calm and composed Gale, muttered, well, that's unfortunate. Lucario stepped off her bone staff and landed with a thud that cracked the ground beneath her. Aura rippled outward in a shockwave, and both boys stumbled back. Don't be shy now, she said, voice dangerously sweet. Show me what you've got. This is BULLSH. Bakugo yelled, pointing at Nezu. You set us up, you evil, fluffy rat. Nezu clasped his paws together innocently. Why thank you. The rest of the class burst out laughing, Kaminari nearly falling to the ground clutching his stomach. Mina wheezed, oh my god, their faces. While Jiro muttered, I've never seen Bakugo look this terrified. Ever. Lucario's aura flared brighter, blue flames licking around her fists. You boys made your choice. Now deal with it. Bakugo turned on Gale immediately. This is your fault, vampire boy. You just had to open your damn mouth. You were about to say it anyway, Gale said, deadpan. Besides, you looked like you were about to faint. I don't faint, you freaking bloodsucker. Lucario cracked her knuckles, aura rumbling like a storm. Are you two done arguing, or should I get some popcorn first? Both boys froze. Slowly, in perfect unison, they turned back to her. She was smirking. They could feel it through the helmet. Oh no, Gale whispered. Oh yes, Lucario said, stepping forward. Training starts now. The class roared with laughter as Bakugo and Gale went pale again, realizing they had just signed their death certificates with their own mouths. The security room was tense. The grainy monitors showed fight after fight, some ending in triumph, most in disaster. Bakugo sat with his arms crossed, scowling at the screen. Gale sat beside him, quiet, but his pale features looked almost mournful. Around them, A few of their classmates who had already finished their exams shifted nervously, whispering among themselves. On screen, Sato and Kirishima were swallowed by Smintosa's overwhelming walls of concrete, their last desperate shouts echoing before the camera cut to black. Damn, Gale muttered. They didn't even last 5 minutes, Bakugo added, though his voice was less angry and more unsettled. Next came Mina and Kaminari. They'd charged in full of energy, only to get obliterated by Nezu's genius-level strategy without him laying a single paw on them. They were now curled up in the exam arena, sobbing in defeat while Nezu sipped tea on a monitor like nothing happened. Jiro pinched the bridge of her nose. They didn't even know what hit them. Bakugo grimaced. That rat bastard is worse than Lucario. Don't say that too loud, Gale said calmly. She might hear you. **T, you're right, Bakugo muttered, lowering his voice immediately. The next monitor showed Ciro's fight. For a moment, it looked like he might actually make it, swinging with precision, covering ground, thinking tactically. But one slip was all it took, and Midnight's quirk caught him. He collapsed to the ground, knocked out cold, and the buzzer signaled his failure. The entire room fell silent. One by one, the others failed or scraped by with luck. But as the names dwindled, Bakugo and Gale could feel the inevitable creeping closer. Bakugo's hands twitched. He never prayed. Never. Not once in his entire damn life. But right now, he clasped his hands together tightly and whispered under his breath. God, if you're real, don't let her kill me. Gale blinked. Are you praying? Bakugo glared, face red. Shut up, vampire boy. I'm not trying to die to a dog girl with red eyes. You just described her exactly. If she hears you, you will die. Bakugo froze, stiff as a board. Oh, **T. For the first time ever, Gale actually bowed his head. His voice was quiet, reverent, and utterly serious. Divine protection. If you exist, I'd like to request it as well. Everyone stared at him. Are you serious, Gale? Mina asked weakly. Yes, he replied without hesitation. Immortal or not, I do not wish to experience what she will do to us. On the screen, another team failed spectacularly. Bakugo and Gale looked at each other. Their fates were sealed. God help us, they both muttered in unison. The air in the observation room was tense. Every student in Class 1A crowded around the massive screen that showed the live feed of Bakugo Katsuki and Gale Might stepping into the test grounds. Recovery Girl sat in her chair with her cane, sighing as if already predicting her future migraine. Nezu perched in his seat, tail twitching with delight as he sipped tea, the perfect picture of mischief. On screen, the two boys squared their shoulders. And then Lucario appeared. Izuku stood at the far end of the ruined cityscape, her newly reforged helmet gleaming in the artificial light. The black and gold Anubis design framed her red eyes, which cut through the camera feed like a predator spotting prey. Aura leaked off her body in visible waves, blue and black energy swirling so thick it warped the air around her. Why, you've gotta be kidding me, Kaminari whispered, pale. She looks like the final boss of a video game. She is the final boss, Jiro muttered. On the screen, Bakugo cursed under his breath. TCH. Of course it's her. This damn trick test. Gale exhaled slowly, his calm cracking just a bit as his fangs showed. I'm not sure even I can regenerate through this one. Don't talk like we're already dead. Bakugo barked, palms sparking. We're not losing, got it? From the observation room, Momo rubbed her arms. Do you hear them? They don't even sound confident. They shouldn't be, Aizawa said flatly, standing off to the side. His scarf twitched around his shoulders as he glared at the screen. Lucario was told to hold back just enough to keep them alive. Nezu wants them broken. Nezu chuckled into his teacup. Correction. I want them educated. A broken spirit can be reforged into something stronger. They'll thank me later. The camera zoomed in. Lucario raised one clawed hand and beckoned. Come, boys, her voice echoed, cold and mocking. Show me how badly you want to win. Round 1. The first lesson. They didn't even have time to strategize. The second Bakugo fired his first blast, Izuku blurred. Where? Bakugo spun, but too late. Her fist slammed into his gut like a freight train. Boom. The explosion of impact threw him through a stone wall, dust flying. Gale barely managed to intercept the follow-up strike meant to bury Bakugo, his vampiric strength catching her claw mid-swing. For a moment, his calm expression returned. "You'll have to try harder." She twisted. Ugh. Gale was smashed into the ground, stone cracking like glass beneath him. The class watching gasped. Uraraka covered her mouth. "She's not even serious yet, is she?" "Not at all," Aizawa said. "This is warm-up speed." Back in the arena, Bakugo dragged himself out of rubble coughing. Damn it. He wiped blood from his lip, then blasted forward, using the recoil to rocket himself at Lucario's side. Die. She didn't even look at him. Her tail whipped sideways. Crack. Gah. Bakugo crashed through another wall, his body bouncing across the street like a ragdoll. Lucario dusted her claws. Lesson 1. Raw power without precision makes you predictable. She turned her glowing red eyes toward Gale, who was climbing out of the crater. His regeneration already worked, torn muscle stitching itself, but sweat dripped down his forehead. "You heal quickly," she said, aura sparking brighter. "But that only means I can hit harder." Round 2. Desperation. For the next 10 minutes, it wasn't even a fight. It was a hunt. Lucario stalked them through the city block, sending them flying through walls, slamming them into the pavement, forcing them to scramble just to stay alive. Gale tried tanking her blows, only to be launched sky-high and slammed back down hard enough to crack bone. His healing worked, but each time slower. Bakugo tried using smoke cover with explosions, but her aura sense saw through it instantly, her claws wrapping around his ankle and swinging him through 3 concrete pillars. Every second they spent moving toward the exit gate, Lucario shoved them back twice as far. From the monitors, the class grew paler with each brutal impact. "They're not even fighting back anymore," Hiroshima whispered. "They can't," Todoroki muttered, fists tight. "She's not giving them a chance." On screen, Bakugo spat blood, barely standing. "Screw you, mutt." Lucario tilted her head, aura flaring. "Still have fight in you. Good. Lesson 2. Never show weakness to an enemy." She vanished. What? Her claw buried into Bakugo's ribs, the shockwave blasting Gale backward. Bakugo's scream echoed as he flew through a steel support beam. "Bakugo!" Gale lunged, fury in his red eyes. He transformed into a bat mid-air, streaking past debris before reforming in front of her with a massive punch. Boom! The impact actually made her skid back half a step. Everyone watching gasped. He landed a hit, Mineta squeaked, but Lucario only smirked. Finally, her aura detonated. Whoom! A wave of force blew Gale straight into the pavement, leaving him coughing up blood. She crouched low, ears flat, eyes blazing. Better, but too slow. Round 3. The Hell Gauntlet. They were beyond exhausted now, both limping, both bleeding. And still Lucario pressed them. Every corner they turned, she was there. Every wall they tried to hide behind, she broke through. Every desperate attack was swatted aside like a child's toy. The observation room was silent except for Recovery Girl muttering, "I'm going to need hazard pay." "Look at them," Jiro whispered, clutching her headphones. "They're going to die at this rate." But Nezu only sipped his tea, eyes glinting. "Not die, learn." On screen, Lucario slammed Gale into Bakugo, both of them crashing into the dirt. She stalked toward them, aura pulsing like a storm. Lesson 3. Her voice was calm, almost gentle. "If you want to live." She grabbed them both by the neck and hurled them through 3 more walls, dust exploding around their bodies. "Then fight like you're already dead." Bakugo groaned, barely pushing himself up, coughing blood into the dirt. Gale dragged himself upright, his body still mending. For the first time, both boys looked at each other, faces pale, fear in their eyes. Bakugo. Gale rasped. "If we die here, just know, you were the loudest friend I ever had." "Shut up, you damn Dracula," Bakugo spat, grinning weakly. "If we're going down, we're taking her with us." Both screamed, charging one last time. And Lucario met them head-on, claws glowing bright blue with aura. The finish line. The final exchange shook the whole arena. Bakugo fired his biggest explosion yet, propelling Gale forward like a living missile. Gale's fist struck out, fangs bared, his strength multiplied by desperation. And Lucario caught both strikes in her palms. The shockwave leveled buildings, dust billowing skyward. For a second, it looked like they might have done it. Then Izuku squeezed. "Not bad," she said softly. "You've both earned survival." And with that, she threw them. Bakugo and Gale went flying, tumbling across the broken street, landing directly at the finish gate's edge. The buzzer blared. Clear. The observation room erupted with gasps. They passed," Uraraka said, eyes wide. But Hiroshima gawked at the screams. "They didn't even win." "They weren't supposed to," Aizawa interrupted. "They were supposed to survive. That's their victory." Recovery Girl groaned, standing up. "Victory, my foot. Their bones are powder. I told you I needed a raise." On the screen, Bakugo and Gale lay side by side, coughing and wheezing, eyes staring up at the artificial sky. "We lived," Gale whispered. "Yeah," Bakugo coughed, smirking through blood. "Barely." Lucario's silhouette loomed over them, red eyes glowing through the dust. She crouched, tilting her head. "Lesson 4, she said quietly. "You survived. But survival alone isn't enough. Remember this pain, and become stronger." Then she stood and walked away, aura fading. The camera lingered on Bakugo and Gale, broken but breathing. "Did we live a good life?" Gale muttered, voice faint. "Shut up," Bakugo groaned. "We're alive, that's good enough." The feed cut out. Aftermath. The security room was dead silent. Class 1A stared at the blank screen, pale and shaking. Finally, Kaminari whimpered, "I'm never talking back to her again." Seconded, Mina squeaked. Thirded, Mineta said, practically in tears. Aizawa crossed his arms, expression unreadable. "That's the gap between you and her. Remember it." Nezu chuckled. "Ah, wasn't that marvelous? I do so enjoy a good test. Educational and entertaining." Recovery Girl smacked him with her cane. "Pay me more." Nezu only sipped more tea, smiling. Meanwhile, in the arena, paramedics rushed in to haul Bakugo and Gale to the infirmary. Both boys lay on stretchers, side by side, broken, bruised, and groaning. "Still think we're gonna be top heroes," Gale mumbled. "Shut up," Bakugo hissed, but he couldn't hide the small smirk tugging at his lips. The infirmary smelled faintly of antiseptic and bandages. The quiet was broken only by the pained groans of Bakugo and Gale, both strapped to beds with casts and IV drips hooked into their arms. Their faces were pale, their clothes shredded, and their pride equally battered. Recovery Girl bustled around with her cane, glaring like a storm cloud at the third figure in the room, Lucario. Izuku sat on the edge of a stool, helmet removed and resting on the counter, her ears flattened and her tail swishing guiltily. "Izuku Midoriya," Recovery Girl's voice cracked like a whip. "What in heaven's name possessed you to brutalize your classmates like that?" Izuku tried to defend herself, claws fidgeting. Nezu said. "Nezu isn't the one dragging broken bones into my office every other day." Recovery Girl snapped. "You nearly caved in Bakugo's ribs, shattered Gale's femur, and don't think I didn't notice the concussion you gave both of them. They're students, not punching bags." Izuku's ears drooped. "I held back. Recovery Girl smacked her cane against the floor, startling the two boys in their beds. "If that was holding back, I shudder to imagine what full strength would look like. A crater where my infirmary used to be, most likely." Bakugo groaned, cracking an eye open. "Hey, worth it, shut up, you loudmouthed delinquent," Recovery Girl huffed, adjusting his IV. The infirmary doors suddenly hissed open. "Excuse us, we've got a delivery." Mei Hatsume's voice rang like a trumpet, followed closely by Power Loader's deeper tone. Between them, they wheeled in what looked like a futuristic capsule, a sleek, reinforced pod with glowing panels, vaguely resembling a tanning bed but reinforced with more cables and strange emitters. Mei's eyes sparkled as she marched up beside it, wiping grease from her cheek. "Ta-da, introducing the Accelerated Bioelectrical Regeneration Chamber, or ABERC for short, though I like to call it the Healing Capsule Mark I." Power Loader gave her a look but continued. We've been developing it quietly for a while now, but after watching the footage of Bakugo and Gale's match, we realized they'd need more than Recovery Girl's stamina-draining kisses. This machine should drastically cut down recovery time without draining her energy reserves. Recovery Girl blinked, her scowl momentarily replaced by surprise. You built this for my office? Yep. Mei grinned ear to ear. It uses controlled pulses of electricity and synthetic aura infusion to stimulate the body's natural healing. Kinda like if you combined your quirk with a battery and Izuku's aura. Izuku blinked, tilting her head. Wait, you modeled it after my aura field. Of course, Mei said proudly. Your living proof aura can heal in the right conditions. I just made it mechanical. Bakugo groaned from his bed. Oi! Stop nerding out. Put me in that thing before I bleed out. Gale chuckled weakly, despite the pain. I think I second that. Mei and Power Loader exchanged a nod and began prepping the capsule, its panels hissing open to reveal a padded interior glowing faintly blue. Recovery Girl sighed, rubbing her temples. Fine, but if this thing blows up my office, I'll make you both test dummies for the next prototype. Deal, Mei chirped, already pushing Bakugo's bed toward it. Izuku, still sitting in her chair, couldn't help but smirk under her guilty expression. The sight of her classmates bruised and battered was sobering, but seeing Mei's determination, and Power Loader's support, reminded her why she fought so hard in the first place. For the first time since the exam started, the room felt a little lighter. The day after the final exams, Class 1A was finally allowed to breathe. No surprise drills, no weights dragging them into the ground, no teachers threatening to break their bones. Just silence, sunlight, and the faint smell of chlorine. The class had begged Aizawa for a reprieve, and in his usual half-hearted tone he granted them the school pool for the day. Of course, he muttered something about, use it for training, or else. But everyone knew what this was really about. Whispers spread quickly among the students as they slipped into swimsuits. This is it, Kaminari whispered, trying to keep his voice down but failing. She said she'd do it here. This is where she'll take it off. You mean the helmet? Jiro asked, raising an eyebrow. Exactly, Mina added, barely containing her excitement. We're finally gonna see what Lucario looks like without the helmet. I bet she's got some wild scar across her face or something. No way. Kirishima shook his head, grinning. She's gotta look tough. Yeah, but scar or not, she's bound to be epic. She is Lucario. Bakugo, freshly healed, scoffed from the side of the pool. You extras need to shut it. It doesn't matter what the hell she looks like. What matters is she kicked our asses and you're still hung up on appearances. Gale stood beside him, arms crossed. He didn't speak often, but even his calm voice carried weight now. Still, there's curiosity. She's trusted us this far. This might be a step further. At that moment, the sliding door creaked open. Lucario walked in, helmet still on, her aura flared gently, demanding silence. All right, I made a deal. You all passed. Well, most of you. She let her eyes flicker toward Kaminari, Mina, Sato, Kirishima, and Shiro, who all wilted under her gaze. But today isn't about failure. It's about moving forward. She raised one clawed hand. Condition stands. Before I take this helmet off, you swim 50 laps. Prove you can push yourselves in the water as hard as you do on land. Groans rose instantly. 50 laps, Shiro cried. That's insane. Mina whined. Man, she's worse than Smintos. Kaminari flailed. Get moving, Lucario said flatly. And like magic, they did. The next half hour was a blur of splashes, gasping lungs, and strained muscles. But eventually, dripping wet and exhausted, Class 1A clambered to the pool edge and collapsed. Lucario finally stepped forward, her hands reached up, claws scraping the reinforced edge of the helmet. She hesitated only a heartbeat before twisting it free. The hiss of the seal echoed. The helmet came off. The class froze. Her head shape was unlike anything they had imagined. Sleek, sharp, undeniably powerful. A long, pointed snout, ears tall and triangular, rising like blades. Her eyes glowed crimson with vertical slit pupils that commanded absolute authority. Black markings swept across her face like a warrior's mask, fierce and regal. 4 black appendages trailed gracefully from the back of her head, swaying like banners in the wind. No scars, no hidden weakness, just power. The pool deck was silent. The sun struck her features, the sheen of water glistening against her armor, and for a moment it was as though a goddess had stepped among them. Holy crap, Kaminari whispered, slack-jawed. She's gorgeous. Momo muttered without thinking. Even Jiro, normally quick with a jab, could only nod faintly. Hiroshima's voice broke the silence. Dude, she looks like an actual deity. Izuku blinked at them, ears twitching, clearly embarrassed under the wave of stares. Are you all just going to sit there gawking, or are you going to keep training? But the damage was done. To Class 1A, Lucario was no longer just their mysterious instructor, no longer just a vigilante or a teacher. In that moment, they saw her for what she truly was, something beyond human. A force of nature, a protector, a goddess in the water. Mall excitement. The next 2 days after the pool session, Class 1A had been buzzing with energy. Summer camp was right around the corner, and now came the fun part, shopping. Yo, I can't believe Lucario, Izu, is actually coming with us. Kaminari said, hands behind his head as the class gathered outside the mall. She's not Lucario anymore, dumbass, she's Izu. Bakugo corrected, voice low but sharp. Still, it's weird seeing her without the helmet. Jiro muttered, stealing a quick glance. She looks so, normal. Almost, normal. Mina gasped. Do you not see how she rocks those shorts and that tie-dye shirt? That's not normal, that's illegal levels of hot. A few of the girls giggled in agreement. Even Kirishima leaned toward Gale, whispering, she looks more like a pro model than a vigilante right now. Gale only smiled faintly. She carries herself like someone who's fought their whole life. Clothes don't hide that. Izuku didn't comment. She only walked with them, sipping her sports drink, red eyes scanning every storefront like she was still on patrol. Shigaraki's approach. The class eventually scattered, some in clothing shops, some hunting snacks, others arguing about games and gadgets. Izuku took the chance to sit down on a bench, popping open a chilled sports drink. She barely had a moment of peace before it happened. A hand, cold, pale, skeletal, slipped around her throat from the side. Just one finger resting lightly against her neck. Enough. Just one more, and she'd crumble to dust. Her heart froze. The figure sat beside her, hood pulled low. Don't move. Don't even breathe too hard. The voice was scratchy, lazy, yet filled with menace. You're not the only one who can end things in an instant. Izuku's instincts screamed attack, but she didn't dare. One wrong move and her life would be over. Shigaraki Tamura tilted his head, scratching his neck with his free hand. So, you're the vigilante that's been making waves. Lucario, right, or should I say, Izu. His chuckle rattled against her ear. What do you want? Izuku asked quietly, her voice steady despite the icy fear crawling up her spine. Shigaraki didn't answer immediately. His red eyes flicked toward the crowd of families and students moving happily through the mall. Then he leaned closer. Tell me something. What makes him so special? Izuku blinked. What? All Might. Shigaraki's grip tightened by a hair, just enough to remind her. What makes that smiling piece of trash so special? Why do people cling to him like he's their savior? Why do people like you look at him like he's a god? Izuku took a slow breath. She could feel her pulse against his finger. It's not about being special. It's about what he gives people. Hope. He walks into a disaster, and everyone, children, parents, heroes, even villains, believe they'll make it out alive. He doesn't just fight, he makes people believe. Shigaraki was silent for a long moment, then scoffed. TCH. That's pathetic. May's arrival. Footsteps approached. May, holding a small bag of parts, tilted her head curiously at the sight of Izu sitting stiffly beside a hooded man. Izu. What's going on? Izuku's hand shot up instantly, shaking her head. Don't. Her red eyes locked on May's, silently pleading. May froze, her smile fading. She didn't understand, but she obeyed. Shigaraki chuckled low, removing his hand at last. He leaned back, stretching as though nothing had happened. Relax, genius girl, we're just having a friendly chat. Old friends catching up. He pushed himself to his feet, hood still covering his face. I'll see you around, Izu. Try not to die before then. And then he was gone, blending into the mall crowd like smoke in the wind. Aftermath. Izuku's claws dug into her throat as if to reassure herself it was still there. Her breath came short and ragged. For once, her aura trembled, her body shaking against her will. Mei rushed to her side. What the hell was that? Who was that guy? Izuku didn't answer right away. Her lips parted, but no words came. Instead, she only muttered softly. For the first time in my life, I couldn't fight back. Her hands wouldn't stop trembling. She had been one finger away from death. Izuku sat on a bench outside the mall, one clawed hand still pressed against her throat. The pressure was gone, but the ghost of that finger lingered. Her hands wouldn't stop trembling. For once in her life, the fighter who had stood against villains, thugs, even Wolfram himself, had felt powerless. Mei crouched in front of her, panic flickering across her face. Izu. What was that? You look like you've seen a ghost. Who the hell was that guy? Izuku didn't answer at first. She just shook her head slowly, ears twitching as though she were still listening for footsteps. Dangerous, she finally whispered. Too dangerous. Mei's worry deepened. She slid her hand over Izuku's clawed one, steadying it. Hey, you're still here. You're still breathing. He didn't win. But Izuku's crimson eyes were far away. Class 1A returns. The rest of Class 1A eventually trickled back from their shopping trips, bags in hand, laughter echoing. Mina was the first to spot them. Hey, there you two are. She stopped short when she saw Izuku slouched forward, Mei hovering protectively beside her. The mood shifted instantly. Kaminari blinked. Whoa, what happened? Did someone try to jump you guys or something? Bakugo's eyes narrowed. He could read Izuku's body language better than most. She wasn't injured, but she was rattled. Really rattled. What the hell happened? I'm fine, Izuku muttered too quickly. No, you're not. Gale stepped closer, his calm voice cutting through. His red eyes studied her pale face, the way her shoulders trembled. Whoever it was, they got close. Izuku's silence said enough. Quiet returned to UA. The bus ride back to UA was eerily quiet. No cheerful chatter, no arguing. The class watched Izuku sitting by the window, sports drink untouched in her lap. Mei didn't leave her side once. When they arrived, Aizawa was waiting. His tired gaze swept over the group, immediately honing in on Izuku. Something happened. Izuku didn't meet his eyes. A villain. That was all she said before walking off. Private moment. Later, in one of the empty training rooms, Mei finally cornered her. Izu. You can't just shut down on me. Who was he? Why did he scare you like that? Izuku leaned against the wall, exhaling shakily. Shigaraki Tamura. The one from the USJ. Mei froze. The name carried weight even with her. He grabbed your throat. Izuku nodded once. One finger. That's all it would have taken. One finger, and I'd have been nothing but dust. I couldn't move, couldn't fight. For the first time, I was helpless. Her claws dug into her palms. I've taken down villains twice my size, I've stood against metal monsters, but him. If he wanted me gone, I'd be gone. Mei's eyes softened. She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Izuku's trembling form. Then don't carry it alone. Let me be scared with you. Let me share it. Izuku hesitated, then sank into the embrace. Closing scene. Out in the hallway, Aizawa and Nezu spoke quietly. She encountered Shigaraki, Aizawa said flatly. Nezu's smile didn't waver, but his paw tightened around his teacup. And she lived, but not without scars. His eyes gleamed. This only confirms what I feared. Shigaraki is moving sooner than expected. They both glanced toward the training room door, where Mei still held Izuku. She's strong, Aizawa muttered. But even she has limits. And when heroes feel fear, Nezu said softly, it means the storm is close. The buses sat lined up just outside UA's gates, the engines humming, waiting to take classes 1A and 1B deep into the mountains for their summer camp. Students bustled about with bags, chatter echoing across the courtyard. Of course, it was only a matter of time before Monoma opened his mouth. He smirked as he strolled up beside Class 1A, arms folded loosely. "So, I heard your little class has been lugging around weights everywhere. What a waste of effort. Probably nothing more than glorified paperweights." A few members of Class 1B sighed and groaned under their breath. They'd already had enough of his antics before camp even started. Vlad King's eyebrow twitched. "Monoma." His tone was sharp, but before the teacher could say more, a shadow fell over Monoma. Izuku stepped forward, her boots striking the pavement with steady, intimidating weight. Her red eyes glowed faintly from behind the Anubis-styled helmet, the air thick with her aura. Without a word, she reached into her duffel, pulled out a pair of spare training weights, and with swift efficiency strapped them onto Monoma's wrists. Thud. The smug grin on his face evaporated the moment the weights hit full effect. His arms plummeted, dragging him flat to the ground with a crash. Dust puffed up around him as he struggled, muscles trembling, veins bulging. He couldn't even budge them an inch. What the hell is this? Monoma wheezed, face red. Izuku crouched down slowly, her glowing eyes boring into his from the shadows of her helmet. The cold glare screamed louder than words. "Deal with it." Her voice was low, sharp as steel. "Carry them. When you can lift them 2 inches off the ground, maybe then you'll have the right to mock my students." The entire courtyard went silent. Class 1B collectively groaned in exasperation, pinching their noses or shaking their heads. Here we go again. They weren't laughing at Monoma. If anything, they were annoyed he'd stirred up trouble before camp even began. Vlad King crossed his arms but didn't intervene. His tone was even, but there was an edge of amusement. "Monoma, you brought this on yourself. You'll carry them until you can manage. Consider it extra training." Monoma's cries of protest echoed across the courtyard, but no one rushed to his aid. Izuku rose back to her full height, shoulders squared, her presence like a shadow over the yard. "Class 1A, she ordered, her voice carrying like a drill sergeant, on the bus. "Now, don't make me throw you in." Without hesitation, 1A obeyed, filing quickly onto the bus, whispers flying as they tried not to laugh too loudly. Bakugo muttered with a sharp grin, "Dumbass got what he deserved." Gale, calm as ever, adjusted his long coat as he passed the struggling Monoma. A valuable lesson: humility weighs heavier than steel. As the engines roared to life, Monoma was still on the ground, dragging himself inch by inch, the spare weights pinning him like anchors. Izuku cast one last glance his way before stepping onto the bus, a silent message that left him frozen in place: "Mock my students again, and you'll carry more than weights." The bus hummed steadily along the mountain road, Class 1A crammed inside and buzzing with energy. For once, there wasn't a teacher sitting in the back to scold them, only the armored figure by the window, helmet hiding her expression but red eyes gleaming faintly from within. Izuku sat with her arms crossed, silent, while the students threw glances her way. She looked unshakable, as always. But to Class 1A, this was their chance. They had her trapped on the bus with them. No fighting, no training, no escape. Just time. And so, the interrogation began. "All right, Lucario," Kaminari started, grinning like a shark. "Besides Wolfram, who's the hardest villain you've fought?" Izuku tilted her head, her silence dragging long enough to make Kaminari sweat, before answering in her calm, almost distant tone. "A teleporter. Nearly impossible to catch by normal means. You swing, they vanish. Every trap fails. Chasing them was like fighting air. Weeks before I pinned him." "Whoa." Mina leaned forward, eyes wide. "Did you win?" "I don't fail," Izuku said simply. The flatness of the answer left no room for argument. That was all it took to get the floodgates open. "Do you ever get scared?" Uraraka asked, hesitant. Izuku's glowing eyes flicked to her. "Fear keeps you alive. I just move through it." "What about injuries?" Siro pressed. "Come on. No one's indestructible." A low chuckle escaped from Izuku. "Bones break. Skin tears. Blood spills. That's the job. You heal, you stand back up, and you keep fighting." Mina piped up again, grinning. "What's your favorite food?" I'm betting something spicy. For the first time, Izuku actually paused before answering. Ramen. Extra broth. Called it. Mina cheered. Kirishima slapped his knee. Man, that's manly. Hold up. Jiro leaned forward, eyebrow raised. How many villains have you actually taken down? Rough number. Izuku shrugged lightly. 500. Give or take. The entire bus went silent. 500. Kaminari and Mina shouted in unison. That's insane. Ojiro muttered. Even Bakugo gave a sharp glance at that, scowling but saying nothing. Then came a question from Sato, quieter than usual. Why do you even keep doing it? You're already risking your life every time. Izuku's head turned slightly, her voice quieter. Because someone has to, and because I can't look away when people suffer. The bus fell into a hush for a moment, until Hagakure broke it with a cheery question. Okay, but, favorite color? Izuku actually chuckled at that. Blue. That tracks, Hagakure giggled. Then Gale finally spoke up from the back, his calm voice cutting through the chatter. Lucario. One question. Who are you married to? Especially at your age. The air froze. Even Kaminari didn't dare laugh. Izuku's helmet turned slowly toward him, red eyes glowing like embers. She let the silence hang until Mina nearly exploded from the tension. Finally, Izuku chuckled. That's bold of you. So, Mina urged, leaning in. Izuku leaned back, chin resting on her armored hand. They're stubborn. Smarter than me in ways I'll never be. Always saving me when I don't want to be saved. That's not an answer. Kaminari groaned, smacking his forehead against the seat. But it's a hint, Jiro said, eyes narrowing. Stubborn, smart, keeps her alive. It's gotta be someone she's always around. Kirishima guessed. Izuku remained silent, and that silence was louder than any answer. Bakugo finally snorted from his seat, muttering just loud enough for her to hear, "Idiots'll never figure it out." Izuku's lips twitched faintly beneath the helmet, but she didn't deny it. The bus rolled on, the class buzzing with theories, arguments, and laughter. Izuku just sat quietly, staring out at the mountains, content to let them burn themselves out while she kept her secrets intact. The brakes hissed as the bus rolled to a stop on the edge of a mountain road. Class 1A tumbled out in their school uniforms, stretching their arms after the long ride. For most of them, the excitement of summer camp was already outweighing the nerves. Finally, Mina cheered, bouncing on her toes. This is gonna be so much fun. Kaminari stretched his arms over his head. Yeah, let's get this camp started already. S'mores, fireworks, maybe some training. Don't get ahead of yourself, dumbass, Bakugo snapped, already glaring down the steep forest ahead. Before anyone could continue, a cheerful voice rang out. Yoo-hoo, Class 1A. The students turned as four figures stood ahead, the wild pussycats. Mandalay waved brightly, Pixie Bob posed dramatically, Tiger flexed his huge arms, and Ragdoll crouched with her wild smile. They're pro-heroes, Kirishima shouted, eyes sparkling. Cool costumes, Jiro muttered under her breath. But before the students could walk forward, Pixie Bob clapped her hands together. Summer training camp begins now. The ground beneath the students suddenly shifted. Cement and rock gave way to sliding dirt. Wait, what's happening? Uraraka yelped. Time to test your mettle. Tiger roared, and with one swift motion, the pussycats shoved the entire class off the cliff. Ah! Mineta screamed as they all went tumbling down into the dark mass of trees below. Dust plumed into the air, followed by the distant sounds of chaos as Class 1A began their unwanted descent into the beast's forest. Izuku watching. Perched on a ridge far above them, Izuku stood silent. The sun glinted against the metal of her helmet as she extended her senses. Red eyes narrowed, the aura sight painting the forest in a web of flickering lights. She could see them, her students, pushing through fear, working together, even improvising mid-fall. They've gotten stronger, she murmured to herself. Her voice carried a trace of pride beneath its usual calm edge. But then, Izuku's ears twitched. A different aura brushed her senses. Not strong, not vibrant, but cracked, shattered in ways that made her chest tighten. She turned slowly, her gaze falling on a small figure half hiding behind Mandalay. Chaya's entrance. The child's body was like a void. A shape of a human girl, but her skin reflected no light, eyes glowing faintly with violet dots in the endless black of her sclera. Her presence felt like silence incarnate. Every bit of light around her seemed swallowed. Izuku's aura sight nearly faltered. The girl's aura wasn't just dim, it was fractured, jagged lines running through it like broken glass. Every crack whispered pain, loneliness, fear. Izuku stepped closer, crouching so she was level with her. "Give me your hand," she said gently, extending her paw. Chaya hesitated, her head lowering as if expecting rejection. Mandalay placed a hand on her shoulder, whispering softly, "It's all right, sweetheart." Slowly, timidly, Chaya reached out. Her small hand rested against Izuku's clawed paw. Izuku closed her eyes, channeling her aura into the child. Warmth flowed from her chest, down her arm, and into Chaya. The cracks didn't vanish, but some began to seal, like a broken vase bound with golden lacquer. A faint glow shimmered around the girl as her trembling eased. Chaya's void-like eyes widened. For the first time in years, the crushing weight inside her chest loosened. She whispered, barely audible, "Warm." Mandalay's eyes softened, glistening. She bowed her head slightly to Izuku. "Thank you. You don't know how much this means." Izuku opened her eyes, red pupils locking on Mandalay's. "I do," she said quietly. "More than you realize." Her paw lingered on Chaya's hand for a moment longer before pulling back. From the forest below, the echo of Bakugo's explosive shout rattled the air, followed by screams of students scrambling from earth beasts. Izuku tilted her head slightly, her aura sense flaring out again. She watched them fight, survive, and adapt, proof of how far they'd come. But behind her, the broken child stood a little straighter now, her aura just slightly mended. Izuku glanced back at Chaya, her voice firm but kind. "You're not cursed," she said. "Don't forget that." For the first time, Chaya almost believed it. Top of form, bottom of form. By the time Class 1A stumbled into the clearing that served as the training camp's base, the sun was already bleeding into the horizon. Every one of them was scratched, bruised, or covered in dirt. Sato fell to his knees, groaning. "I never want to see another rock monster again." "Speak for yourself," Kaminari wheezed, arms dangling limply. "I think one of them broke my pride." Bakugo stomped forward, explosions still flickering from his palms. "TCH, you extras couldn't even keep up. You're limping too, bro," Kirishima pointed out. "Shut it," Bakugo barked. The group's tired bickering died when they noticed a peculiar sight near the lodge. Izuku, kneeling in the dirt, a brush in hand. Sitting before her was Chaya, the void-like child the pussycats had introduced earlier. Despite the strange, unnerving aura around the girl, Izuku worked with delicate care, brushing Chaya's jet black hair. The child's usually rigid posture was gone. She leaned into Izuku's touch, eyes closed, content for the first time all day. And then they saw it. From beneath the lower half of Izuku's mask, her mouth was curved, not in her usual stern line, but in something almost alien to them. A smile. The class froze. "Is she actually smiling?" Mina whispered, rubbing her eyes. "No way," Kaminari muttered. "She's human after all. It suits her," Momo admitted softly, almost embarrassed to say it. Bakugo crossed his arms, clicking his tongue but not denying what he saw. Gale, standing tall beside him, tilted his head. "It's rare, but that kind of trust means a lot." Chaya let out a small giggle as Izuku gently flicked her forehead after brushing through a stubborn knot. The sound was like glass breaking. The fragile tension around her aura cracked into something warmer, safer. The pussycats approached then, Pixie Bob waving dramatically. "Dinner's already prepared, kiddies. You made it just before sunset, which is impressive for your first day. Enjoy it while you can," Tiger added firmly. "Because starting tomorrow, you're cooking for yourselves." The class groaned in unison, their sore bodies sagging further. Izuku finally looked up, her smile fading back into her usual unreadable mask, but her paw rested on Chaya's shoulder. That single gesture told the class everything. If Izuku trusted this girl enough to show her gentle side, then Chaya wasn't just some cursed child. She was family, and for the first time since meeting their mysterious teacher, Class 1A began to realize just how much of her heart Izuku had been keeping hidden. The night air was crisp, carrying the faint smell of smoke from the campfire. Izuku stood outside the cabin, her aura flaring faintly like ripples across a pond. She sensed it immediately, another broken presence. Not fractured like Chaya's, but jagged, bristling with anger. Her crimson eyes narrowed behind the Anubis mask. Without a word, she rose to her feet and gently set Chaya into Mandalay's care. "Stay with her," Izuku murmured. Mandalay nodded knowingly, her own eyes softening. "You felt him too." Izuku didn't answer. She turned, stepping toward the corner of the building where she knew the child was hiding. But before she could move further, a hand reached out, firm but not hostile, stopping her. "Let me try." Gale's voice was calm, but his expression carried determination. Izuku blinked, genuinely caught off guard. She tilted her head, red eyes flicking over him. After a pause, she gave a small nod. "Fine. Don't make it worse." Gale exhaled slowly, then stepped into the shadows where Kota was crouched, watching from a distance. Kota glared up immediately, his small fists clenched. "What do you want?" "Go away." Gale crouched down, trying to meet him at eye level, though the boy didn't make it easy. "I just thought you might want company." "I don't," Kota spat back. His voice cracked, but his scowl stayed sharp. "You're all the same. Stupid heroes who think they can fix everything." Gale winced slightly but kept his composure. "I'm not here to fix you. Just to listen, maybe." Kota scoffed and turned away. "Like you'd understand." For a long moment, Gale was quiet, watching the boy's shoulders tremble. Finally, he spoke, his voice softer. "I lost my parents too. I don't even know their names. Just empty shadows where they should have been." Kota's head twitched slightly, though he didn't face him. "TCH, so what? Doesn't mean you get it." "Maybe not," Gale admitted. "But I do know what it's like to hate the world for taking something from you. And I know how heavy that hate feels, when you carry it alone." Kota's lip trembled for half a second before he bit it back down. He clenched his fists harder. "Heroes are useless. They just die. My mom, my dad, gone because they were heroes. If that's what being a hero means, then it's stupid." Gale didn't flinch, though the boy's words hit like knives. "Maybe it is stupid sometimes," he said carefully. "Heroes bleed. They fall. They break. But sometimes they save people too. And sometimes they find other broken people and remind them they're not alone." Kota finally turned to look at him, his eyes wet with unshed tears. "Why are you even telling me this?" "Because if I don't, you'll just keep hating until it eats you alive." Gale's gaze was steady, patient, unyielding. And no kid deserves to carry that weight forever. For a long, heavy silence, neither moved. Kota glared, but his shoulders slumped just slightly, the fight in his body language faltering. He turned away again, muttering, "You're annoying." Gale gave a small, tired smile. "Yeah, I get that a lot." From the corner, Izuku watched quietly. For once, she didn't intervene. Her aura sense told her all she needed to know. Kota was still angry, but some of the jagged edges had dulled, even if only for tonight. She exhaled, murmuring under her breath. "Well done, Gale." The girl's side of the hot spring was filled with drifting steam, lantern light, and the sound of tired laughter. Bruised and battered from their training hike, Class 1A had been practically carried by the pussycats into this well-earned break. Chaya sat at the edge at first, knees pulled to her chest, the void of her body making the water around her look darker than it should. She had refused to step in until Izuku gave her a reassuring nod. With hesitance, the girl slid into the water, surprised to find the warmth wrapping her like a blanket. "She's actually really cute," Mina whispered to Jiro, eyeing Chaya's dripping bangs. "Like a spooky doll, but tiny and cuddly." "I wasn't expecting that," Jiro admitted, chuckling softly as Chaya's glowing dots blinked like startled eyes. The other girls quickly made space around her. Suyu tilted her head. "Hiro, I think Chaya fits here better than any of us." "Look at her relax," Momo agreed, a soft smile on her face. "It suits her." Izuku leaned against the stone wall, her helmet set aside on a folded towel, red eyes glowing faintly through the mist. For once, the lines of tension in her posture eased. She simply let herself soak, brushing Chaya's damp hair with slow, careful strokes. The lower half of her mask curved upward in a small, rare smile, one that silenced the whole group for a moment. She's beautiful, Hagakure whispered, voice carrying even though she was invisible. Then, of course, Mina had to break the serenity. With a grin, she flicked a splash of hot water at Izuku. The steam stilled. The surface of the water rippled. Izuku's red gaze turned toward Mina, unblinking, glowing brighter against the mist. Mina froze, her confident grin faltering. "Uh-oh," Jiro muttered. Then came the retaliation. Izuku barely flicked her wrist, and a wave surged up like the spring itself had obeyed her will. Mina was swallowed, tumbling under with a squeal before resurfacing, hair plastered to her face. "Worth it," Mina sputtered, though she quickly backpedaled to hide behind Jiro. The girls laughed, even Chaya giving a soft sound that might have been the closest she'd come to a giggle. Izuku, for her part, simply went back to brushing Chaya's hair, as if nothing had happened. On the boys' side, it wasn't nearly as lively. Kirishima sighed, leaning against the rocks. "Man, I bet they're having fun over there." Siro groaned. "Figures. We get half the class who just wanna soak in silence, and they get splash wars." "Not fair," Kaminari whined, trying to peek over the dividing wall. Tiger's voice immediately barked from outside. "Eyes down, Sparky, or I'll glue your face to the tiles." Kaminari yelped and sank back down, sulking. Bakugo, meanwhile, just scowled at the wall. "Tch, if Mina splashed me, I'd blast her out of the water." "Yeah, but Lucario-sensei would drown you after," Siro muttered, making Gale stifle a rare chuckle. Still, even through their grumbling, the boys could hear bursts of laughter echoing from the other side, and for a brief moment, a shared thought crossed their minds: they were jealous. By the time they all left the spring, wrapped in towels and breathing out content sighs, the weight of the day's exhaustion had melted into something lighter. Izuku continued brushing Chaya's hair until the little one fell asleep against her side. The girls whispered among themselves as they watched. If Lucario-sensei could smile like this, then maybe she wasn't just their fearsome, unbreakable teacher. Maybe she was family. The camp had gone quiet, the laughter and warmth of the evening meal fading into the soft hum of crickets and the rustling of trees outside. Class 1A slept in their cabins, and even the pussycats had retired, but one figure was still awake. Izuku, helmet off, ears twitching, aura stretched outward like a silent radar. Her body ached from the day's travel, but her focus wasn't on herself. It was on the faint, fragile aura trembling in the small side room Mandalay had prepared for Chaya. Earlier, Mandalay had confided something to her, that Chaya tried her hardest not to sleep, pushing herself to exhaustion out of fear of what her quirk might unleash. Unseen fatigue weighed on the childlike chains. That was enough for Izuku to make a decision. She stationed herself inside the room. When the girl finally drifted into slumber, the first shadow creature clawed its way into existence, writhing, twisted, nothing but nightmare-made flesh. Izuku crushed it without hesitation, her bone staff cracking through the monster like it was glass. Minutes passed. Another appeared, destroyed, then another, shattered. Every 5 minutes, as if the nightmares themselves had set a timer, Izuku fought them off. But her attention wasn't only on the fight. Between battles, her crimson eyes would drift to Chaya's form under the thin blanket. Even in sleep, her body trembled, her fingers clutching at the sheets, her breath uneven, her entire small frame curled in on itself like prey waiting for the predator. Izuku's chest tightened. She's just a child. How long has she lived like this? The next shadow fell, dissipating into black mist under a savage strike. Izuku exhaled, shook the dust from her fur, and made her choice. Quietly, she climbed onto the edge of the bed and gently slid her arms around Chaya. The girl stiffened at first, even half asleep, but Izuku's hold was soft, strong enough to protect, gentle enough not to scare. A tight embrace, paired with the quiet warmth of her chest fur brushing against Chaya's cheek. Slowly, the trembling stopped. Her breathing eased, from ragged gasps to calm, steady inhales. Izuku's eyes widened slightly behind the glow of her mask's visor. No new shadow creatures appeared. The room was still. The aura cracks, so violently visible before, seemed to ease just a little. She didn't move, she didn't dare. Her chin rested against the top of Chaya's head, and for the first time that day, Izuku allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. So that's it, she thought. She doesn't need to fight this alone. She just needs someone to hold her steady, to remind her she isn't cursed. She isn't broken. Izuku remained awake long into the night, not out of fear, but out of a vow. Whatever nightmare came, she would crush it. And if no nightmare dared, then Chaya would rest in peace until dawn. Class 1B trudged through the forest behind Vlad King, Monoma still dragging the crushing weights Izuku had strapped onto him the day before. Every step was a struggle, the metal dragging across the dirt with a horrible screech, and every time he opened his mouth, his classmates glared at him in silence. Class 1A took the spotlight last year, Vlad King reminded them sternly. That means this year, we will be the ones to shine. If you want to surpass them, you'll need to work twice as hard, no shortcuts. They broke through the tree line into a wide clearing. The sight froze Class 1B in place. Everywhere they looked, Class 1A was enduring hell. Bakugo was at the far end, his hands submerged in a drum of boiling water, steam hissing violently around him. He ripped his palms free, sparks already flying, before launching a massive explosion into the sky that shook the treetops. Then, without hesitation, he plunged his hands back into the scalding drum. Todoroki sat calmly in a tub, his left side icing it over, then his right side boiling it. The water frothed and hissed, steam swirling around him as he forced his body to adapt to both extremes. Zero knelt on a cliff, his face twisted in pain as he continuously fired tape into the empty air. His arms trembled, shoulders screaming, but still, he pushed on, rolls of tape unfurling endlessly. Nearby, Kirishima stood hardened as Ojiro's tail slammed into him again and again like a whip. Each strike cracked like a gunshot, but Kirishima only grinned through the blood on his lip. Kaminari clutched a huge battery, sparks jumping violently across his body as he poured electricity into it, teeth gritted, veins bulging. Kota tried desperately to raise his voice, calling out to invisible animals. The effort left his throat raw, his usually shy tone replaced by strained, humiliating shouts. Aoyama blasted his naval laser again and again, staggering but still firing even as his stomach spasmed. From a cave nearby, a monstrous roar echoed, Tokiyami's dark shadow rampaging wildly while Tokiyami wrestled against it with pure willpower. Uraraka floated inside a large plastic orb, spinning and bouncing violently off the walls of the training area. Her eyes rolled in dizziness, her face pale, but she forced herself to endure. Ida sprinted non-stop along the clearing's edge, exhaust pipes blazing, his movements robotic but precise. Suyu scaled a sheer rock face with her tongue, sweat running down her neck as her muscles trembled. Sato crammed sugar into his mouth mid-push-up, grunting between bites. Yaoyorozu was on her knees, sweating profusely as she churned out creation after creation, her plate of food beside her constantly emptying. Jiro stabbed her jacks into solid stone over and over, blood seeping from her ears as she gritted her teeth through the pain. Mina pressed her palms to a rock, acid sizzling against it as she flinched against the recoil on her own skin. Mineta tore great balls from his scalp relentlessly, groaning through the sting. Shoji and Hagakure played an invisible game of cat and mouse, Shoji's dozens of arms swiping the air in frustration while Hagakure stayed hidden. And then, bam! A body crashed into a tree right in front of Class 1B, the impact cracking the bark. Their eyes widened as Gale Knight slumped, blood dripping from his mouth, before shakily pulling himself upright. "Get up, Gale Knight." The voice made Class 1B freeze. Izuku, Lucario, was walking forward, bone staff in hand, her presence crushing. Each step was heavy, deliberate, her glowing eyes locked on the boy. Gale wiped his mouth, his chest already stitching itself together, but barely in time for Lucario's fist to slam into his gut and send him flying again. "This is your regeneration training," she barked. "You don't stop. Not until your body learns to recover faster than I can break it." She lunged, striking him in the ribs, then the face, then the stomach, every blow echoing like a thunderclap. Gale grunted, coughed blood, and regenerated, only to be hit again. Class 1B stood silent, horrified. Even Monoma, half crushed by the weights, had gone pale. Is Is this what they call training? One whispered. Vlad King folded his arms, his face grim. That's right. This is Class 1A's reality. This is why they keep surviving what should kill them. If you want to compete, you'd better be ready for the same. Class 1B swallowed hard. For the first time, none of them had a retort. Because in that clearing, under the scorching sun, Class 1A wasn't just training. They were forging themselves into weapons. And Gale, bloodied but standing, screamed through clenched teeth as Lucario's next strike came, proof that even in hell, Class 1A refused to break. Training was chaos. Explosions thundered from Bakugo's side, Todoroki's steam hissed across the clearing, and Gale once again slammed into a tree, coughing blood before dragging himself back up. Izuku's cold voice cut through it all. Again, half the clearing went pale at that word alone. But then a voice broke through the madness. Lucario-sensei. Everyone froze as Tetsu from Class 1B jogged toward Izuku, a huge grin plastered across his face. Can you train me too? Please. I can take it. Half of Class 1A turned as white as Todoroki's ice. Kaminari's jaw dropped. Jiro muttered, oh no, he's gonna die. Even Bakugo, who was catching his breath with his hands still steaming, muttered, idiots digging his own grave. Izuku turned away from Gale, whose legs were wobbling beneath him, and let her crimson eyes lock onto Tetsu. She tilted her head slightly, studying him as if she were weighing the boy's entire existence. You want me to train you? She said slowly. Yes, Tetsu said, pumping his fists. I can take anything you throw at me. Izuku was silent for a beat. Then, she walked closer, the ground crunching under her boots. I'll agree, if you can withstand one punch to the gut. Without passing out, a breath of relief swept through Class 1A. Uraraka whispered, oh, thank goodness. He'll be fine, his quirk makes him like Kirishima, right? But Izuku's next words froze the blood in their veins. Quote. Without your quirk. The color drained from half the faces in Class 1A. Mina yelped. She's gonna kill him. Even Kirishima's hardened expression faltered. Bro, you sure about this? Tetsu, however, grinned wider, his competitive streak sparking like steel on steel. Hey, no problem. I'm tough even without my quirk. He patted his abs proudly. I can take one punch. Izuku said nothing, just rolled her shoulders back. Her stance shifted, aura humming faintly around her as she reeled her fist back. Tetsu squared his feet, fists clenched at his sides, chest puffed out. Do your worst. Izuku did. The impact was like thunder. Her fist slammed into his gut, the shockwave ripping through the clearing. Tetsu's eyes bulged, spit flying as his feet left the ground. He soared backwards like a cannonball, crashing down flat on his back at Kirishima's feet. The entire clearing was silent. Tetsu groaned, clutching his stomach. Still alive. Kirishima knelt, eyes wide. Dude, you didn't pass out. Izuku walked over, calm and steady. She looked down at him, then nodded once. Surprisingly, you withstood it well. Almost the same as Kirishima did. Her gaze flicked to Kirishima, who blinked in surprise. She gave the faintest hint of approval before looking back at Tetsu. Fine, you've earned it. I'll train you. Tetsu's grin broke through the pain. He gave a shaky thumbs up, still groaning. Class 1A collectively slumped in relief. Though Kaminari muttered, man's stomach is probably rearranged like puzzle pieces right now. Izuku, however, just turned back toward Gale, her voice sharp again. On your feet, we're not done. And just like that, the chaos of hellish training resumed, now with one very determined Class 1B student officially stepping into the fire. The forest clearing had become a war zone. Explosions still rumbled in the distance from Bakugo's training, but here it was quieter, except for the sounds of bone, fist, and sheer willpower. On your feet, Gale Knight, Izuku said flatly, standing over him. Gale groaned, pushing himself up from the dirt. His pale hands trembled as the flesh of his shoulder knit itself back together, steam hissing faintly as his body forced regeneration into overdrive. Izuku had been merciless. Her fists and claws had already put him through trees, into the earth, and across the clearing more times than he could count. Every time his ribs cracked, his lungs wheezed, or his spine bent wrong, she just said the same thing. Faster. Gale panted, hair stuck to his forehead. He gritted his teeth, eyes glowing faintly red as the last gash on his chest sealed shut. I'm up. Good. Izuku's crimson eyes narrowed. Now again. She lunged forward, a blur of dark fur and aura, her fist slamming into his ribs. Gale's body bent around the strike before launching into the air like a ragdoll. He smashed through another tree, bark flying everywhere, before collapsing to the ground. He gasped for breath, already twitching as his body tried to mend itself. Class 1A wasn't close, but they could still hear the impacts. More than one whispered they were glad it wasn't them. Meanwhile, not far away, Tetsu was experiencing his own personal nightmare. Izuku had decided on a different approach for him, durability training. And because he wasn't ready for Gale-level punishment, she'd gone with something Kirishima had once barely survived. Stand straight, Izuku ordered. Tetsu clenched his fists, planting his feet. I'm ready. Her fist slammed into his gut. GHH. He coughed, folding slightly but not falling. His abs burned, fire spreading through his stomach. Izuku cocked her head. Better than I expected. Again. Another punch. And another. And another. By the 20th, Tetsu's lips were trembling. By the 50th, sweat rolled down his temple, his voice hoarse. Ha. Still, standing. Not enough. Izuku's voice was merciless. Pain is the only way to build steel. Kirishima, watching from the sidelines with wide eyes, muttered, Dude. I thought I had it bad. Every so often Izuku would shift back to Gale, who was staggering upright, his skin still mending. His body learned slowly, painfully, how to respond faster to catastrophic damage. At one point she shattered both his legs in a single kick. Gale screamed, but within minutes his bones reformed. You're getting faster, Izuku said, her voice almost approving. But you'll need to cut that time in half. By sunset, both boys were wrecks. Gale's body looked as if it had been rebuilt from scratch 10 times over, his pale skin marked by faint pink lines where fresh regeneration had barely caught up. His breaths came steady though, less ragged than before. Tetsu lay flat on the ground, arms sprawled, groaning. His entire torso was a bruised mess. His gut felt like it had been liquefied, but he was still awake, still conscious. Izuku crouched beside him, crimson eyes glowing. Not bad. You didn't break. Tetsu's grin cracked through the pain. Hey. Told you. I can. Take it. She straightened, turning her gaze to Gale, who was already forcing himself back onto his feet. Despite the trembling in his legs, his aura burned steadily. Good, Izuku finally said, loud enough for them both to hear. You survived. Tomorrow, we push harder. The boys groaned in unison, collapsing again as the sun dipped behind the treeline. Far away, Class 1B, who had witnessed glimpses of the special training, looked on in silence. Not one of them dared to speak, not with the image burned into their minds. Izuku, her crimson eyes blazing, standing calmly over the battered forms of Gale and Tetsu as if she were a reaper deciding whether or not to give them another day. For them, summer camp had truly begun. The sun had long dipped behind the forest, and the clearing buzzed with the crackling of campfires and chatter. For the first time since arriving at camp, the students of Class 1A and Class 1B weren't being pummeled by trees, pushed off cliffs, or threatened by their teachers. Instead, they were being tortured in a different way. They had to cook their own dinner. The wild pussycats had only provided ingredients, piles of vegetables, grains, raw meats, seasonings, and cookware scattered across wooden tables. Heroes must be able to fend for themselves, Mandalay explained earlier with a smile that felt more like a death sentence to some of the kids. Tonight, you cook. If you mess up, you eat what you make. The moment the announcement was made, 2 members were conveniently missing from the cooking lineup, Gale Knight and Tetsu. They lay side by side in maize healing capsules, machines that looked like futuristic tanning pods, glowing faintly as Nezu had arranged for them to be delivered that morning. Their breathing was slow and relaxed, the aura transfer acting like painkillers as the capsules repaired the worst of the damage Izuku had inflicted during training. They look peaceful, Shoji muttered, glancing over at the pair. They look lucky, Kaminari groaned, staring at the raw chicken in his hands. I'd rather be in one of those pods than risk food poisoning. Less whining, more chopping. Bakugo barked, slamming a knife down on the cutting board with the authority of a drill sergeant. His sharp eyes scanned the mess of unwashed vegetables, poorly cut onions, and near disasters waiting to happen. What the hell is this? That's not diced. It looks like you murdered a carrot with a chainsaw. Mina blinked at him, holding a mangled orange vegetable. Isn't that good enough? Bakugo slammed his hands down, explosions sparking slightly at his palms. Good enough. Good enough. You wanna eat soup that looks like someone already chewed it and spit it out. Across the clearing, Class 1B was in no better shape. Awase was trying to fuse a pot lid shut accidentally. Shiozaki's vines kept knocking utensils off the table, and Monoma had somehow managed to burn rice. How do you burn water? Kendo shouted at him, grabbing the smoking pot out of his hands. It was a tactical experiment. Monoma stammered, coughing as the smoke rose. Class 1A and 1B both devolved into chaos quickly. Vegetables flew, oil spilled, someone nearly set a towel on fire, and Sato was eating through half the sugar supply before he could even start cooking. The only person holding it all together was Bakugo. Season it, don't drown it. He snapped at Kaminari, yanking the salt shaker away. You don't put lettuce in a pan, you extra. He barked at Mineta, tossing the soggy greens out. He loomed over Momo like a hellish kitchen demon. More heat. What do you think this is, fine dining? You're sautéing like a grandma on life support. Despite his yelling, despite the insults, and despite Mina muttering that he'd be voted most likely to become Gordon Ramsay, the food slowly started to come together. By the time the fires burned low, Class 1A had managed something edible. Rice, grilled meat, and soup that wasn't half bad. Class 1B had pulled together some roasted vegetables and stew, though with Monoma's hand in it, no one was entirely sure it was safe. When everyone finally sat down around the campfires, the exhaustion melted into laughter. They shoved food into their mouths, uncaring about the taste so long as it was hot and filling. Izuku sat off to the side, her helmet turned slightly as she kept watch over Gale and Tetsu in the glowing capsules. She hadn't lifted a finger to cook, and nobody dared to ask her to. But when someone passed her a plate, she accepted politely, eating only the fruit laid out, never touching the meat or vegetables. The others noticed but didn't press. It was enough of a shock just to see her sitting among them, the faint lower half smile visible under her mask. For once, both classes ate like kids instead of soldiers. Even if Bakugo screamed the entire time. Night had fallen on the campgrounds, the forest silent except for the distant chirping of insects. Most of Class 1A and 1B were already asleep, exhausted after the grueling training sessions and the chaotic scramble to prepare dinner earlier. The Pussycats had retreated to their quarters, and Recovery Girl was still monitoring Gale and Tetsu's progress inside the healing capsules. But Izuku hadn't gone to sleep. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the floor in Chaya's private room, her red eyes glowing faintly under the dim light. In her lap rested the trembling child, still plagued by the weight of her quirk and the whispers of nightmares she feared would bring harm to everyone. Izuku's armored arms wrapped around her, not like a fighter holding down prey, but like an older sister shielding someone from the world. Breathe, Chaya, Izuku murmured softly, her voice far gentler than anything the class was used to hearing from her. I'm here. Nothing's coming through tonight. The girl's shaking slowed, her breaths becoming steadier as she clung to Izuku's vest. From outside, Bakugo leaned against the wooden frame of the building, arms crossed, watching through the slightly open door. He didn't announce himself or burst in like he would with anyone else. He just checked. Izuku sensed him and gave a subtle nod, not breaking her hold on Chaya. Bakugo stepped in, his usual scowl softened just a fraction. How's she doing? He asked, voice quieter than usual. Izuku tilted her head down at the child in her arms. Better. No nightmare creatures since I got her to sleep. She just needs someone to hold on to. Bakugo grunted, stepping closer. Figures. Everyone's so damn scared of her quirk, but she's just a kid. Reminds me of you. Izuku's ear twitched at that, but she didn't argue. Instead, she let out a small, almost amused huff. Coming from you, that almost sounds like a compliment. TCH. Don't push it. Bakugo crouched near the bed, watching the child's calm, steady breathing. You're really taking this on yourself, huh? I already made the choice, Izuku said, tightening her arms around Chaya protectively. If I can help fix even one broken soul, then it's worth every second. And if I can stop her from feeling like a monster. She trailed off, her gaze sharpening as though daring him to challenge her conviction. But Bakugo didn't. Instead, he nodded, resting his elbows on his knees. For once, he didn't try to outshout her, didn't try to compete. This was the one side of her he respected more than anything, the side that fought just as hard to protect hearts as it did to break villains' bones. You're insane, you know that, he muttered finally. Izuku smirked under her mask. Yeah, but so are you. Guess that's why you're the only one I can actually talk to. For a while, neither of them said anything more. Chaya stirred lightly, but Izuku's arms tightened, keeping her secure. Bakugo sighed through his nose, leaning back against the wall. For once, the silence between them wasn't hostile, it was comfortable. And in that quiet night, with a child safe between them, the two warriors who had faced down countless enemies finally looked a little more human. Wind scraped across the far cliff, dragging the smell of pine and smoke up from the valley below. A girl in a rumpled school uniform fiddled with the rubbery face of a cheap mask. I mean, I don't like this. It's not cute, Himiko Toga said, wrinkling her nose as she snapped the strap into place. Beside her, a boy adjusted the hose from his canister pack to the filters of his gas mask. This was orchestrated by the designer behind the scenes, right? Appearance doesn't matter as long as it makes sense, Mustard replied, voice tinny through the respirator. I'm not talking about that, Toga huffed, shaking her arms like a sulky cat. I just don't want to wear this. Hi. Sorry for the wait. The newcomer's sunglasses flashed in the moonlight as he shouldered a short steel pillar. Magna's orange jacket fluttered as he joined the knotted group. Work, crooned the thing in black. Moonfish, straps binding his arms like a nightmare straitjacket, only the metal pride smile showing as breath rasped over teeth. A purple-haired lizard man adjusted the stained bandana at his throat, smoothing the hero killer-style mask as he wrapped his red scarf. Spinner's tail flicked against rock. That makes 7, said the burn-scarred man in the long coat, staples glinting along the edges of charred skin. Dobby's gaze never left the lights buried in the forest beyond. I don't care, just let me at him. I'm getting too pumped up. The tallest of them flexed his stained fingers until the joints popped, the black cloak shifting over a corded frame. Come on, shut up, you crazy bastards. Not yet. Dobby's voice flattened the space between them. We move when all 10 of us are here. Gathering a bunch of punks who are just strong only increases the risk. It's better to have a small group of experienced elites. Blue embers danced in his eyes as he cocked his head toward the trees. First, we make them realize, their peace is resting in our hands. Below, the campfires flickered like prey eyes. Izuku's eyes snapped open in the dark. Her aura stretched, a silent tide washing the nearby hills. Something pricked against it, far, thin, like blades in fog. Wrong, but out of reach. On the futon beside her, Chaya stirred, the faint violet dots of her pupils brightening in the void of her eyes. Is something wrong? The girl whispered, voice small. Izuku tipped her head, letting the tension bleed for Chaya's sake. It's nothing, she said, a tiny, crooked smile under the mask. Just a little paranoia. Noia. Chaya echoed, tasting the word. Nothing important, Izuku murmured, smoothing a palm over the girl's hair. She tucked the blanket up beneath Chaya's chin, then pressed 2 fingers lightly to the child's crown. Aura flowed, warm, gentle, threading through the cracked places like gold. The twitch in Chaya's shoulders eased. A slow, even breath. The nightmare door clicked shut. Sweet dreams, Izuku breathed, holding there just long enough to feel the quiet settle. She rose, cloak whispering, and slid the door open into the main room. Aizawa stood over a rough map spread across a low table, scarf coiled like a cat around his shoulders. Vlad King leaned in beside him, tapping the margins where the training stations were penciled in, notes scribbled in a tight, disciplined hand. You're up, Aizawa said without looking, as if he'd felt her aura before the door moved. I sensed something at the edge, Izuku answered, voice low. Could be nothing. Could be scouts. Vlad's brow knit, then smoothed. We'll adjust tomorrow's rotations regardless. Morning. Stamina circuits. Midday. Quirk strain. Afternoon. Pairs and perimeter. Can I join? Izuku asked. Both men nodded in the same breath. Izuku sank to her knees at the table, red eyes cutting across the map as the three of them planned in the hush of the mountain night. Steam drifted lazily through the massive bathroom of the training lodge, fogging the mirrors and carrying the sleepy hum of morning routine. Dozens of toothbrushes moved rhythmically, foamy sounds echoing against tile. Class 1A stood shoulder to shoulder in rows, groggy, half awake, some still swaying from exhaustion. Lucario stood near the end of the line, her helmet resting on the counter beside her. Her fur was slightly damp from the earlier shower, the faint blue shimmer of her aura reflecting in the mirror's haze. She brushed her sharp, animal-like teeth with methodical precision, humming softly under her breath. It was quiet, comfortable. For once, peace filled the air. Until Mineta spoke. Ms. Lucario. His small voice carried nervously across the room. Dozens of students froze mid-brush. Lucario glanced sideways at him, her crimson eyes meeting his reflection. Yes, he hesitated, almost swallowing the words, but curiosity got the better of him. Have you ever been too late to save someone? The brushing sound stopped. Even the dripping faucet seemed louder in the silence that followed. Lucario's hand slowed. The toothbrush paused between her fingers. For a moment, she said nothing, just stared at her own reflection. The faint red glow in her eyes softened, dimming. When she finally spoke, her voice was quiet. Yes, the single word carried more weight than any of them expected. Mineta flinched, guilt flooding his expression. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. Lucario raised one hand gently, shaking her head. It's fine. She set her toothbrush down, staring at her reflection for a long moment before leaning on the counter with both hands. The mirror fogged around her face, but her voice remained clear, calm, and unbearably heavy. I've been too late more times than I care to admit, she said softly. Not just once, not twice, many. No one dared move. Even Bakugo stood frozen mid-brush, toothpaste dripping from his mouth unnoticed. Lucario's reflection seemed distant now, like she wasn't looking at herself at all but at memories far away. When I started doing field work, I thought being fast, being strong, would be enough. If I ran hard enough, if I fought hard enough, maybe I could save everyone. But life isn't that simple. Her claws flexed slightly against the counter's edge. Sometimes, you arrive seconds too late. Sometimes, you find them already gone. Uraraka lowered her eyes, the toothbrush shaking slightly in her hand. Lucario exhaled slowly. The worst are the ones you can still feel. A few students glanced at her in confusion, but she continued, gaze unfocused. My aura can sense life, emotions, intent. I can feel someone's heartbeat through walls, even across streets. She swallowed, voice tightening. But that means, I can also feel it when those heartbeats stop. No one spoke. I've walked into houses where the air itself felt wrong. I've pulled bodies out of dark corners, out of beds, out of bathtubs. Most of them, she hesitated, her claws trembling slightly, most of them were kids. Mutant-type quirk users. People bullied, isolated, treated like monsters until they started believing it. Todoroki's jaw clenched. Jiro's eyes watered. Lucario's voice grew faint, almost a whisper. One boy, a cat-type mutant. About your age. I found him right as he. She stopped herself, but the pause said everything. Her next words were quieter. Right in front of me. I reached him too late. I can still see it when I close my eyes. The silence was unbearable. Even the faint hiss of the vents seemed to mourn. Lucario's eyes flickered, faint aura light trembling like a candle flame. You'll hear people call our kind heroes. But they don't see this part. The failures. The people we couldn't reach in time. She looked down at the sink, watching a bead of water slide toward the drain. Sometimes I think, that's the real curse of sensing life. You can never forget the moment it fades. She turned then, facing the class fully. There was no anger in her gaze, no hardness, only exhaustion, and something deeper, grief that had long since stopped healing. When you go out there, she said, her tone firm but gentle, you'll learn that being a hero isn't about victory or applause. It's about how much you can carry, and still stand. Her eyes swept across them all. Kaminari's wide-eyed fear, Momo's trembling hands, even Bakugo's uncharacteristic silence. One day, she continued, each of you will face it. You'll reach someone too late. And you'll have to lift that body yourself, carry it to the ambulance, and keep walking. Because if you stop to cry every time, you'll never move again. Uraraka's lip quivered. That's horrible. Lucario nodded slowly. It is, but it's real, and it's why you have to train beyond exhaustion. So maybe, just once, you'll be fast enough to stop it. The air felt thick, heavy with emotion. Nobody knew what to say. Then, in a rare, almost fragile moment, Lucario smiled, small, weary, but sincere. Don't pity me, just learn from it. Every second you train, every bruise you earn, it all matters. Because somewhere out there is someone who needs you to be ready. She picked up her helmet, the faint scrape of metal against the counter echoing softly. Sliding it under her arm, she straightened her posture, shoulders squared again, the weight of a leader settling back into place. Finish getting ready, she said quietly, her voice returning to its steady rhythm. Training starts in 20 minutes. No one replied. Lucario turned toward the door, the faint sound of her boots tapping against the tile. She paused only once, at the threshold, and spoke without looking back. Being too late is something you never forget. So don't be. Then she walked out. The door closed gently behind her. For a long while, the class stood in silence. No one brushed. No one moved. The only sound was the quiet drip of water from the faucets, like the bathroom itself was holding its breath. Finally, Iida whispered, voice low and shaken, she carries so much, and still teaches us to stand. Bakugo said nothing, just clenched his jaw, eyes hard. Todoroki looked down at the sink, murmuring, she's not just training heroes. She's trying to make sure we never have to feel what she did. Uraraka wiped her eyes. Then we won't waste what she's giving us. As the fog on the mirror cleared, the reflection staring back at them wasn't a class of children anymore, but the first glimpse of true heroes in the making. After the silence, outside, the morning air was cool and still. The sky had only just begun to brighten, the faint gold light brushing over the forest treetops. Lucario sat alone at the long wooden table near the camp's dining area, her helmet resting beside an untouched cup of tea. Her claws traced slow, invisible lines across the wood grain. She didn't cry. She hadn't for years, but her eyes carried the kind of pain that never truly faded. A familiar voice broke the silence. You handled that well. Lucario looked up as Aizawa approached, his usual tired expression softer than normal. His scarf hung loosely around his shoulders, his coffee steaming faintly in his hand. She tried to smile. Did I? He sat across from her, setting the cup down with a quiet clink. You told them the truth. That's more than most heroes ever do. Lucario's gaze dropped again, her ears twitching faintly. I didn't mean to make it that heavy. They're still kids. They need to know what's waiting for them, Aizawa said. And who better to teach them than someone who's already carried that weight? For a moment, neither spoke. The wind moved through the trees, the distant sounds of waking birds filling the silence between them. I hate that part of the job, she admitted quietly. Feeling it, knowing it before it happens. Sometimes I wish I couldn't sense anything at all. Aizawa studied her, his expression unreadable, then reached across the table, setting his hand gently over hers. His grip was firm but warm. You can't turn that part of yourself off, he said softly. But you can decide what you do with it. You use it to save who you can, and to make sure those kids never give up trying. Lucario looked up, eyes glassy but calm. You sound like a dad. Aizawa gave a faint smirk. That's because I am. For the first time that morning, Lucario's chest loosened. She let out a quiet laugh, small, but real. Thanks, Dad. Anytime, kid. They sat there in silence a little longer, sharing the quiet peace of morning, two heroes, and a family bound by scars and strength. They left the others to the clatter and shouting of group drills. Past the tree line, where the evergreen trunks thinned and the air smelled clean as broken glass, Izuku led Gale down a narrow deer path. A thin waterfall sang ahead, water spilling over a slanted shelf of stone into a quiet, cold pond. In the center of that tarn sat a flat, round rock, black and wet and stubborn as a question. "You sure about this?" Gale asked, pausing at the bank. His breath steamed where the forest was colder. The rest of Class 1A and 1B were 2 ridges over, stomped out voices and distant laughter swallowed by the trees. This place felt private the way a held in secret does. Lucario watched him with calm eyes. The visor shadowed most of her face, but the tilt of her head said she'd decided. "You wanted special training. This is better than the yard. Less noise. More honest." Gale rubbed his forearm. "I thought." He stopped himself. "I thought only you could do what you do. Construct things from aura." "You thought wrong," Lucario said, and the amusement in her voice was small, like a smile. She stepped to the pond's edge and took off her helmet, letting the air catch her ears. Water mist clung to the hair at the base of her skull. "Everyone has aura. Everyone can feel it. Very few can let it listen. Fewer still can make it speak." Gale blinked. "I can feel things. Sometimes when I'm angry it's like the air's heavier." He laughed, nervous. "But control, that felt like a myth." Lucario's red eyes softened. "Feeling and shaping are different. Your body gives you a margin. You've got the margin in spades. That's why we're here." She pointed to the stone in the pond. "Take your shirt off. Step on the rock. Put your fists together like this." She demonstrated. 2 fists pressed palm to palm, knuckles lined. "Close your eyes. Don't think. Breathe slow." Gale swallowed. The wind made the hair at his collar lift. He shrugged out of his jacket, peeled off his shirt, and stepped barefoot into the pond. Cold licked up his calves and stole his breath for a second, his skin goosebumped. He climbed onto the center rock and planted his feet, fists pressed together. The rock felt slick and honest under his soles. "You look ridiculous," Lucario observed dryly, though her voice had no bite. "Thanks for the professional feedback." He forced a grin, then sighed, letting his shoulders drop. He closed his eyes the way she asked. "Now, feel." Lucario crouched on a nearby stone, watching his chest. "Don't reach for the aura like you're grabbing a rope. Let it find your hands. Let your body know where it tucks itself. It'll be a whisper first. A warmth. A pressure change in your blood." Gale inhaled slowly. His chest rose, his breath fogged. He focused on the rhythm of his heart until the forest hush settled, until the waterfall was only a distant silver thread. The first thing he noticed was a pulse, not in his temples, but around his ribs, a rhythm like something breathing beside him. It was tiny, almost nothing. He frowned. "This is weird." "Good. Weird as a starting point." Lucario's fingers hovered. "When you find that pulse, don't chase it. Sync with it. Let it settle in your hands." Minutes stretched. Gale's legs trembled. Several times his gaze drifted to her, and each time she gave him nothing but patience. It felt like a test of endurance and of shame both, how long he could sit and not act, how long he could listen. The warmth returned, brighter this time. It threaded up his arms with the pulse, like heat traveling along blood. Under his palms something prickled, like the echo of an electric touch that didn't belong to him. He tightened his fists. "There," he whispered. "I." Lucario's lips quirked. "Don't speak. Hold." His palms shaded his vision as if that made the feeling more private. The prickling shaped itself into something sharper, a thin ring of pressure against the web of his hands. Not light, not yet, but a presence. He felt it like a fingernail tapping glass. "You're not pulling it," Lucario said softly. "You're listening." "That's right. Now hum to it. Breathe through your tongue. Focus on the pressure between your knuckles. That's your aura answering." Gale's breath narrowed into a hum, a small, involuntary sound caught between in and out. Somehow that tiny vibration made the presence stronger. The pressure grew, a little bloom of warmth between his palms. A thread of blue-white light, faint, as if the pond itself were reflecting something shy, rippled across the surface of the water near his feet. Gale flinched when it appeared, eyes flying open. A sliver of aura wavered across the rock like a moth's wing. His cheeks heated. Surprise and a rush of something like triumph wrestled in his chest. "You," he choked, and for the first time since she'd told him everyone had aura, Gale looked properly small and exhilarated all at once. "I did that. You made it notice you," Lucario corrected. "That's all." Now I'll push you. Wind skated down the stream. Lucario rose, stance gentle and precise. Keep your fists together. Keep your hum steady. If you lose the thread, I'll remind you. Gale's jaw tightened. How will you remind me? She leaned forward. I'll smack you across the head into the water. The shadow of her grin vanished as quickly as it came. The threat landed heavier than the joke, sharp and real, and Gale's spine went rigid all through. The cold pond seemed to loom closer. Is that really necessary? He said, trying to make a laugh and failing. It is, Lucario said, voice flatter. Distractions rewire you. The first time you let your mind scatter in a fight is the first time someone can teach your body how to die. You'll learn faster with consequences. Gale looked at the waterfall, at the clean rush of water, and then at the ring of aura between his hands. He drew his breath deeper and steadier. Okay, I'm ready. Lucario nodded once, like an axe finding the right grain. Good, keep it. Don't show fear when I touch you. Show focus. For the next hour, the forest learned their rhythm. Lucario's hands moved like a metronome. Sometimes she watched, sometimes she spoke directions. Deeper breath, feel the heat behind the sternum, don't hold it like a weapon, again, hum steady. When Gale's concentration split, when a memory tugged at him or a thought about how ridiculous he looked on a wet rock slipped in, Lucario's palm would flash. The smack was never violent, but it was precise enough to send him stumbling into the pond with a shocked gasp and a spray of cold that cleared his head every time. Each dunk was a small, brutal baptism. Each time water struck his face, the sensation ripped away fogged thoughts and brought him back to the ring between his hands. And each time he rose, coughing and shivering, the aura would be open again, waiting like an obliging animal. By late afternoon his shoulders loosened. The ring of pressure no longer trembled at the first breeze. Under his palms the aura moved like something he had long ago stepped over and now reclaimed. Once, a quiet, careful moment, he pushed just a breath of it outward, a thin blade of light that skimmed the surface of the pond and uncurled like a reed. Lucario's laugh came then, short and satisfied. Good, small, but you made it form. That's progress. Gale felt dizzy with a mix of exhaustion and a fierce sort of pride. He looked at her, at the person who'd not mocked him for being late to her lesson, who'd smacked him when necessary, and found a grin on his face. So what now? He asked, voice raw. She tipped her head. Now you learn how to keep it when you get hit. And then how to make it hit back. He shivered, whether from the cold water or the thought of what came next he couldn't tell. The forest hummed around them like a living thing paying attention. Far off, their classmates' voices faded into the woods. Gale planted his feet on the rock and pressed his fists together again. The aura thrummed between his knuckles like a heartbeat, his heartbeat, tuned. Lucario watched him, the corner of her mouth very nearly a smile. Good, again. The day's training had left everyone exhausted, muscles aching and clothes clinging to sweat, yet the clearing buzzed with the warm chatter of students preparing dinner. The smell of chopped vegetables, simmering broth, and wood smoke drifted through camp as the sun dipped behind the treeline. Bakugo stood at the cooking station, slicing carrots with alarming precision. His knife moved like a blur, thunk 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 thunk, uniform slices flying into a bowl. Whoa, Bakugo, you're really good with a knife. It's weird, Uraraka said as she carried an armful of firewood. Bakugo shot her a glare. What do you mean it's weird? How can you be so damn bad at everything? Kaminari passed by, watching skeptical. Look at that, he's not blowing stuff up. I'm too tired for this, Kirishima groaned, dragging his feet as he stirred a pot. A short distance away, Lucario chopped wood for the fire pit. Each swing of the axe was efficient and clean, no wasted movement, no flourish, just power and discipline. She didn't even pause when footsteps approached. Do you need something, Todoroki? She said without turning her head. He stiffened. I was going to ask what you were teaching Gale. I was teaching him something that none of you have the physical strength to do without activating a quirk. She split another log clean in half, the echo sharp as steel. Todoroki walked away, unsettled but silent. Lucario remained still for a moment, her crimson eyes tracking the forest line. The faint pulse of auras flickered in her senses, too many, too distant, too jumbled to read. She pushed the feeling aside. For now, nightfall. Test of courage begins. Later, as the sky darkened and lanterns flickered to life, Pixie Bob clapped her hands together. Perfect. We've filled our bellies and cleaned the dishes. It's time for a totally awesome test of courage. Mina jumped in, already vibrating with excitement. We're gonna win. Kirishima, Siro, and Kaminari shouted in unison. Not so fast, Aizawa cut in, deadpan. It pains me to say it, but the remedial class will be having lessons with me tonight instead. You've gotta be kidding me. Mina wailed. Sorry, your training during the day didn't impress me, so I'll be using this time, too. Aizawa wrapped his capture scarf around the 5 students like he was packaging produce. Lucario looked away sharply. His scarf, his methods. It pulled memories she didn't want to sift through. Harsh memories, painful ones. Okay, so, Pixie Bob tried again, shaking out her arms. Class 1B is going to start out as our scarers. When they're in place, Class 1A will leave in pairs every 3 minutes. There are tags with your names on them at the far end of the route. Your goal is to collect those. Now, those who are scarers aren't allowed to make physical contact. Use your quirks to terrify the others. I see. They'll encourage us to stoke our imaginations as we compete with each other, all while showing us more uses for our quirks in the process. Iida declared. All right, everyone draw to see who your partner will be, Pixie Bob said, holding out slips of paper. Names were called. 1. Tokiyami and Shoji. 2. Bakugo and Todoroki. 3. Jiro and Hagakure. 4. Momo and Aoyama. 5. Uraraka and Tsuyu. 6. Ojiro and Mineta. 7. Iida and Koda. 8. Gale. Gale counted again and again. Okay, let's try this again. I must be missing something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm all alone. He froze, shoulders slumping as loneliness crept in. We were randomly assigned. It's not that nobody chose you or anything, Ojiro said gently. Then a hand clamped onto Ojiro's shoulder. Listen up, Tails. Trade with me. Bakugo pointed directly at Todoroki. He didn't explain. He didn't need to. Gale exhaled shakily, relieved. Deep in the forest, Jiro and Hagakure's screams echoed through the trees. Next team. That's you two kittens. Ribbity and Miss Floater, Pixie Bob said. Uraraka and Tsuyu. I'm getting scared. Sue, and those screams aren't helping, Uraraka whispered. That's Jiro and Horu, I think. Here, take my hand. Don't be afraid. We'll look out for each other. One step at a time, Tsuyu said, offering her hand. Uraraka squeezed it tight. The forest suddenly felt less suffocating. Class 1B scarers. Nice going, Kodai. You managed to scare everybody so far, ya big creeper. Honanuki laughed. Yeah, you're the star tonight. Kendo added. Huh, I can't get over how funny Bakugo and Todoroki were, Honanuki said. Flashback. Kodai's head popped from the ground right between their feet. Bakugo jolted. Todoroki tensed. But neither screamed. They just stared deadpan. It was deeply awkward. End of flashback. I thought they were tough, Honanuki chuckled. Huh, smell that, Kendo sniffed. Something's burning. Huh, now that you mention it, it's kinda smoky out here. Maybe Bakugo and Todoroki got so scared, they fire. Honanuki gagged, collapsing face first. Honanuki, Yui, don't breathe in, Kendo yelled, growing her hand to grab Kodai and lift her up. This smoke, it's poisonous. Back at the start point. What's this foul smell in the air? Pixie Pop asked, confused. You see that? Gale pointed. Black smoke. Has something been set ablaze? Maybe a fire on the mountain? Iida asked. Lucario closed her eyes. No. Her voice dropped low. I sense others. Their auras are different. I just can't tell. There's too many people, but there are different people. Hey, what's happening? Pixie Pop began. Suddenly she was yanked forward by a red magnetic pulse. Pixie Bob, Mandalay shouted. First, let's get rid of these feral cats, Magna sneered, slamming Pixie Bob face first into the dirt with his metal pillar. Lucario materialized a bone rush spear mid-sprint, slamming it straight into Magna's ribs and launching him into a tree with a thunderous crack. Gale's eyes widened. Where's Koda? Everything went silent. The forest exhaled, and then, chaos erupted. Cliffhanger. Koda, The wind was cold on the cliffside, brushing through Kota's hair as he sat curled up against a boulder. His knees were drawn to his chest, small hands gripping tightly. He stared at the forest stretching below him, the last light of dusk fading into purple shadows. But his mind wasn't here. It was back in a memory that still stung. Flashback. Trust me, Kota, it will happen, Mandalay said, her voice soft and hopeful. You'll meet someone, and you'll finally understand why we do what we do. Someone who'll risk their life, put others first. Someone who will be. Her words faded before she finished, but the warmth in her eyes stayed. End of flashback. Kota's shoulders hunched. No one like that really exists, he muttered. But then, his eyes widened. From deep inside the forest, streaks of blue fire clawed upward into the sky, twisting unnaturally. And beneath it, clouds of sickly purple gas drifted between the trees like poison ghosts. The ground trembled. Kota froze. Behind him, a soft crunch of gravel. A cloaked figure stood only a few feet away, silent, watching him. But Kota never even noticed. Lucario versus Magna. Back at the camp clearing, chaos had erupted. Lucario launched forward in a burst of supercharged speed, blue aura trailing her like a comet. Her bone rush snapped into a long staff mid-motion, and she slammed it across Magna's jaw, sending him violently flying into a tree. The villain grunted, rolling back to his feet, gripping his small steel pillar as if it could protect him. But Lucario didn't give him the chance. She unleashed rapid strikes, each one sharp, vicious, and unrelenting. Magna barely blocked, his pillar ringing like a bell under the impacts. "Where's Kota?" Gale shouted, voice cracking as panic punched through his chest. Lucario's eyes narrowed. The aura signatures in the forest were shifting, and one of them was small. Too small. Kota. She felt her heartbeat spike. With Aizawa and the remedial students. "Ah. We wanted the chance to face off with all the others," Mina whined, wrapped tightly in Aizawa's capture scarf. "I thought Pixie Bob said we'd be getting a reward," Kirishima sighed, slumping like a deflated balloon. "This is more like torture," Kaminari said, face smushed between the cloth. "If you want, I could teach you how I taught Lucario one-hand handstand push-ups while doing math," Aizawa said plainly. "No, sir," all five screamed instantly. Aizawa said nothing else as he led them into one of the camp's buildings. Inside the building, for tonight's lesson, we'll be talking about how to behave in an emergency. That you're falling behind your classmates, then the gap will keep on growing. And knowledge is your reward. How's that for a treat? Aizawa lectured as they walked. "I knew I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up," Kirishima muttered. Aizawa slid open a door. Inside, Monoma sat with his wrists still bound by the weighted cuffs Lucario had slapped on him before the trip. "Oh, strange. Now, who do we have here?" Monoma chirped, eyes wild. "5 members of Class 1A bombed the exams. And look, there's only one guy from Class 1B. You failed too, idiot." Kaminari snapped. The group sat down. "He's trying to get under our skin the same way yesterday," Kirishima groaned. "At this point, I'm kinda worried about him," Mina said, side-eyeing Monoma. "So, Vlad, why don't we start with practice maneuvers?" Aizawa asked. "I was thinking the same thing," Vlad King replied. "Perhaps we should pair them up." Suddenly, everyone, Mandalay's voice exploded into their minds. The students jerked upright. "It's Mandalay's telepathy," Kirishima said. "So weird, right? It's giving me chills," Mina added. "It is sort of annoying that it works in every direction, though," Kaminari said. "Stop talking," Aizawa deadpanned. Mandalay continued, her voice sharp with urgency. "2 villains attacked us. It's possible there are more coming. Everyone, return to camp immediately. We're regrouping. Do not engage any enemies. Lucario is currently holding off one of them." Aizawa's face hardened. "I'll look after the other students. Protect them." He broke into a sprint, racing down the hall toward the exit. If it's a full-scale attack, we're in big trouble, he thought, eyes narrowing as he saw the sky lit with flames. Then, footsteps echoed behind him. "Looks like your concern has you distracted, Eraser." A man stepped from the shadows. Black coat, burned, stapled skin, dead blue eyes. Dabi. A ball of blue fire hovered in his palm only inches from Aizawa's face. "You pros oughta lay off," Dabi said, Tone cold and amused. We haven't come here for any of you. So just stay out of our way. The fire roared. Cliffhanger. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.